Stay tuned. We'll be right back with Colorism Conversation Special with Cece Stinson and Dr. Karen Moore, the two sides of colorism.
Yes. So, what brought you to this colorism space? What was it that brought you to really wanting to dive?
What's happening? What's happening? Mm, 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 mm. Doesn't touch me. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with Colorism Conversation Special with Cece Stinson and Dr. Karen Moore, the two sides of colorism.
Yes. So, what brought you to this colorism space? What was it that brought you to really wanting to dive in deep? And I know you're a person of numbers and statistics and things like that, which is absolutely amazing because that's the information that we need to know. So, what brought you to this space?
Yes. Honestly, Karen, when I stumbled upon this term, colorism, early on in my career in corporate America, and I didn't realize that I was affected by this until fully working in the technology industry, and I'll talk about that link with a lot of my coworkers being of South Asian descent. So when I
Yeah.
realized exactly what it was, it triggered some terminology and sayings that I recalled as a child growing up in the inner city of Baltimore, Maryland. Now, growing up in Baltimore, a lot of people don't realize that, first of all, Maryland is a southern state, so I'm still a southern gal. It's just a border state, but we still have are entrenched in the deep racial ties that we have here in America. And in addition, growing up in Baltimore, Maryland is predominantly African American majority. So, being surrounded by my peers, I was often singled out because of the color of my skin and my hair texture. I always found that to be quite odd growing up as a child, and remembering, like for instance, my grandmother just praising my looks and feeling the texture of my hair.
Okay.
I did not understand that, and my roots are Texas and Louisiana. And from my family, we actually migrated up to Baltimore. So after getting teased and taunted, I remember this saying called "light, bright, damn near white girl," and I apologize for cursing, but that was the actual terminology.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
That I would hear, and having school children, predominantly females, just say awful things. I was traumatically bullied as a kid for these unknown reasons to me at the time. So when I got into, after having my child and getting into my career, I realized I wanted to look up this definition of colorism, as far as it being interracial discrimination.
But let me tell you what's happening to me. I'm having my trouble.
We really wasn't interested in the fashion.
I see.
We were more interested in souls then. People joining the church. And I mean, souls came to Christ.
Not the fine homes and the fine cars and the jewelry. What have you done with your life? What have you done to help someone else?
And I certainly want to be, and I want to be a legend.
She was like the first lady of the United States. Posters everywhere. She's in town. They loved her overseas.
She was the lead singer of the Ward Singers, when everyone recognized them as the most important group, and everyone recognized her as the most important member.
She was the only black gospel singer that was actually honored at the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts in 1994, sitting up there with Johnny Carson, President and Mrs. Kennedy.
I had the big, brave, young voice that changed music. The young Marion, as we know, inspired people, everyone from Little Richard to James Brown. To all other levels, she was the great inspiration of Nina Simone.
She was born, as she always said, to sing the gospel. It was something that was implanted.
She had to get a quadruple bypass after she had gotten the Kennedy Center Award and the MacArthur Foundation Award.
Her story was a great instance of good news in bad times, finally getting the recognition that she deserved, and then dying within a year.
The money.
Okay, stop! I'm so done running. You've got to be kidding me. You messed with the wrong woman.
Yes, that's it.
Act.
You know what? We can drive down there if you want. Thank you. We're all down at our next location, and I look like a glazed donut with all this sweat.
Oh, nothing. Just applying a little fake blood.
Doesn't have to be super, super perfect. Just close enough. He's the best. The best. You guys are the best. You guys are the best.
How many hours have we been out here?
You guys are the best.
Why did you make me so brown? Brown skin blues. I walked in it, wallowed in it, got down deep and swallowed it as mine. Wished I was lighter, prayed I was lighter. Maybe this is a dream and I really am lighter. Then I woke up. The woman inside of me woke up. And with my own eyes, I saw what God sees. Brown and beautiful. I look at myself in the mirror. I am brown. That is beautiful. I look at myself in the mirror. My eyes are brown. That is beautiful. I look at myself in the mirror. My hair is reddish brown and locked. Oh, how beautiful. I look at myself in the mirror. My hips are full. My legs are strong and large. My arms are soft and gentle. They hold you in the dark hours of the night. Baby, you know that's beautiful. I've learned to love my brown skin and all that it means. Look at me. As I am, for who I am, you will see I am beautiful. Brown and beautiful. I am brown. I want you
see me for who I am. When I whip this brown sugar on you, there's no beginning, and baby, there is no end. Oh, I am brown. I want you to see me for who I am. I am brown. I want you to see me for who I am. My skin is brown. You better check yourself and see me for who I am. When I put this brown sugar on you, there's no beginning, and baby, there is no end. Oh, I am brown. You better check yourself and see me for who I am.
Welcome to the International I Am the Color of Beautiful Day 2022. My name is Dex Tricia, and I am the Dexcellent voice behind this spectacular event. And now, coming to the stage, please welcome the visionary of International Shades of Beauty, Dr. Robin Joffe, and the founder of I Am the Color of Beautiful Global, Dr. Karen Moore.
All right.
Hello, hello. Can you all hear?
We can hear you, beautiful.
Hello, beautiful people, citizens
Yes.
of the world. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good-
Hello, gorgeous Dr. Karen.
Hello, gorgeous Dr. Robin. Look at you looking like the color of beautiful.
Yes, ma'am. I am so excited about today. I'm so excited. Aren't you excited?
So very excited. It's going to be an amazing, amazing day.
It is. It is. So let's tell the people who are joining, those who may not know who I Am the Color of Beautiful Global is all about. Why don't you tell them?
I would love to tell them. So I Am the Color of Beautiful Global is an initiative. It's a global initiative to redefine the standard of beauty for women of color. And our focus is on helping, in particularly deeply melanated women of color, move beyond the hurt and trauma of colorism. But at the Color of Beautiful, we do recognize that there are two sides to colorism. So we do not ignore or leave our lighter skinned sisters out. You know, it's important for us to have the conversation on both sides. That's how we're going to heal. So we are so excited about today being able to celebrate all women of color, of all shades, of all hues. And it's just going to be an absolutely amazing day. It's an exciting, exciting time for us as women, and for us in particularly as Black women and women of color, to be able to come together and celebrate and share the beauty that God has given us.
Absolutely, absolutely. And for those of you who are joining today and you don't know anything about Dr. Robin Joffe or International Shades of Beauty, International Shades of Beauty is just that, all shades. And we recognize that not all shades are present when you start traveling around the world and you start seeing some of these beauty shows and trade shows, and even in the product industry, we don't see products necessarily that's germane to us, the women of color. And so I don't have time to tell you how the vision came to be and how we ended up here 3 years ago when we launched in Dubai back in 2019. I can't believe it's been 3 years. Wow. But our role, one, is education. Two, we're built on integrity. And the third thing is economic empowerment for development. We totally believe in supporting women specifically. I mean, we have men on our platform and we support men, but I certainly have a heart for women, especially women entrepreneurs. And so we love to use this platform to promote your businesses, and we do it on a global basis. So the marriage between the Color of Beautiful Global and International Shades of Beauty, it just makes sense. It just makes sense. And so I'm thankful for the collaboration, thankful that I can celebrate my sister, Dr. Karen, today and every day. I just love her and I'm so grateful for her. And we're celebrating all of you today who joined. So do you want to continue, Dr. Karen? Tell them what they're in store for today.
Oh my gosh, we have such an amazing program. We have some wonderful speakers today who are going to talk to you about, Dr. Jado is going to come and talk to you about overall wellness and about, it's important that we not only be concerned about the outside, but also the inside. And Dr. Kathy is going to talk about our mental health. And then we have Tiffany, who's going to talk about natural hair and about our hair. And so we're going to really give you a full, complete today overall view of how we as women of color are going to take good care of ourselves as we maintain our beauty. And we have panels. We're going to talk about colorism on the Who Told You You're Black is Now Beautiful panel. And then we've got beauty through the ages. We're going to talk about how we age and how we can embrace that. I'm at the age where I'm trying really hard to embrace it. Some things I'm going to talk to Dr. Jado. I think I feel like I need a few, little lifts here. But we're going to talk about aging and how we can embrace what happens as we age and how we can do our best to prepare for it. And even when we haven't necessarily prepared for it, how we can start to possibly turn things around. I think we can turn things around. Dr. Jado will let us know if we can turn some things around. And then we have the men, Dr. Robin.
I know. I can't wait for that one. I cannot wait to hear from the men because they're going to talk about the beauty of women of color. So I can't wait to hear what they have to say because, there's so many stereotypes out here regarding men of color and what they think of women of color. So I can't wait to hear from the men of color what they have to say about the women of color. So it's going to be a great dialogue, great conversation, I'm sure. So you want to stick around for that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So Dr. Robin, what we're going to do now is we're going to talk about the support that we have for this day. We have some amazing supporting partners and sponsors. And so we're going to right now talk about these amazing supporters and sponsors that we have. And we are so, so grateful for them to have come aboard and seen the vision and wanted to be a part of that. We have African-American women in cinema and the founder, Tara Renee, as a supporting partner, and the Apex Museum. It's a family affair. My uncle, Dan Moore Sr., is the founder, and my cousin, Dan Moore Jr., is the executive director of the Apex Museum. And we have SMSI Urban Call, Mr. Lafayette Jones, Dr. Lafayette Jones. We have Our Legacies Foundation. Founder is Kim Davies Smith, who has been just so amazing in helping us pull this all, the show actually, all together. We have Every Dot Black, that both of us, Dr. Robin, are members of, an amazing organization. Jimmy Davies is the founder. And we have woman-to-woman conversations. And Dr. Robin, tell us about woman-to-woman conversations. I do not want to destroy her name.
Oh my goodness. She's a dear, dear supporter of International Shades of Beauty. Her name is Fauza Belts, and Fauza lives in Dubai. She's in Dubai via Kenya. She was born in Kenya, raised in Kenya, and subsequently moved to Dubai. She is a phenomenal woman. She's a fantastic entrepreneur. I say she's a serial entrepreneur. Loves people, loves God, has a clothing line. She's a published author.
Oh, wow.
Yes, consultant. So just a phenomenal person. So we're grateful for her sponsorship for sure.
Yes, absolutely. So now what we're going to do is we're going to get ready to kind of center for our day. It's so important to really begin to pull together and to calm ourselves and to be ready to receive everything that is going to take place today. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a centering, a moment of centering, and we're going to be led in a centering sort of meditation by the woman I call the meditation mentor, Miss Dexy. Tricia Vaught. So we're going to go into a centering. So I ask you to kind of just calm yourselves and get ready as we get focused for this amazing day that we're going to be celebrating who we are. We're going to be celebrating the things that we've accomplished, all the things that we as women of color have gone through and come through. And so we're going to take a few minutes to do this centering. So get comfortable, get relaxed, and listen for our centering.
Today we redefine the standard of beauty for women of color as we take a moment to center and prepare to receive insight on beauty and wellness, celebrating beautiful women of color around the world because all shades matter. To begin, sit comfortably with your palms facing up, with sitting perfectly straight. Simply do the best you can and sit comfortably. Allow yourself to yield and surrender to the natural pull of gravity until you feel yourself grounding. Casting the gaze of the eyes downward for a moment, take several slow, deep breaths, consciously, deliberately, knowing that you are in a safe space. And this brief centering practice will not contain any wording that may conflict with what you believe or who you are at the core of your existence. You can relax, breathe, and when you feel ready, allow the eyes to close, making that transition from the exterior world to the interior world, letting go of all the ways in which you serve others, and for now, giving yourself permission to serve only you, recognizing and realizing that you fully deserve to be in this place, at this time, in this moment, as you begin to free yourself from all other moments, becoming fully present here and now. With the eyes closed, the attention naturally moves within, and you become aware of what's going on inside of you. The mind may be busy with thoughts. You may be hearing sounds around you. There may be some emotions present, sensations flooding the body and mind. Whatever experiences that are present, allow them to be just as they are without wishing anything different. Content to be with yourself in your own body in this moment, surrendering to what is without wishing or wanting anything different. Center, breathe, and begin to notice the natural unwinding of tensions in the body and the mind as you allow your awareness to rest gently on the wave-like motions of breath as it flows in and as it flows out. Allow the breath to move in, around, and through all the spaces of body and mind. Allow the breath to flow beautifully from the crown of the head to the soles of the feet, centering with each breath, observing as the light of your inner beauty radiates from the inside out. Breathe and know that you are in the right place at the right time. Inhale fully, exhale completely, and prepare to receive all the beauty this day will bring. These moments are for you, so lean in, breathe, and exhale. allowing yourself to center with each breath, embracing the essence of the beauty that is you. And now, rub your hands together and create heat between your fingers and your palms. Gently place your warm palms over your closed eyes. Breathe, and then slowly open your eyes. Lower your hands and sit comfortably. Notice how you feel. You define your beauty. The ground you walk upon is blessed by your beautiful feet. Even the shade of your shadow casts a beautiful glow, and the essence of your existence holds the world in place. You are the color of beautiful. Enjoy your day.
That was awesome.
And now,
Was awesome.
I need to start my day every day with that.
Dr. Robin, I'm
I
telling
do
you,
that. Woo, that was
it's like all the stress and everything just drains from you.
awesome. Thank you, Dex. Beautiful. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely amazing. All right, so Dr. Robin,
Yeah.
we have
Yeah.
the absolutely, I mean, I don't know her yet personally, but just reading her bio, I went and looked Dr. Giotto up. She is phenomenal.
She's phenomenal. She is absolutely phenomenal. And I know she is super, super busy. She happens to be my personal physician. And you'll see after she gets done, you'll be trying to move here, fly here, take a train, a camel, a bus, however you get here, you're going to get here to see Dr. Giotto. So I am honored and so, so, so grateful that she took time out of her busy schedule to join us today. And I'm just going to give you a little overview of who Dr. Claudette Giotto is, affectionately known to many as just Giotto. But Dr. Giotto is the founder and visionary and owner of Giotto Internal Medicine and Wellness Center. And it was created out of a strong desire to improve the delivery of comprehensive medical care. She's located in central Pennsylvania, specifically in the Harrisburg area, in the capital. And her goal really, and I can say this as a true testament of who she is, her goal definitely is to form a strong partnership. Your healthcare with her under Giotto Internal Medicine is a partnership with patients to achieve a balanced healthcare system, just your whole entire being, because she definitely focuses on the healthcare and the medicine part, the medical part, but then she has another side, which is the wellness center. So to balance, she looks at the complete you, and you become a partner in your healthcare. So the mission of the Practice and Wealth Center is just what I said: create a balance and to establish that excellent outpatient adult medicine care, medical care. And I'll say this, I can go on and on about her. I don't want to take up too much time because I want her to give you everything that she has while she's here. But Dr. Giotto is trained and certified in the art and science of Botox. This is on the wellness side, the art of derma fillers and sclerotherapy solutions from the Aesthetic Skin Institute in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. She's practiced as an internist since 2000. And again, she's here in central Pennsylvania. She definitely, in the wellness part, she takes care of everything. And I know as women, we're here today, we want to hear about a lot of this non-invasive procedures that can happen that will prevent in the future having to have, a lot of people think they start seeing things happening as we age. Dr. Karen was saying something earlier about can't wait to see Dr. Jotto, hear from Dr. Jotto and see what she can do for some of us who are aging, and we're seeing some things happening in the face. And unfortunately, a lot of people run off to have plastic surgery before time. And Dr. Jotto is going to tell us about some of the things that is available, some of the things that are available as a means of prevention. But she also, in her wellness practice, helps with weight loss management. She definitely does that. She does aesthetic services, addiction treatment. For those who have specific needs, who have certain addictions, she's certified, trained, and an expert in that. And the overarching goal, again, is to help patients look and feel good inside and out. I definitely wanted her to come here because we are celebrating women of color. And one of the things that is really important for women of color to, we're always looking for the wealth, and for those of us who are entrepreneurs and business, and those who even work in the marketplace, we're out there trying to do the best that we can, give the best that we can. And as women, there's mothers on here and you have children, so you're busy raising your children. Marriage in and of itself is something else. So I hear it's something of itself. So that's another job. And you just have so many things. A lot of us are active in our communities. And so we give, and we're the last one to take care of ourselves. We give to everybody else, take care of everybody else. And sometimes our health can suffer as a result. So I wanted Dr. Jotto to come on and talk about the importance of the overall wellness, but then the other side, on the International Shades of Beauty side, we use our platform to talk about just plastic surgery. That's a big thing. We talk about a lot of things, but plastic surgery and people, just beautiful women and young girls literally dying to be beautiful because they're going off to places that are unsafe. They're pulled in by, it doesn't cost this much, and you can get this, and you can get all of these things done in other countries, and no one is stopping to vet these places that they're going to, these alleged plastic surgeons, who a lot of them turn out not to be, and they're having surgery done. Some are dying right on the table. Others, they make it through the surgery, but they end up with a grotesque infection. And by the time they get back here to the States, the infection has spread throughout their bodies, and sometimes it's too late. And so I wanted Dr. Jotto to talk today about safety, health safety, even how to vet some of these places if that's where you're going to go, but definitely talk about some of these procedures like she does in her practice, some of these non-invasive procedures. You'd be surprised of what they can do. And you probably would get the same results as if you would go under the knife without all that other risk. But I'm gonna stop because I'm not Dr. Jotto. So I'm gonna turn it over right now to my personal physician. I love her so much, Dr. Claudette Jotto.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever we're pulling in from. It's a beautiful day. I'm extremely honored, humbled, and I first want to give a shout out with a lot of thanks and props for the whole concept, the concept of shades of beauty. Wouldn't it have been amazing when we were little kids if we had an organization like this? So much of the trauma that women of color have been through is having, at a very young age, wishing there was something else because they had nothing out there that served as a mirror to let them know how amazing, gifted, spectacular they were. So first, let's start with the concepts and the very few things that happened before I got on the screen. I was loving the music about brown skin. I listened in, and I usually take my energy, I usually take my concepts from the very first thing that starts at the beginning of a conference. And the fact that that music came on touched my soul. It touched me. It said, check yourself and see me. So I pay close attention, I soak in things, and I absorb. So that to me was a phenomenal entrance. Thanks, Dr. Karen, for putting it out there that there's really no difference in the various colors of our beautiful skin, including, may I add, women of Caucasian descent. There's always a little insecurity that has come to the female, quote unquote, species, that we have to validate ourselves by how we look. So here we are to take back that, to affirm ourselves, to realize that it's not so much that, but it's to understand the beauty that lies within. And thank you, Ms. Dextricia, I think, who started us with a beautiful meditation and got everybody centered. And with that, I just want us to realize that irregardless of the information I give, you're already coming to the table well. You came out well, you came out beautiful into this physical world. You came out amazing. You actually came out healthy, you came out beautiful, you came out strong. And the question is how you see it, how you feel it, and how you're willing to tap into it so that you can be in the best place of wellness. With that said, I want to share a little bit about the concept of health, the concept of wellness, the concept of beauty, the concept of abundance. I really don't see a distinction. I honestly don't see a distinction. It's a continuum. To be well is to be healthy. To be beautiful is to be healthy. To be abundant is to be healthy. To be present is to feel a sense of balance. So these are words I think we can all connect with, because everyone has that sensibility about them where they know they're in the well spot when they feel everything is flowing and they're not running against strong currents. It's that feeling of knowing that your physical health, your mental health, your spiritual health all seems to line up. And there's nothing that holds you back from being the best you can be for that day. So as an internist who's board certified, I am very grateful for being traditionally trained. That has allowed me to explore not only the evidence-based medicine of the scientific aspect of what medicine has brought, it has allowed me to tap into some of these amazing technologies that have allowed us to individualize how we care for one another. That means that I can use my wherewithal to be able to go beyond you coming into the office to have your blood pressure, your vitals, and have traditional advice, but to individualize through more artificial software that is now available for clinicians who want to be able to customize that patient's, client's healthcare. We're not all alike, and so we can't all have the same strategies presented to us as if it would work for A, B, C, D, E. It doesn't work that way. We all come to the table with an innate sense of genetics, environment, nurture, mindset, lifestyle. So that means that your care should be customized in a way that allows you to be able to get the information that actually pertains to you and create a foundation out of that. The second part of my love and passion is being a board certified lifestyle medicine. You don't see a lot of us in the community, meaning in the US at large, and I'm actually going to even say globally. But these are physicians who've decided to go back to school and understand that in the way we live our lives, we can cure things, we can solve things, we can actually prevent things so that we don't necessarily have to rely dependently on traditional based models of just managing chronic care diseases. So I bring this up because it's very intuitive, it's very common sense, but it is fact that nutrition in of itself can heal, can cure, can prevent, and can be the foundation of our beauty regimen. so that as all the other presenters who will come after me and share more and more, which I'll humbly and excitingly look forward to being a part of, there's no getting away from the fact that you are what you eat. And so that science of being able to individualize at every stage in a woman's journey the right micro and macronutrients that are going to optimize her health is super key. And that's the beauty of being able to have providers, or better yet, seek where you live, providers who can tap into more, not sophisticated, but more in-depth looking at what would be best for me, so that if I have certain conditions and I'm not quite getting the results with extremely good nutrition that I know I've put a lot into, then something means that what I'm doing is not for where I'm at. So by that token, it means whether we are pre-teenagers, teenagers, young adults, childbearing, perimenopausal, menopausal, and advanced age, that possibly could mean that our nutrition evolves to meet the needs where we're at the stage we're at, to optimize our health. So what I will simply say on nutrition, because there's so much to share, is that we have to start going back to natural. Let's start going back to food should look like food that comes from how it's sourced versus refined to the point where the very essence of the nutrients are gone. And that means that we get devoid of the very things that make us operate as physically possibly in our best health. I think we all agree that sleep has something to do with wellness, because all of us can connect with, if we have to jet set, we may have the bags under our eyes, we feel tired, our skin's not right when we break out in acne, if we're under a lot of what I would call stress and the sleep's not going well, we can always tell in a matter of days that we're going to feel run down. So it's going to be important that part of your beauty regimen is to understand the type of sleeper you are. Are you a lark or are you an owl? Are you somebody who should be going to bed earlier versus late? Are you somebody who's getting the third and fourth stages of REM, where all the beauty stuff happens, all the wellness stuff happens, all the mind, what I would call reset happens? So it's going to be super important that we have a clear understanding of our sleep. There's so many sleep apps, there's so many physicians who are getting better at understanding how to interpret sleep, that could be part of your beauty regimen. Exercise by no means should be underestimated. We are meant to move. In the moving comes the blood flow. In the blood flow comes the nourishment. In the nourishment comes the optimization of all the physical aspects of the health you can have. So it's going to be actively important to move. And I didn't use the word exercise because not everybody likes that strategy of going to a gym. That's not what I have in mind. What I have in mind is understanding the right type for your body, the type that you would enjoy, so the type you would actually be able to consistently partake of. And in that will come the better skin, the better hair, the anti-aging, the strength, the muscles, the contouring. These all add to that foundation of wellness. Nothing can be underestimated as much as lifestyle, because you've got the positive things, but you've got the things that take away from us. So when it comes to the positive things, we know that those who meditate, like what Mrs. Vaught did, you can just see them walking up every day with almost their day set. Before anybody takes one thing out of them, they are good to go. That's already a well-built person. That person is going to age better that day because they are able to accommodate for the unforeseen challenges of that day. Somebody who sits down takes time to be grateful. Somebody who sits time to find that inspiration. Somebody who sits down and takes that time to exercise. You see that they age better. You see that they feel well. And even with genetical conditions that may be coming, they have a better chance of being able to thwart the outcome of that particular ailment. I want to now start to navigate into a whole nother section, which comes to being able to say, what has really happened to us in the last 2 to 3 years? There's no question about it that you have to be under a rock not to have seen the effects of COVID. There's just no way. If it did not affect you mentally, maybe it affected you financially. If it did not affect you financially, maybe it affected your family with loss. If it did not affect you with loss, maybe it took the joy of your being ability to do the things that you may have always wanted to do. If you're a traveler, if you're an outdoorsy person, all that got taken away. And this is what I would say in the last 2 years has really opened my eyes, because 2 years later, as we're now getting back into our rhythm and flow, I began to see patients who aged dramatically in 2 years. This had nothing to do with money. This had nothing to do with those who had less access. It had a lot to do with how lifestyle can make a difference. It had a lot to do with how nutrition can make a difference. It had a lot to do with how people were not able to access clinicians in the way they had in prior years. And so that became in of itself a quick understanding of how fast we can age in a short amount of time when one is not able to put all these little building blocks together to be able to be at their best. So I will simply say that from that experience, a lot was learned, that the better way to take care of your beauty, the better way to take care of your health is into integration. We saw people who had COVID and they came out of it despite being older. But if you dial it back, some of them had some very strategic, lifestyle approaches that allowed them to be able to get past it and not even have post issues. We actually had some young people who surprised us and did not do well, or better yet, they got past the COVID, but actually had so many issues that as we speak still persist, that has become what I would call the beginning of my passion of re-engaging, remotivating, reaffirming, reminding, and reassuring us that this is going to be the only way to be beautiful. It's the only way to be beautiful if you have an ownership mentality on how you choose to take care of yourself. It's going to be the only way on how you make sure you take amazing care of your mental wellness. This is going to be the only way, unless you decide and determine how to keep a positive circle around you, despite whatever challenges you're going through. So many speakers coming behind me, many speakers have the expertise, but I want to encapsulate it, that the beauty that we all seek on the out begins on the in. The beauty that we all seek is a continuum. The beauty that we all seek is the multifaceted approach to thinking of all of these as little bits and pieces that come to make a whole that makes and defines how well you get to be beautiful, which is truly a state of mind and not a physical appearance. Last part I'll get to, because I would love to take questions and things of that nature, would be to talk about the fact that the beauty that we have as women of color is that we actually age well. We've got a few good things going for us, no question about it. We have the ability to have the skin type that doesn't wrinkle so well, or not so well, but doesn't wrinkle prematurely. We have the ability to look back and see that we have some amazing defining features that maybe years ago were looked at as ethnic. But if you take a look right now, the rest of the world is trying to catch up with those very things that were considered to be negatives. So whether it's full luscious lips, whether it's nice dark skin tones, whether it's a nice ample body figure, that is beauty all of a sudden. So you can see that beauty has always been within us to begin with. It's just a matter of us now coming to terms with the beauty we always had. Having said that though, I will say that it's better not to chase a line. We chase a line, it kind of gets too late. The way we look at beauty now is more natural. The way we look at beauty now is more of a science of having less. because the less you have, the more you look like yourself. The more you have is the less you look like yourself. And so right now it's to restore your youthful look, subtly correct volume loss, investing wonderful anti-aging, and some of that comes through the things we talked about, from good health care to good nutrition to good exercise to knowing the right kinds of supplements, not just the stuff you put on your skin, but the right type of supplements depending on your age category that could be actually a beauty boost. Things from certain vitamins that enhance collagen to certain types of neuropeptides and amino acids that one could actually incorporate into one's supplemental regimen, to having a good concept of volume fluid intake. These things do make us look beautiful. Having said that, I would love women of color to embrace a little bit of the anti-aging new strategies that are available. I think that that would allow us not to take drastic protocols of treatment down the line, because we do age better. So that means that little things will actually make a huge difference with us as compared to doing big things. And so what I've loved doing is creating more of what I call a natural look, which means that I really, really, really do not want my clients to be identified as having work done. To me, that actually is a humongous negative. If my clients are told who did your Botox or who did your filler or who did this and that, I really want them to come out looking as though they went on vacation to somewhere nice and rested. And people say things like, oh my God, what's your shade of foundation? I love it. Could you share that with me? Or what's your shade of lipstick? Or have you lost some weight under your neck? Your neck looks trimmer. That tells me that it's been because we did the work sooner, not later. I was able to do a little, not a lot. And we've, in essence, maintained your true features and not changed them, because you've already come to the table beauty. And I would hate to have anybody ever consider that having a total radical look would actually make them look beautiful. It may make you look strange. So having said that, I think I have a quick share I could have of a few things I've done before and after. I could run through a few slides, maybe share a little bit. Ms. Robin will help educate me whether there's time for a share after that, because I sometimes feed better off of questions so that I don't just hear myself talk for an indefinite amount of time. Let me attempt to share my screen and see if this goes well. Bear with me, I'm not tech savvy. So let's see how we do this. Okay. Alrighty, so let's sign back in. Okay. Can everybody see me? Anybody out there who can give me a yes or no?
We can see you, Dr. Jada, but we can't see your screen.
So I'm going to go ahead and see if anything shows up. Does anything show up?
No.
Okay, so let me go back and see if I shared my screen in a manner that would allow us to see what I have up. So okay. Bear with me.
See down. Okay. There
okay. Are we seeing anything right now?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, good.
We can see some before and afters in your gallery.
Fantastic. Thank you everybody for your true accommodation here. So a few things. These are all my various clients that I've worked with over the years. And there's so many things that I do. So as Ms. Robin has mentioned, and thank you so much, dear, is that I really enjoy all of it. I love the technology that I've been able to not only learn, but become good at when it comes to body contouring. I know that there are lots of drastic procedures, for instance, liposuction, big tummy tucks, and by all means, I am not in any way bashing it. Please, I am not. However, I will show you pictures of things I've done that have not required a nip and a tuck. I also do neurotoxins, and there's a gamut of them. Many of us have heard things like Botox, Dysport, Xeomin. These are things to relax strong wrinkles that we may have around the eyes, we may have on the forehead, or maybe sometimes in the middle of our forehead, that may give the impression that we're frowning. I also do a lot of work with PRP, hair loss. As a woman of color, this is something very, 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 very passionate to me, because all of us, even for those that have different hair textures or have come to the table with what I would call the fuller, thicker hair, I think that every woman of color can identify with hair issues. So whether we're trying to give our hair a break by having a wig on, or better yet, we are trying to try some hair protective styles, we do feel hair as a crown of beauty. It's so interesting that we had a humongous kerfuffle just about a week ago on what would be called one of the bigger stages, where literally two people of fame went at it about a woman of color who not only has hair loss from alopecia, but felt a certain way regarding how that was brought up as a joke. So this tells you that even regardless of access to money and all that, hair is something that we can all connect with. We have a few pictures I'm going to show on fillers, and I'm going to show you a few things that I've done where without major surgery, I can do a total face rejuvenation. So what I'll do is I'll run through the slides. Then I would love the opportunity to stop. And Ms. Robin, if people have questions and they raise chats, would you be a moderator so that I could just answer questions and things like that? Would that be something we could do?
Oh, yes, that's what we can do. No worries.
Sounds like a plan. So let's get started. All right, so I'm going to load up here. I am going to try to I will just show things done. And I have, I would say, clients of all ethnicities. So I just want to put that out there. And so a lot of my clients come from different ethnicities. Let's see if we can move that. Okay, let me move this out the way. And let's show that. Okay, so you will see here, it speaks for itself. Somebody wanted a procedure to help with certain folds of fat. So we can discuss things that may have been done in that regard. I am going to now move to another round of pictures. Let me get this out of the way. There we go. Good, so now with that, I'm gonna go back to here. So these would probably be people who've had the traditional, you've heard of Botox filler, so you can have the more relaxed look. The key is not to overdo it. The key is to make it look soft, make it look gentle, and not make it look fixed. Okay. I'm going to go into some hair we've done. So you can see that this is something as a woman of color myself, I've not only dealt with myself, but we all have had issues with our, I would call hairline. And so there are certain procedures that over the years I've worked strongly and hard with, especially with people of color, to make sure I get better at being able to help with hair regrowth, especially without considering going into some major surgical outcomes. This is a lady of Caucasian descent. If you look at her center of her scalp, you will see closely that there's a little bit of hair regrowth within 3 months on some of the procedures we've done. This is somebody that totally was, had a full frontal baldness. We worked really hard to at least get some more hair so that she could do her hair in an updo. So I'm going to X out of that, and I am going to just show you a few other things. So these are some of the things we do with facial fillers, but I have a little bit of what I would call a mix of things I like to do with these, and I'd like to customize so that we don't end up with what I would call this extremely made up face, because that to me is never the compliment. So I'm going to get started. To my right is her before To the left is her after. So, but on this slide, it's going to be the opposite way around. To the left is her before, to the right is her after. To the left is her before. And so we did a few things here because she was now at this point interested in full facial lift. And being that I had known her for about 20 years, I decided that I wanted her to have a more natural look. So I was able to convince her to let's try something different. And that's good there. So we can talk a little bit about maybe some weight management, weight loss. So I took this before picture, and then this was about 6 months later. She was an extremely petite lady, as you can see from her lower half, but she had put on a lot of weight in the middle. And I felt that that was not only distorting, but it also was taking away her confidence. She had gone through a lot, and I worked really hard with her, and she was simply amazing in coming to the table with the mindset of, I know what I am and I know who I am, and I'm ready to put in the time, the nutrition advice, the customization, and we're able to go down 4 dress sizes. I will quickly go into maybe some technologies that we have where I'm now able to utilize beyond, say, weight loss strategies. I'm able to utilize certain modalities of treatments that are able to contour off areas that may have a little more stubborn body fat. So in this particular case, this is somebody who very active, strong exerciser, but just had the lower under the belly button fat deposit that we worked hard on with a laser energy-based modality of treatment. This was somebody that we also applied weight management strategies. This was customized. She had that mindset of, I'm going to do this. We were able to use some laser therapies and interventions. And by the last treatment, we had some skin tightening procedures, and none of this was surgical. So I just want to put that out there. We have a lady here who I did some treatments on her thigh. And so you can see to the left is before, the second picture is an after. And this is a man. So I know that Miss Robin had talked about, we're going to have our wonderful brothers on this session shortly. That's amazing. And I will say that I have a lot of male clients too. And that's because we're getting to a point where men also begin to realize it's no longer enough to be financially successful, but it's also their journey to have that balance of physical wellness, mental wellness. And they are coming to the table to open to the idea of getting care for themselves. And this was somebody who had some medical conditions that had decided he was not interested in now taking more prescriptions from his doctor for prediabetes, hypertension, and early onset lipid changes. And with actually working with his nutrition and his extremely busy lifestyle as a businessman, we were able to get him off his prescriptions, which was actually my biggest joy, not so much his weight loss. And we worked on a few things. This is a young lady. As you can see, she is not overweight by any stretch of the imagination, but even for the extremely thin athletic people, we can all connect to this, that sometimes your body won't let go of certain places. So we worked on some modalities of treatment that worked. So with that being said, I will quickly go to maybe one last one so I can stop and hopefully have time to maybe take a picture or two. So let's see. Okay, so I will do this. We women of color tend not to so much need lip augmentation, but I will say there's a woman of color here that did need lip augmentation because one side of her upper lip, as a little kid, she had a big injury with a scar. And to me, she looked gorgeous, but she had a consciousness about it. And so we decided that we would do something, and that's lip augmentation. This is a young lady who clearly wanted to have a little more lip augmentation, and that's what we did. So I think I have a lot more, but I would prefer to stop. And that way I would prefer to maybe have the opportunity to maybe take questions.
Okay, Dr. Jado, those questions are coming in. They are coming in. So the first question is from Michelle Walker Davis, and she is asking for frown lines on the forehead. What is the procedure and the possible risk over time?
Okay. So when we talk about fine lines, Michelle, I'm going to ask that I'm guessing you're talking about the horizontal frown lines on the frontalis muscle, but I also have to say that we have these strong frown lines that can be in the center. We call those lines that come from that, bringing the two eyes together and knitting. Sometimes those lines can become etched over time. This is one of the few places I will say that we are as an ethnic race, regardless of your spectrum, Fitzpatrick 5, 4, 3. I will say that I tend not to see the deeper lines in women of color. But I will say, though, that I am not unopposed to the idea of very minimal neurotoxin there. I'm not unopposed to the idea of having certain types of laser-based energies called microneedle with a laser attached to that called radio frequency, especially if you do not like the idea of having like a Botox. Those allow the skin and the lines to build new collagen so they can soften over time. There's amazing skincare, and I would not be surprised if you have people who may be coming after me to talk about skincare and facials and things you can do. But I will say that some of those lines are not just skin lines, they are action lines of muscles over time, creating indentations in the actual layers of skin that actually sometimes would require you seeing somebody you feel comfortable being extremely clear with them. You do not want a fixed face. You want to be an expressive person. You want to be able to just soften them. Many of these things that are used to actually reduce those lines, Michelle, are not necessarily harmful. Neurotoxins come from a particular organism that makes onabotulinum toxin, and that is just a modality of having the nerve endings stop making the muscles so aggressive. And so once you have a little bit of time to not have that aggressiveness with your facial muscles, that muscle lets go of the skin and the skin relax. I'm going to be super honest. It's something I would like to see more women of color doing, and I'll tell you why. Because that allows your skin to age better. It also allows the oil distribution to improve. It also allows for those who may not even realize they're having tension headaches and sometimes even migraines from some stress. It sometimes can ease that. And I think that beyond the aesthetics of it, I have quite a few patients that I actually use this now as a modality of treatment so that they're not walking around with a ton of tension in their scalp and in their neck, or along the temples of their face that they don't even know is coming from just stress and tension. And so sometimes I call it my twofer. They look good, but they feel even better. And so they get out there and they even do good. I don't know if this answered your question, Michelle, but if not, throw out another question on that and I'm happy to take it. But
she said, yes, it has. Everyone that's on here now, your mics have been unmuted. So you can actually jump in and ask Dr. Jatto a question, but we ask that you use the raise your hand feature so that we're not cutting each other off. In the interim, Hope Cheeks has a question. She says, good morning, Dr. Jatto, wonderful presentation and information. How many treatments of PRP did your patients need before you saw significant regrowth? And will they need continued treatments?
Good question. Everyone is different. For those who had minor hair loss, like say hairlines, I have had like 2 sessions, and I want to be pretty upfront that before I even do it, I do a few things. I will actually assess you. So part of why I had this conversation, I didn't show you pictures first, was I didn't want to come off as procedures just solve things. I want to be very clear about the fact that I would love that opportunity to not only examine you, make sure there are no nutritional deficiencies. Sometimes I even order blood work to make sure you don't have any issues with, say, hormonal changes. Sometimes I may want to get medications that your primary care doctor has you on. Why? What if you're on a medication that's causing hair loss and you have no idea? Sometimes I even want to get some genetical background information. Sometimes you're doing everything right. You take amazing supplements. You are an active person. You are not stressed out. You're savvy. You even have supplements going. But there may be a genetic condition. There may be an autoimmune condition. You may not even know that. And so a good outcome means a good workup. So some of those outcomes that you're liking, you see, was because of the work before the procedure. So I have in scenarios where there is no underlying reason, sometimes one session can get the hair follicles to go from what's called a rest phase to the beginning of the regrowth phase. Sometimes you have actually hair follicles that are dormant from stress, from androgenetic alopecia, from some signs of male pattern, some signs of maybe post-childbirth, maybe 2 sessions. What if you're getting to the point where you have something that's very common in the African community called CCCA? Those ones are my passion projects. Those are the ones that I really want to work hard with you, so that it may not just be what I'm doing to your scalp, I may be actually prescribing some treatments for you. So the answer is, it depends. It depends on what our possible etiology is for where you're having somewhat of a loss. And I think that that will dictate upon clarity of testing and workup, whether it's a session, 2 sessions, 3 sessions. Now, if there are multiple reasons, sometimes into the PRP, I add things. I will say sometimes I'll be adding stem cells. Sometimes I'll be adding anti-inflammatories if you have an autoimmune condition. Sometimes, so that's quite a bit. So I wouldn't want to go past that, but I would simply say it depends.
Thank you. I see host Karen Moore has a question. Karen, Dr. Karen. Dr. Karen, your hand is raised. You have to come off mute. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm on 2 different machines. I don't know.
I know.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jatto. That was a phenomenal presentation. I have a million questions, but if anybody else doesn't raise their hand, I'll get the help I need now. So what do you recommend for trouble sleeping? I know how important sleep is, and I think that many times, especially for women who are very busy and have a lot going on, and our minds don't seem to shut down, and you're only getting a minimal amount of sleep a night. What is your recommendation for sleep issues?
Honestly, Karen, thanks for that question. So sleeping is one of my bigger passions. I am yet to meet a healthy person who is having a little bit of trouble, because you can only go but so far. After a while, you almost feel like you're running on empty, and it's so multifactorial. You could be looking literally at the changes of life. We don't talk enough about these things, the changes of life. You could have from the estrogen changes, there could be that hypothalamus, circadian, thermostat dysregulation. And without going into medical jargon, what I'm basically saying is that we have what we call control centers in our brain. Right up there in the hypothalamus, the suprachiasmatic nucleus. They're working with another system that's called the reticular activating system. They're working with another system that creates your wake-sleep cycle. They're working with another system that's coming from the hormonal interplay. That's working with another system to understand your temperature regulation. That's working with another system to talk about your nutrition. Would you believe that sometimes to get it right, you would need to take a step back and actually, without making this sound complicated, troubleshoot from a dietary change? Sometimes I change people's breakfast to dinner, dinner to breakfast. Sometimes I change their workout schedules. Sometimes I realize from their hormonal assays, they actually are progestogen sensitive, and I look for bioidenticals. Sometimes they are fine. They are what I call late night sleepers. What we just have to do is make sure there's an efficiency. Sometimes they actually have a sleep disorder. And I'm so thankful that they're not sleeping, because by the time I do a sleep study, I discover that they actually have a sleep disorder that requires treating. And thank goodness they don't sleep so they don't end up with sudden death. Sometimes it's so stressful that your brain is on a super highway the moment you try to close your eyes, and all you're doing is thinking of what you're going to do the next day, and this and that and that and that. And there are so many integrative, not just prescription, but not only herbs, but teas, but spices, that by the time you understand the correct adaptogenic blend for yourself, you may find out that you may even do better going on an Ambien or a what are the things that most people have heard of? Let's think here. Or a Restoral, but you may be that person that needs to have something mixed. Who knows? Maybe a valerian root mixed with kava. Maybe you're the guy who's not for chamomile, or maybe you're the guy that should be on oral lavender. So what I would say, Karen, is this. For me, sleep is key. For me, nothing in the day is going to go well if the night doesn't start well. So your day is your night is your day. You can't distinguish the two. Part of the longevity that we seek in our beauty, in our lifespan, is going to be pivotal to break down the sleep issue, but then identify and resolve it. We can at some point offline chat, but Miss Robin will tell you, I'm 100% on that whole sleep thing. So that in of itself is almost like a specialty in of itself. We actually have medical doctors who are called sleep experts, actually. And that tells you that as clinicians, we are now just beginning to scratch at the surface of how important sleep is and how undiscussed sleep is. So I would simply start by saying, I would love you to maybe sit down and start to maybe journal, what does my day look like before I sleep? So that we can see if it's a day transitioning to a night problem, or if truly there's a night challenge that needs to be addressed. So maybe this is a topic for one-on-one, but I would simply say, Miss Karen, that sleep is super crucial, super, super, super crucial. We've got to sleep good. I'm not good if I don't sleep. I have a busy practice. I have other centers I manage. I just don't know how to do it if I don't sleep well. So I feel the key to wellness is that amazing sleep where you feel like you're ready to go. So I want that for each one of us on this platform.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Is there a particular, I know that it can vary by person, but what is really the recommended amount of hours for sleep a night?
It's amazing. I love that question because you're right. There's this misnomer out there, myth. I sometimes see they say 7 to 8 hours and all that. You almost cut yourself short by saying, oh my God, I'm not sleeping well. I think sleep is when you wake up and you feel good and refreshed. Because if you're able to cycle through the 4 stages of sleep and you're getting through your REM and non-REM sleep and you get back to that, those last 2 parts of your sleep are where the magic happens. That is pivotal to where you have your free radicals taken out of your system. You have your thermostat reset so your body core temperature lowers. You have your heart go to the slowest rate possible because that heart has been beating even before you got to know who you were. So that heart only gets a break when you sleep into a particular phase of sleep. Your lungs relax, your countenance relax, you have the dreams, things like that. So some people can pull that off in 5 hours. Some people can pull that off in 5 good, deep hours. And you'll hear people say that, I'm out. But then I get up at 4 and I can't go back to sleep. But the question is, if you went to bed early, you got up and you had 5.5 to 6 hours, are you refreshed? Do you feel ready to go? Are you ready to tackle the day? Are you ready to start your meditation? Are you ready to get up and do a morning exercise? You may be one of those who wakes up early, and that's me. I like deep sleep, but I'm an early riser so that I can attack the day before the day attacks me. So it means that you have to identify how you feel Do I wake up feeling refreshed and ready to go? Do I feel like I have to go back and get some more hours because I'm tired and foggy? Do I feel during the day that I'm not focused and alert and attentive, and I almost feel like I need a cat nap? Do any people that I've ever had in a room with me ever bring back information that I have snored? These are ways, we call them stopgap, that can start to clue you and your provider as into maybe your 6 hours is good because none of those questions are negatives, or maybe your 9 hours is terrible because even though you get 9 hours, you're still waking up with not being ready to go. So my answer is, it depends on your biological clock. We're not all set with the same clock, but you've got to understand the clock that you've been given. If you're going to be a 5-hour person, is it working? And if you're an 8-hour person, is it working? Because it wouldn't matter if you got 8 or 9 or 5, it's how are you doing with the time you're getting.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Marie has a question, Dr. Jado. She's asking, are there any foods that you recommend that we stay away from?
Oh boy, yes. I hope I don't get in trouble here.
I know you're going to say all the sugary sweet stuff, the stuff I like, my weakness, and all the starches, the bread.
You know what? Actually, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to say carbohydrates have been bashed for way too long. And I actually think that for women in particular, carbohydrates are essential. And that's why women will tell you that, I'm craving, this and I'm craving that. I think the elimination is part of some of the dysfunction we've had with food. And I think that anytime you're eliminating things, you're creating a relationship where you're now going to think of that as something you can't have. And in life, when I'm told or anybody's told you can't have it, you go there because that's the thing you think of. But I will say there are a lot of things that over time are beginning to become clear to us that even if you do not eliminate them, maybe a little less is better. We're going to talk about foods that cause end acetylated glycolic end products. I chose to bring that term up because I think it's important that we start to delve a little bit into what does that mean? These are foods that when you digest them, you are left with things that actually not only age you, but are more likely to turn on premature health issues, be it diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular risk, or better yet, cancer. If in fact you have the genetic possible predisposition, meaning any food groups that you have way too much of that are likely to turn on the wrong things are the things you should have least of. So we know that foods that are very high in polyphenols, so whether you come from the fruit group with the berries and the acais and the raspberries and your colored mangoes and your kiwis and your pomegranates, I mean, just looking at the color, the cherries is telling you something. That beautiful God-given color is letting you know that in there is something so high in antioxidation that it's willing and ready and able to wipe out a ton of all the leftovers from the stressors of your life. Also, when you now think about the foods that are coming to us today, they're quicker, they're refined, they're fastly prepared. They come out of bottles that have sat on shelves. They are put in your frozen freezer. You have to ask yourself, how is that food able to stay a food and not go bad? That preservative, is that what I need in me? So anytime you have something that is 3, 4, 5, 6 times removed from the intended starting point it was from nature, is a call to you to decide how much of that you need. So carbohydrates are good for us on the record, but what type of carbohydrates? If you're having carbohydrates that come out of the quinoas, if they're coming out of your sweet potatoes, if they're coming to you in your rice, but you're having in moderation, if you're having your textured bread, but you're not having too much, if you're having your potatoes, but you're enjoying them because you made them, they're good for you. We need them for the energy. So the more wholesome, nature-based your food is, the more likely you're skewing without even realizing it to getting a lot of not only macronutrients, but But what about the micronutrients, the things that we don't think about? The magnesium, the chromium, the selenium, the biotin that we all have heard about that are good for our skin and our nails, right? The zinc, the copper, the vitamin C's, the B12s. These exist in wholesome foods. Your soys, your grains have the B's, your green leafy vegetables. So what I'd like to do is turn this around and say this. I would prefer not to talk only about things that are bad for you, because that comes into a negative feedback loop. And part of our dysfunction with not being able to maintain good weight loss has come from you can't eat that and be on only this diet and only that diet. That's the dysfunction. That's where the inability to maintain weight management has come from. It's dysfunctional. Let's talk about the health of the food we eat. Let's talk about the nutrition that we deserve to get, and let's hold our food sources accountable to bring into us medicinal, wholesome, nature-based foods that are not full of stuff, that taste sometimes good, but truthfully could be poisoning us. So I took the topic and I expanded, and I did that intentionally. I don't even remember the question, but I just wanted to passionately put that out there, that I'm very big on food being medicine.
Thank you. Yeah, the question was the foods to stay away from, but I like your approach.
I'll just mention one that people won't like me that much for, so I'll just go for it. I think that as you get older, you have to be very careful about dairy cheese, simply because as that food group evolves from your childhood, you don't have as much as you think of the lactobacilli germ in your gut to break it down. And I see a lot of things coming from that. So I'll throw that one out there. How about that? And I won't talk about chocolates, and I won't talk about candy and stuff like that.
Okay. I'm just looking in the chat. Nancy says, I feel we should be paying Dr. Jada for all of her expertise. Should we have had your Cash App up here? I'm just playing.
No,
I'm just playing.
Yeah, this comes from my heart. This comes from love. Robin, you know you approached me about this. To be honest, Robin knows it's super busy, and most of you live extremely busy lives. So I'm not trying to suggest in any way, form, or shape that you're not busy. But if I'm going to give, I'm going to give. But what I will tell you is this, that there's more to unravel. So I'm not sure how this setup goes, but it's a passion for me to help my people. And what I mean by my people is people who look like me, who think like me, who want to believe in taking care of themselves like me, who have a philosophy of empowerment. And so however it's figured out to reach out, please feel free to reach out. I do a ton of consultations. They're not interactive, but I get as much joy as trying to individualize and create a strategy. And I don't feel that I should have all this in me and leave it within me. It's meant to be shared. So the least I owed everybody today was to share as much as I could with the time I have. I think I may be running into overtime. Are we there yet? Oh my goodness.
Good. No, you're good. You have until
a minute. I think
you have until 10:20. So you have a minute.
1 minute. So
if you go over, it's okay for a few questions. We want to take advantage of the opportunity to have you here.
Don't want to take from the beautiful women who are coming after me, because I would hate to have anybody's time cut short. To me, that's super important, that everybody gets the platform and just shares and loves on everyone, each other. I want to end by saying that I'm humbled to be the person who took the first dibs. I want to thank those who even started before me in terms of those who sang, those who meditated. I want to leave all of you with a thought that if you feel, if you believe, if you project, if you share the love and the wealth and the beauty that has bestowed upon you, then we can reach back and we can pull other young, beautiful, amazing women who are going to come when our time is over. Life is special. We have this amount of time where we're in the sun and we shine. we're going to eventually move out of the way to make way for my daughter's generation, and by God's grace, the generation after that. We want to make sure that the younger ones don't have to go through what we had to go through to get to the point where we began to understand, believe, speak, share, and empower ourselves in being well and Black beautiful. Please make sure that we pull them up. So part of our gift is to educate, but we must make sure that they don't start from where we started. They're going to have, if we do this right, a better way of being able to have the healthcare system individualize the way they are cared for, and not cookie cutter their care based off of care of other ethnicities. So we have a moral obligation to ensure that as we soak this all in, as we grow through this, that we must make sure that those beautiful, amazing kids who are 5, 10, 20, they get to not only take this to the next level, but we must look back in pride, seeing how far they took it because of what we did. So I do want to end on that note, that is upon us to make sure that every young Black girl and boy and person of color evolves from these types of experiences, that you're going to now go out there and you're going to make sure that you become that resource for them in whatever and however you do it. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Jado. And before Dexy comes on, I just wanted to thank you again. Someone just texted me and said, you are so beautiful. You have a beautiful accent, and what you gave today was more than they could have ever imagined and expected during your presentation. And so for those, yes, Dr. Jado is very beautiful and they love your accent. She's from Nigeria. So yes, and someone said,
I will say, if I may, that your heart is where your home is, right? So I look at myself, and I will quickly say this, I look at myself as a woman of the world, because not only was I born in the US, like most of you who are coming onto this forum, I was blessed enough to have a parent who is Nigerian, who had the foresight to take us back to Nigeria in our formative years so that we can soak that amazing culture, to which I owe a debt of gratitude because he's no longer here. But I have another parent who is not Nigerian. And so I look at myself now as that person who's been blessed enough to live in 3 continents. And I bring with me into this space all of that as the foundation upon which I stand. So I just wanted to say that, because that accent is the joy that I bring to the table with the not only experiences of where I've lived, but the people from where they've come. So thank you again.
Thank you so much. The chat's still going off. They're saying, thank you, you're amazing. Gratitude, Dr. Jado, empowered to empower. So now you all see why this beautiful woman is my physician. She takes care of me. The whole wellness, health is just been a dynamic partnership and relationship, doctor-patient. So I thank you. For those of you, I'm getting text messages out the wazoo who want to get in contact with Dr. Jado. I'll see if I can put her information in the chat, or just email me, contact me, you have it, and I'll be happy to give you Dr. Jado's information. Thank you again, Queen Dr. Jado. Thank you so much for joining. Dexy?
Thank you, Dr. Jado. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. It was an amazing, phenomenal presentation. And Dr. Robin, if I can, for just a moment, I'd like to recognize that one of our supporting partners is joining us this morning. Tara, if you'd like to say a word real quick. Tara Renee from African American Women in Cinema is joining us this morning, and we are so glad to have you here. Are you unmuted, Tara? There we go. Oh, it looks like we lost her. Oh, no, there you are. Are you on? There you go, Tara.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, beautiful.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Karen. This is absolutely amazing. Kudos to you and your great work, and to all the people here and your other supporters and sponsors. Thank you so much for making this day happen. We truly need this. Dr. Jado, you are just incredible. It is good to be able to come and sit down and be still for a moment and just gain all that we need to revive, rejuvenate, so that way we can go back to what we do refreshed, stronger, and more knowledgeable in how to maintain what God has given us. So thank you. It's an honor to be a part of this wonderful program today, and I celebrate with you, Dr. Moore. Super proud of you. Thank you so much again.
My sister. Thank you so much. All right, where are we, Dr. Robin? We are at commercials. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are promoting some businesses here today. You're going to see some amazing businesses and products that we certainly hope that you will support. And so we're going to do a couple of commercials, and then we will be back with the amazing voice behind your virtual events, Dex Trisha Vaught.
It is the repetition of affirmations that leads to belief. Once that belief becomes a deep conviction, things begin to happen. Muhammad Ali. I am in charge of my life. I am improving my life by eliminating the drama within it. I let go of everything and everyone that impedes my progress in life. I do not entertain negative thoughts, feelings, or conversations. I choose to be happy today. I am continually aligned with my higher purpose. I am strong.
And now, coming to the stage, ordained elder, purpose strategist, spoken word artist, featured on the first all-female gospel hip-hop mixtape, Ladies First, please welcome a woman of many words, Miss Marie Technique.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Dr. Robin and Dr. Karen. I'm just honored to be here today and receive this wealth of knowledge. I'd like to thank my husband and my bishop and church family, for allowing me to be here, not allowing, but just supporting me on this journey, and my beautiful sisters that have joined and people who have joined as well. I'm a poet and I speak the words of God. So I'm going to recite this poem that I wrote specifically for this event. I pray that it blesses you. I pray that it enlightens you and uplifts you. And I have my daughter here. Hello. She is a young CEO. Her name's Morgan Scott. She's the owner and CEO of Very, Very Much. So the last speaker, we just thank you for those encouraging words that you spoke. She heard every single one. And we are preparing to allow her future to be great and grand by putting her in atmospheres like this. So thank you so much. So I'll get started. And this poem, of course, is called The Color of Beautiful, as we all are in this room. Okay. You are the strength of this nation. In human form, God breathed greatness when he made you. Dipped in grace is the color of your face, hues and tones from midnight black to bone. You uphold kings, wordplay backs to bones. Queen, courage resides in us. It doesn't hide or play shy and coy. Courage remembers our name and meets us at every gate. It resounds in flesh tones from red bones and fresh picked vanilla bean. I'm talking about the kind not manufactured to appear lighter than it seems. Eyes beam just from a glimpse of your stature. How does it feel to know you are before and after? The beginning and the end. Made in the image and likeness, the semblance of him. Your very breath is remembrance of him. The lamb slain for forgiveness of sin. The Nazarene, flesh of a bronze kiss. To comprehend his existence is far beyond this. No words can ever suffice. For you, the earth roars and craves your pigment. The richer the soil, the deeper the roots. The blacker the berries, the sweetest of fruits, not just juice. But from the skin to the vine, baby, everything we touch shines. The essence of your presence exudes strength and commands reverence. Creation bows at your womb. Childbearing is essential, but whether you've birthed millions or none, there isn't part of you that's barren or lacks. Rivers of living water spring freely from your core to every open door. I said rivers of living water spring freely from your core to every open door. There is nothing off limits for you. I need you to hear this. There is nothing off limits for you, because we live in a time where awareness is scarcest. You are the color of beautiful. Every shade from the darkest to the brightest was sent to this earth as a gift to enlighten us. Beauty designed with you in mind. Queen, you are the color of beautiful. You are the strength of this nation. In human form, God breathed and birthed nations through you. Greatness when he made you. The color of beautiful, every shade and every hue. Thank you.
Ooh, that was amazing. There were some snaps going on in the back, Dr. Karen, Dr. Robin. People were saying, oh, I'm feeling this.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You know, I love you. You're so gifted and so talented. You're amazing. Hello to Princess Morgan in the background. Hi, sweetheart. Hello. Our little pint-sized entrepreneur who is doing some amazing things out here. And if you have a chance, follow her at, I get it back, Very Munch. She's incredible. Healthy snacks. She ships all over. So go check her out. But Marie, I just want to say to you, the words that you wrote just touched my heart. It just summed up everything of who we are, who we should be striving to be. You covered everything in that: health, wealth, skin tones. I I'm just speechless. You are
Thank you so much.
incredible. Dr. Karen, what do you think? You're on mute. We can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
You were absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And I was sitting here with tears running down my face. It's just, it was just phenomenal. And it means so much to hear those words and to be able to really embrace everything that you said about who we are. And it was phenomenal. And I so appreciate you. And I appreciate you talking about the color of beautiful, making that your presentation today. It just does my heart so good. I'm so full right now. And I just appreciate you again for taking the time to be here, and that beautiful girl that's sitting next to you. And it means so much to begin to, at that age, to start for her to not only be an entrepreneur, which is amazing, but to really, what did she say?
I started my business when I was 6.
Oh, excuse me, ma'am. Well, go ahead now. That is absolutely amazing. And to be exposing her to these kinds of words and this kinds of thing at that age is just amazing. It's just amazing. Thank you. I can't say anything else but amazing and phenomenal.
Thank you. Thank you for this platform and just everything that you're doing right now, this opportunity for everyone around the world, internationally, to join in and be able to experience this greatness, from all of us. So thank you. Keep going. We're here supporting and rooting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Marie, can you put your contact information in the chat?
Yes.
Marie definitely is. I'm gonna try not to cry because I get emotional about those.
Dr. Robin, no crying, please.
And I love this. Y'all know I cry.
Please, no crying.
Like my auntie
today.
I mean, for her not to, let me just say this. When I reached out to her and asked her if she would, first of all, do it, if she was available, she's very, very, very busy. And she just never says no. Let me check. She said yes. And then I asked her, would she write something for today? However God used her, would she do it? And look at what he did. And so I'm just totally grateful. A lot about her you don't know. I mean, she's traveled and opened for a lot of people. Kanye West. I mean, that's who she is. She's very humble. Just
thank you.
Very humble, very humble. But she's traveled and opened for a lot of famous celebrities and artists. And she's here on our platform today, sharing with us, and just beautiful. As you can see, beautiful inside and out. So I love you. And
I love you too so much.
And if you want her to write something special for you, do something for you, she'll do it if she can. Available information in the chat. Thank you. I see my sister. Please. I see my sister Tracy Dunbar in here. My little sister. I love you, Tracy. Okay. I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Karen. Bye, Morgan. Mwah.
Bye. Bye, Morgan. Thank you.
Thanks, Marie. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to do some videos.
suffering with a speech impediment, labeled mentally retarded, and held back in the first grade. Dr. Joe L. Dudley Sr. defied all the odds and became one of the most influential health and beauty industry icons the world has ever seen. Be motivated, encouraged, and inspired as you listen to how one man turned his struggles into strategies and his shortcomings into success. Listen to his legacy at www.patreon.com/Joe Dudley Sr. That's www.patreon.com/Joe Dudley Sr. The Dr. Joe L. Dudley Sr. Legacy Project is sponsored by Every.Black, no .net, and no .com. Just Every.Black. .black is the new .com.
And now, here to introduce and facilitate our panel on colorism, who told you your Black is not beautiful? Dr. Karen D. Moore.
Thank you, Dexie. Thank you so much. I'm very honored to be able to facilitate this panel. As many of you know, colorism is what the Color of Beautiful is all about, in having conversations, initiating dialogue, and beginning to really talk about colorism and how it affects our communities of color. And we have an amazing, amazing group of women who are going to come together and talk about beauty and colorism. We have Dr. Kathy Barton Brown, who's also going to speak to us later about mental health, who is a psychotherapist. We have Michelle Diamond Nelson, MBM, BMM, founder of Next Level Promotions. We have CC Stinson, filmmaker, Renee Moore, MPH, who is the public health advisor for I Am the Color of Beautiful. And we want to welcome you ladies to the Who Told You Your Black is Not Beautiful. I just want to know, who told you that? So that's what we're going to talk about today. Who told you your Black is not beautiful? Welcome, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to start off with, first of all, I want to let everyone know what colorism is, because some people don't know. And I had the experience recently of talking with a woman who was Asian, and she was helping me with the business matter. And she said to me, she asked me about what I do, and I talked about, colorism, and she said, "What is that?" I don't know what that is. And so I told her what it was. And she said, my mother always told me to stay out of the sun and not get darker. I didn't know it had a name. So colorism is the discriminatory practice of favoring light skin over what we at the Color of Beautiful call deeply melanated skin. We tend not to use the word dark skin because it has a negative connotation. So we say deeply melanated. It's not wrong to say dark skin. We just choose to say deeply melanated. And one of the things that I have come to learn by not only talking with my sister and with my other sister, Cece, that colorism does have two sides.
Yeah.
And it's not just deeply melanated women who are affected by this ism, but many times light-skinned women have negative experiences also and are affected by it. So one of the things that we do is, it's very important for me and for us to open up this dialogue to not only deeply melanated women, but also to our lighter skinned sisters to be able to have this conversation. And so I'm so honored for all of you to be here today to talk about this ism that plagues the Black community, that plagues communities of color, and how about your particular experiences and how we can move forward in having more dialogue and really coming together to understand each other better and to really be able to get beyond this and to stop bleeding on each other and bleeding on our children. And that's really what so much of what I do is really about that. So I want to ask this question for you. Who defined beauty for you? And how do you define beauty now? So I want you to just kind of for a moment think about your early experience, your early life, and exactly who defined beauty for you. And as you came about and as you progressed in life, how do you now define beauty? So let's start with Michelle. Let's start with you, Michelle, the beautiful Michelle. I met Michelle just the other day, and we connected in such a way, and we were talking about this very subject. And so I invited her to be here on the panel today. So let's start with you, Michelle.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much, Dr. Moore, for having us. And I tell you, this is something that has been a part of our everyday conversation growing up as a child. Of course, you know, I'm from the Caribbean, the island of Jamaica, and it's something that we discuss quite often about how we are plagued or troubled by this colorism. And for me, growing up, it was society that pretty much determined, you know, who I was at that moment or who I should look like. And it's sad to say, but it is our, you know, fun fact reality right now, you know, socioeconomic status, all of these things. And now that I am older, I'm grateful that I have, you know, grown, and my mindset now allows me to embrace who I am, because we are such beautiful people. No matter your color, we shouldn't be defined or, you know, placed in a box based on the color of our skin. And, you know, it took a while for me to get here because, of course, I wanted to look like the models on television, you know, as you see the blonde hair, you know, the contacts, the blue eyes, and so forth. And, you know, my grandmother, of course, people know in the islands, we are out of many one people. And for me, it's the amalgamation of people, you know, it's just so beautiful because I have Chinese, we have the Indian, you know, so much. And, you know, the features are such a beautiful thing. And when we look at each other, we should just be able to embrace and just have appreciation for one another. And right now, I'm just on this movement to make sure that our youth pretty much don't experience what I had to go through when I was younger. You know, it was like the middle ground for me, because of course I was on the lighter end, and I had the conversation with you, Dr. Karen, about it, was when I migrated to the US, of course, I was, you know, much more darker toned because growing up in the islands, my skin tone was more tan. However, I was still, you know, the lighter skin child growing up. And when I arrived to the US, of course, climatic changes, you know, dealing with the colder weather, my skin tone gradually got lighter. So when I visited back home, and I haven't been back home in a long time, and a few of, you know, those that I called friends at the time, they're like, you know, in my ethnic tongue, girl, yeah, bleach. And I'm like, wait, what? You know, what are you talking about right now? And, you know, it was just like, oh, you're bleaching your skin. You're gone to America. And now you think you have to look like, you know, the white woman. And I'm like, well, push pause, never, ever had done any such thing, you know, to myself. And it was just like a huge traumatic experience for me, because I cut off a lot of people throughout life, because if you're not going to embrace each other for who you are, you have no place in my circle. And if you're not going to be a positive stature in my life, then what purpose do you serve? I can't have you in my circle, you know, giving off negative energy, because that's not what we're about. You know, I honestly believe in uplifting and building as a people. And it's just sad to say, I could go on and on for hours about it. And I've seen, you know, being in the middle, like I said, both sides of the totem pole, you say, you know, of course, I've had, you know, certain privileges that others were not privy to, because of course I was lighter toned. And then for me, it kind of played mentally, because I always wanted to, you know, look the part, look better, speak better. And, you know, it was funny thing, on my timeline on yesterday, my best friend, may she rest in peace, we were having a dialogue on Facebook and pretty much talking similarly about this colorism and how people view you. And in my journey in life, I've had the, you know, I wear many hats. So I actually, was a recruiter in part of my life. And I was interviewing someone and, he was just like, oh, you speak so eloquently. May I ask where you're from? And, oh, your skin tone. And, it was just going on. And I detect an accent, but I can't place my finger on it. And I'm like, in the middle of an interview, really? Like, what are you doing right now? Needless to say, I did not allow that to, throw me off course. I stayed focused, but it's just, the societal stigmas that's placed and then the preconceived notions that you have to deal with. And I'm like, just because I'm a woman of color does not mean that I cannot speak eloquently, and oh, you speak white. No, I'm to speak proper. I had great morals instilled. I grew up around some amazing men and women that played a huge part in my life. And because of this, I know how to apply myself. And therefore it's not, oh, you speak white. I just know how to present myself. And it's just so much. And then, my mom, of course, she was darker because she was, what we say, her roots, Cherokee and Arawak Indian. So she was of darker tone, but beautiful skin. And I always wanted to be of darker tone like my mom. But, I've seen where she had so much, troubles in her life, dealing with certain things and the stigmas and not being accepted by certain, groups. And the same applied for me, just trying to fit in and, oh, you're too light, or, oh, you're not dark enough, or, oh, you think you're better than us type things. And it's just sad. And I just want us to make sure that anyone growing up, little girl, little boy, they have us that they can look up to, and this amazing platform to even play back and like, wow, these are some beautiful intellectual people that are feeding us, giving us nourishment for our bodies and souls. And we are great. And it's not just based on the color of our skin. We are truly Black excellence. And that is the message that I'm here for, the campaign. And I'm just grateful to be here. So thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Michelle. How about you, Dr. Kathy? Who defined beauty for you? And how do you define beauty now?
Well, I had an issue early on because I had these holes in my face. And so I had an issue with my whole face because I was told by an older man that someone bit me in the face. So, as a little girl at 5 years old, you go and you look at all the other kids, they didn't have these things in their face. And fortunately, my mom could detect that there was a change in my mood. And she said, girl, what is wrong with you? And she sat me on her lap. She said, those are not holes, they're called dimples. And she kissed me on each cheek. And she said, an angel kissed you. No one bit you, an angel kissed you. And those are called dimples and they're beautiful. So that was my first, taking in and remembering the word beautiful. And as God would have it, I got to first grade and Mrs. Walker was my teacher and her dimples were deeper than mine. And she reminded me every day to smile. But when I was 12 years old, and I've shared this story with you before, Dr. Karen, my family redefined my definition of beauty because I was playing with my cousins and we were all at the pool and we could all swim very well except one. And I pushed in the one that could not swim. And unfortunately, we all have people in our family who have mental health issues, which is why I spend my life focusing on being emotionally healthy, because it's our family members who destroy us, those that are close. So my one unhealthy family member called a family meeting to say that I attempted to kill my 11-year-old cousin because she was lighter than me. I had never heard that before. She was lighter than me, she was thinner than me, she was prettier than me, and her hair was longer than mine. And so all of that redefined what beauty was to me. And I'm so grateful to have a supportive mother because, needless to say, my mother stood up and had some choice words for everyone in the room, including her own mother, because no one stood in my defense to say, why would a child simply playing have an intention to harm someone, and why would it be about color? So the rest of from 12 years old to adult days, I segregated myself from the family because I no longer felt good being around them. I no longer felt family being around them. And I didn't feel good even about myself being around it. But one thing that it did, it gave me a preference for people who were deeply melanated, to the point that I prayed and asked God to give me a chocolate baby, because I wanted to nurture a chocolate soul. I wanted her to know that every drop of her being was gold. And you know, I have that little chocolate baby.
Yeah, she's a
And
beauty too.
she is precious. But you know, we have to be conscious that when we get those wounds, when we get those injuries, how do we go back and use it positive for the next generation? I so applaud you for what you're doing, because it is all about going back and helping those little girls, for me, you know, and boys who have been damaged by family members. And this whole thing that we have of, we called it panning, blazing, where we put each other down in the family and we talk about each other. From 12 years old and up, that literally turned my stomach to see it happening in my family or any other family, because we learn to reject each other and negate each other within the family, where we should be loved and accepted no matter what. If we could just teach our children from the time they get here to accept themselves, whether that is deeply melanated, curvy, whatever it is, then they will learn to accept other people.
Right.
So I am so grateful that Carol Ann Barton stood up on the day when I was 12 years old and reminded me of my own beauty and kissed my cheeks once again.
Oh, that's wonderful. That is beautiful. Beautiful. Cece, talk to us about who defined beauty for you and how do you find beauty now?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I just want to note that we may have some construction going on. It was very poor timing. So if I have to mute myself, I apologize beforehand. But Dr. Brown, I really resonate with a lot of what you were saying. I grew up in Baltimore, Maryland. I'm a B-more girl through and through. Pretty much was like 85% Black. I went to a private school. I was bullied pretty much my whole entire childhood, so much so that my family decided for my sister to take custody of me. And I actually went to high school in Europe because it was very, very violent. And I just never understood the why. I really did not. People who know me know that I've been an advocate all my life. My nickname is Angie because I speak, and you know this, Karen. I have always been very outspoken. So when I decided to do some research, because I felt like, well, maybe people just don't know exactly what's going on. No, that wasn't the case. There are so many books that have been written on this. I spoke to university professors, people with PhD, to really continue to drive down as to the root cause of this. And this issue of colorism is not just in America, it's been around for thousands of years. But what I want to advocate for is how it's portrayed in Hollywood and in the movies, what we call like the tragic mulatta. So this was invented in I want to say like 1800s to basically say that anyone with mixed, I even hate that terminology, mixed. What? Anyone that was biracial, anyone that was biracial is looking for a life of hardship, to be ostracized, just downtrodden, and eventually a traumatic death at the end. And I can definitely speak more on that, but that's unfortunately how beauty was defined for me. And I couldn't wear my hair curly. I just really now started doing that.
Right. So we're going to go to Renee now. Now, before Renee talks, Renee is my biological sister. And one of the things that I was able to see the other side of colorism, some of you that may have seen the pre-show, in my production, I do something called Brown Skin Blues. And so once my sister accepted the fact that she was light-skinned, because she would tell me I'm not light-skinned, and I would say, yes, you are. But once she accepted the fact that she was light-skinned, she said to me, light-skinned girls have blues too. And I was like, well, since when? Since when do light-skinned girls have blues? But, she schooled me, even though I'm the oldest. She schooled me and let me know. And so I began as I speak, and as Cece and I have spoken, and Michelle and I had a conversation, and other women that are considered light-skinned have had conversations. I began to see that, yes, the hurt and trauma is on both sides. So Renee, tell us, who defined beauty for you, and how do you define beauty now?
Well, initially it was my family. My mother and father were very supportive, and they always told us how beautiful we were. But unfortunately, you can't stay home. So when you go out in school and in society, for me, it was actually a little flipped, because most of my friends tended to be darker, to be deeply melanated. And they also tended to be the ones that were divas, as my sister is. And I'm very much give me a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, I'm good. Thank you, Cece, thank you. So they were always the ones that were getting all the attention. They were the ones that were beautiful. They were the ones that were fashionable. So it always made me feel like I wasn't beautiful. I wasn't, so I finally went to college. I was like, okay, great. I'm promoted to my sister, because I was always seemed to be compared to my sister. I never really was given my own identity. I was always Karen's little sister. I had an uncle that called me Little White Karen. So I never was able to really establish my own identity and feel beautiful about me. I went off to college. I thought, this is great. I can be who I am. There were two black females in the entire college. One of them was dark skinned, and she was a diva. So people would walk up to me, and they wouldn't tell me that I wasn't beautiful. What they would say to me is, oh my God, isn't she beautiful? Isn't she gorgeous? So I was kind of left with the feeling that I'm just not a beautiful person. And so, I have grown through a lot of what the work that Karen has done, to recognize that we each have our own beauty, that God has created us each in wonderful different colors. And it's a beautiful thing. And that we have to feel beautiful in order for other people to see us as beautiful. And we have to let people know that, it's not about the shade of my skin, it's about the content of my character.
Absolutely, absolutely wonderfully said. So Dr. Kathy, I want to ask you, when we talk about all of these different experiences that we have with colorism, and can you talk just for a couple of minutes about the mental health effects of what happens when people are exposed to colorism? I know for myself, beauty for me was defined, it was defined in a number of different ways. I'm about to tell my age right now. So even though there wasn't a whole lot of necessarily in the media and in film and things, there may not have been a whole lot of women who looked like me, who were put up there as beautiful, but every little brown girl wanted to be Foxy Brown, Pam Grier. Okay, I'm telling my age now, for real. Okay, every brown girl wanted to be Foxy Brown because Pam Grier was the bomb, right? So we did kind of, even though a lot of Foxy Brown was sexualized, but still, it was like, okay, we've got Pam Grier and we want to be Foxy Brown. But can you just talk to us a little bit about how women, we are affected, it affects our mental health when we are victims of colorism, and how we can begin to get beyond that?
It sets up in our mindset a very different view of ourselves. In fact, to this day, my beloved Karina, my deeply melanated child, teases me about, why do you think that you're darker? Because after that experience at 12 years old, and I was 12, I am now 60. So 48 years later, I still call myself deeply melanated. I still see myself as a darker person because I wanted to be after that experience. And being compared to the lighter cousin shifted me to a whole nother place. Well, where the kids grew up calling me orange and white and yellow, and I was offended. Like, you got to learn your colors. Obviously, we're not doing well teaching you your colors, but it resonated so deeply within my being that it changed the perspective of who I was when it came to color. Now, a lot of times, the rejection that we experience in the family, and sometimes it's self-imposed. That one message that we hear, we begin to see ourselves. Maybe they didn't say it, but now we see it that way. It's like my grandmother was beautiful, but because she was told at 7 years old she looked like a mule chewing ice, she struggled until she died at 92 years old with seeing herself as beautiful, and she was stunning. So it affects our mental health because we reject people before they get a chance to reject us, because we're so used to being rejected based on the external. We lose sight of, I am fearfully and wonderfully made. And whatever I am, I have a lot in me to contribute to this world. But if that mindset can get in there, it derails us from being powerful and impactful because we don't feel good about ourselves. And when we don't feel good about ourselves, we begin to tear other people down. So anytime we take pot shots at people because they're lighter, because they're darker, all it says is, I need to bring you down to my level because I see you as above me, or you wouldn't be a target. And so we set up the mindset of sister against sister. We set up the mindset of, you're my enemy because you look different. You're my enemy because you're deeply melanated. Maybe in my family, they gave kudos to people who were deeply melanated, and I'm not. So the nonverbal message that I get is, I'm not good enough because in my family, we call it chocolate. I'm not good enough because I'm not chocolate, I'm butterscotch. And so we go into the world, into workplaces, into parenthood, into being mothers with these mindsets, but we're not whole, we're not healthy, we're not emotionally stable. So then we set aside a whole nother generation who now have the issues that we carried in our heart. That is why your platform is so critical.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much. Renee, if you want to talk for just a couple of minutes as we get ready to see if we can take some questions, if you can talk to us about the public health aspect of colorism, and I know it kind of ties in with the mental health, but if you could just talk to us for a couple of minutes about public health.
Sure. So it's very much a public health issue because it does affect our mental health. And if we're not mentally healthy, then that affects us in every aspect of our lives. It affects us in our socioeconomic status. It affects us in our relationships. It affects us in our jobs. And it's just this whole idea of having to prove that we're worthy to be in a space is an awful lot of stress. So we go into work stressed, and then we have the stress of, I can't act like they think I'm going to act. Because automatically, if I voice myself, if I say who I am, if I say that I'm not happy with the way I'm being treated, then I'm the angry Black woman. So, it's so we're in this space where we're constantly stressed about being able to express ourselves, about being able to feel good about ourselves, about being able to wear our hair the way we want to wear our hair, about feeling that we're under constant judgment. And it's affecting our physical health. It's causing high blood pressure. It's causing, all kind of skin disorders. It's causing mental stress. So every aspect of our life is affected by our ability to feel that we are beautiful, that we're accepted, and that we belong in a space.
Wow. Wow. Thank you all so much. So we're going to take some questions now. If anyone has any questions that they want to put in the chat, or if you want to raise your hand, we can do that at this time.
I just wanted to talk about, I don't know if you guys even remember back in the day where we didn't even have cosmetics that were geared toward our skin tone.
Dr. Robin and I were talking about that.
That is a new revelation. Does anyone remember Fashion Flare? Does anyone remember that? Okay.
Yeah, because I was a red looking something for a long time.
Yes.
And then you got to buy 3 or 4 different ones to try to mix it together to see if it. I was a red looking something for a long time.
And how stressful is that? That, you know, I just to spend my money or to look a certain way, I've got to spend more money than you. Because instead of buying the one shade that matches me, I've got to go buy 5 shades and hope I can mix them all together. So I'm even stressed in the process of trying to present myself to the world the way I want to present myself to the world. I'm stressed in the process of having to spend money to get my hair permed because God forbid I walk up in someplace with a natural hairdo. You know, so I mean, it's stressful to the point where you have to have a law to allow me to wear my hair the way I should be able to wear my hair in any space that I show up.
Exactly. And it's only been passed in the House. We're waiting to see if the Senate will pass the Crown Act that will say that we can't be discriminated because we choose to wear our natural hair. Unbelievable. We have some questions.
Yeah.
Shani?
Hello, good morning, wonderful women and men that are on the platform this morning. I just want to say thank you, Dr. Robin, host Karen, the whole team for putting on such a fantastic event. I woke up this morning and came right on, y'all. And it's just been very liberating hearing all you just speak and talk and educate. And as a young man in business and, leadership, I've being dark, deeply melanated myself and Jamaican, I can definitely feel the sentiments of what you guys are talking about, just moving from Jamaica to America. But my question as a young man to the panel is, as a young Black man, what is something that I can do and also encourage other Black men or men in general in terms of what to say to these women that believe that their skin color might not be it, or because I think all international shades of beauty, and I feel though as a man sometimes it's a privilege for me to say this, as a man, but as a woman it's kind of a different situation. So what is some advice you guys could give as a young man that wants to uplift women and make sure they do feel like they're beautiful no matter what their skin color is, but be a part of that conversation in a way that, it's encouraging and it's overcoming rather than something bad?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I want to say that's challenging, but go ahead. Maybe Michelle has a good way to do that.
Okay, I'll just jump in real quickly. And yes, coming from the islands, it's a huge transition. However, I'm going to make it brief because I know Dr. Brown had something to say as well. I just feel to encourage, that woman, letting that person know that, they're Black, their tone is beautiful, and it shouldn't be based on the color of your skin, how you're seen by society as a whole. I think you may have missed what I stated initially about that. And as Dr. Brown said, right now it's about the mindset and, internalize how you truly feel about yourself. Your worth, how you feel is what should empower you, not the color of your skin, what you're doing right in your now, what you're doing in your community, in your position, making changes. That's how you empower someone. And it's not based on your skin tone. And as far as everything goes, the burden of colorism, make sure that you're not, it's so much untrue assumptions about it, and just talking about class alliances and different income status, just wipe that from your mental. That has nothing to do with anything. Who you are as a person should come from the inside, because inner beauty is what defines who you are, period.
Awesome. I was going to say that I was thinking that it's a little challenging because sometimes women always think you're trying to talk to them. When you say something to them, sometimes it's like, you're not getting my number, okay? And, you're telling me I'm beautiful, but you're trying to get my number and all the rest of that. But like Michelle was saying, I think that there's a way, you just have to put it out there at the same time to be able to say to a woman, you look really great today, sis, you're beautiful and all of that. And I just wanted to tell you that, because like I say, sometimes we live in a world of suspicion. Women, we're very suspicious. What do you want? But it's wonderful that you want to do that. And I think that you should put it out there. Absolutely. Dr. Kathy, you want to say something?
Yes, I wanted to say what a wonderful question to ask.
Yes.
And as an African-American male, affirm to them the beauty of their natural states, that they don't have to have anything but their natural wake-up face. They don't have to change their color. They don't have to, the more you affirm for them their natural state, the better they'll feel about themselves. Because indeed, we are suspicious. The reason we're suspicious is because most of the guys that try to holler are looking for one thing. And so it sets us up to say, put your dukes up, because here they come. But when you acknowledge her as sis, that's going to bring the guards down. And then she'll be able to hear you without the suspicions filter of he's trying to get with me. So, but being able to say, sis, I want you to know that your absolute natural beauty overwhelms me. I love the color of your skin. I love the texture of your skin. I love the sway in your hips and the beauty of your smile.
Oh, Dr. Kathy.
Yes.
Give me the words. Give me the words.
Now, if you're trying to holler, you can go there. But if not, she's going to walk away, and she's going to not walk, she's going to sashay away because you have validated her on a whole nother level.
Yeah.
And I just want to say too, I think it's so important not to qualify my beauty.
Mm-hmm.
Don't say you're beautiful, and not that you would, but don't say you're beautiful for a dark-skinned girl, or
right.
Hey, red bone. Don't qualify my beauty. Tell me that I'm just beautiful. Don't put any mention or relationship to my skin color. And I think the more that we are told that by men such as yourself, the more we begin to be able to accept it and recognize that not everybody is trying to some people just want to give us a compliment. Right. And that we'll be more receptive to that compliment. Because I'll never forget, I was at a gas station pumping gas, and a guy said to me, "Hey, beautiful." And I was like, "Not today." I just turned my head, and he said it again. And then he made me feel so small, because when he got ready to walk away, he said, "I'm not fresh, just friendly." And that made me recognize that my guard is so up that I was not even able to receive a compliment.
Wow.
So we have to really, the more we're told that, the more we can receive it, and the more we can be open to it.
Absolutely. And for men, use beautiful, not sexy.
Yes.
Because my mind shuts down as soon as you say sexy. And I'm ready to get my razor out and cut you.
I love it. I love it. I just wanted to add one thing, and shout out to a dear friend, media personality here in Atlanta, Mr. Deja Vu, and he uses the phrase "boo boo," be you, be unique, and I love that because it, Dr. Brown and Ms. Moore just stated, we're just beautiful, beings, period, and telling a sister that they're beautiful, it says a lot. And we are all individually unique. So be you, be unique, be beautiful. Just that in itself is just an amazing energy piece to put out there, because if we try to be someone else other than ourselves, it would be a very dull world. So we are all unique and beautifully gifted in our own rights.
Yes. The beautiful Queen Merck has her hand up. All right, beautiful.
so much for opening up with this topic and looking at both sides of it. I really do appreciate hearing all of your words of wisdom. My question would definitely have to be, is it you all intentionally came here to speak on both sides, but I myself, I have a nonprofit organization, Your Seat, Our Table, and young women of color just come together to just have these kind of discussions. But sometimes it can't be civilized because there's always one perspective that wants to be heard over the other, because one person may think that their struggle weighs heavier than others, when really it's all about hearing everyone out. So my question to you, I mean, I understand that we did both perspectives this way because we're at a point in our life where we're mature enough to see both sides. But my question is, how do you actually open up the conversation to where every person can be heard in the Black community? Like, how does that work? Because it seems so hard to do it without having someone hit the other person against the other, and then you have people taking sides, and it becomes a separation when really it's about finding common ground and trying to understand more about one another. So how do you just sit and have that conversation in a respectful and open manner?
Oh, what a great question.
Yes.
What a really, really great question.
Start with history.
One of the things that
Really?
I think,
Yeah.
Dr. Kathy, I know might be able to give some other, one of the things that I think is very important is to understand that we're all, maybe I shouldn't say that we're all, but that a lot of us are coming from a place of a lot of pain. And when you're coming from a place of pain, it can be difficult to see someone else's perspective, to hear someone else's perspective, because all you know is your pain. So I think that when you talk about trying to have it in a more understanding way, I think that for one thing, it's important to open the conversation with, I know that we're all coming from different places, from different spaces, but we're here to listen to one another and to empathize with one another and understand one another. And we want to come from a place of love, that regardless of what your experience might be, that we're here to come from a place of love and to have a conversation. And that in having that conversation, that you're willing to really listen to what your sister is saying. And she is your sister. So coming from a place of love and empathy and being able to understand that, we all have experienced different things. And some of us are still so very traumatized.
Yes.
That it can be difficult to see another person's perspective. But Dr. Kathy, I'll let you kind of come in there with that.
Well, when we come from a background of the pain, we automatically come with our defenses up.
Yeah.
And so we're ready to argue. So one of the things that I would suggest, particularly if it's a group of people, setting ground rules, number one. Number two, do a verbal contract. Have everyone stand up and pledge, to respond, not react, to have a new mindset, to be open, to grow, to walk out of the room with new perspectives, that no one's coming in there to fight the battle. We know the battle. We've all been through the battle and we have the scars to prove it. But we have come to this place for a new mindset. And so we will set this platform that this will be changed. This will be hearing. This will be connecting. This will not be bashing. This will not be rehashing, but this will take us to a new place in our community, in our climate, and we will come out better because of this one meeting.
Yeah.
Wow. Awesome. Awesome. Let's get one more hand, ladies, because we could go all day with this. And we are over time, but let's see what Tara wants to say. Tara.
Okay. Yes, this is absolutely amazing. And my question is for Dr. Kathy Brown. Thank you so much for just rich insight So there's some people in my inner circle who believe that the origin of family members putting down one another and undermining one another, not being supportive to each other, came back. Well, they focused, or they researched it back to 1712, the Willie Lynch speech that really diabolically set the tone for a lot of that. But then there's some say that it went even further than that. But I wanted to know, in your research, were you able to find the source of this?
I have not researched the source because honestly, and I'm not being disrespectful, I don't care about the source. I care about the damage that's been done and how to undo the damage. And so my focus has been on teaching my family, my children around me. We don't dog each other out like that. You can go out on the corner and talk to a stranger and get put down. And in our family, we should come for support and love and acceptance. And if you cannot open your mouth to say something positive to your family member, be quiet. And I have an evil twin named Kate that comes out with a vengeance when I hear any of my family members tearing each other down. The world is hard. We talk about how hard it is for Black men. It's hard for anyone of color. And so we have to be vigilant. Now, if we're going to be vigilant, that's where we're vigilant at. Teaching our people to support, love, and speak positive of each other. We've had enough negative. So let's build. We can't do anything about what's been done, except to undo the curses and have new blessed ways that we're walking in. So that's what I focus on.
Awesome, awesome. And Michelle said that icebreakers are also a great way to start. Yeah, that's a great way to start.
I was going to say that
icebreakers.
I was going to say icebreakers are good because sometimes you can use them to establish a common ground.
That's
You can say, how many of you have ever been hurt by colorism? How many of you, have somebody in your family that you love? If you can make people see that they have more in common than they have different, then that's a way for them to kind of recognize that, you have pain too. And to always establish that you can't speak to the level of my pain because you haven't had it.
That's right.
Don't disqualify my pain. But we need to both accept it and understand that we're both in this together. And that if I can see you as having the same experience as me, regardless of whether it was from a different perspective, then I can be empathetic towards you and I can be respectful of you.
Absolutely.
Awesome, awesome. Ladies, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this conversation. We so appreciate you being here. We'll have to come together for a colorism conversation.
Yes.
And we truly appreciate you being here today and giving your words of wisdom and for sharing and being so transparent about your experiences. Thank you, ladies, so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. All right, Dr. Robin, where are you, girl?
I'm just sitting here shaking my head. What a phenomenal discussion and dialogue, much needed. And I mean, it's just unbelievable to think that, in this century, 21st century, that we are still having to have these conversations. I'm just looking at the chat and it's unbelievable. Some of the comments that were, mentioned. And sometimes even in family, I'm always transparent, and some of my relatives favored those who were lighter complected over the darker ones. I mean, it was obvious, to children growing up, to myself, it was obvious. I used to feel so bad, but it was out of ignorance. But today's conversation was incredible. I don't know if she's still in here and even if she would even comment, but Tracy, said, comments like, you're beautiful for a dark skin girl, just horrible comments. So this was really informational, healing, I'm sure, for many. And the chat it speaks for itself if you go in there and look at it, Dr. Karen. This is such a much needed discussion. And so I'm glad that we had the discussion and the conversation today.
Yes, absolutely. And one of the things I know that I regularly say is we have to call it out when we see it, when we hear it. We have to be willing to stand up and call it out, even if it's grandma. In all respect, grandma, we don't talk like that anymore. We don't use those terms anymore, you know, the name calling. And even when you consider, when you say it in jest, you don't understand how hurtful it is and how a person carries that throughout the rest of their lives when we start doing these name calling things that we do.
That's so true. That's why I just, you know, the concept, and I thank God for the vision for International Shades of Beauty. All shades matter. And from the darkest melanated to the brightest of bright like a ghost, you know, it doesn't matter the color of the shade. They all matter and all beautiful.
Yes.
So I'm just grateful for the conversation today. Thank the panel. Thank each and every one of you on there. And Dr. Kathy, you are something else.
She is.
Dr. Kathy.
She is.
Love you, Dr. Kathy. Haven't met you in person.
Dr. Kathy's amazing.
Dr. Kathy. The whole entire panel amazing, but I'm just saying, Dr. Kathy, you funny. Okay.
All right, we're going to share a couple of commercials and we're going to move on to our next one.
Homeland, my place called down home. Homeland is where recalling your home pulls emotions. There is no place like home. This book is about preserving homelands and race and ethnic relations in a global world viewed from an American descendant of slaves' perspective. Finding home depends on knowing universal truths grounded in facts. As a race relations instructor, Addie Banks has learned that none of us should point fingers at any person. As humans, we all, white, black, and ethnic, learn biases about others. The truth will sustain humankind by teaching love, respect, and do no harm. Homeland, my place called down home. Get your copy today at Lulu Bookstore, lulu.com. That's Lulu Bookstore, lulu.com. Get your copy today.
Live life carefree, looking out for better days. Just call it a raise, I'm hoping to rise. Love on my black sisters, let's collab, not collide. While our people provide, light skin, dark skin, but we all on the same side. Come together on the same time, dark and lovely. Yeah, I love mine, beautiful we are, huh? Queens we are, I must admit, and we will go far. Don't ever forget, yeah, I must admit, black queens we are.
Dark and lovely I am, the color of beautiful, beautiful, wonderful it made, the color of beautiful, beautiful, God made me beautiful, yeah, I am so beautiful.
Okay, I love that track. I'm just back here grooving. If y'all could see me right now, make sure you download your track because we're going to have a 24 hours of I Am the Color of Beautiful where you can send in your videos and show us how you're being beautiful. So you guys stay on the lookout for that. Okay, so now coming to the stage in 2013, Tiffany Spriggs became a master stylist. After working in a salon for over 10 years, she decided it was time to venture into the world of entrepreneurship. and From Eden Hair Salon was born. Tiffany's goal is to also become not only an industry leader, but a thought leader that cares and shares the spirit of entrepreneurship. Tiffany has a wide range of skills and has been blessed with the ability to work with any texture of hair, and has created a space, From Eden, where women can feel relaxed, loved, and free as they are seen, celebrated, and nurtured the way they themselves do for so many. Kings and queens of color, allow me to present to you a woman of true beauty from Eden, Tiffany Spriggs.
Hi, everyone. I want to first thank Dr. Robin for this opportunity. I am just so blessed to have, met her. We met at a networking event, and, the rest is history. So I'm very grateful and thankful for this opportunity. So, like the introduction had said, again, my name is Tiffany Spriggs. I am the owner of From Eden Salon. It's located in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania on Lingostown Road. I have been an entrepreneur. It hasn't been 2 years yet. So I'm very excited to have this opportunity to tell you guys my story and to talk about natural hair. And with International Shades of Beauty, I mean, it's the perfect conversation to have about, the conversation was had about, our skin color, and I want to talk about our hair. So where I want to start, I want to start from the very beginning with number one. I'm sorry, let me go back. I will tell you my history, and why that gives me the right to speak about all textures of hair. I have been in the industry for 19 years. I know everybody's like, wait, she's a baby, she looks young, but I graduated from Dauphin County Technical School. I've had my license for 19 years. So I have worked in all different types of salons, from New York cost cutters to JCPenney's to private Black-owned salons. I specialize in all hair textures. If you walk through my door, I am able to service you. So that's why I'm able to speak on this topic. So natural hair, a problem that, I don't want to start with negative, but a problem that we've had is starting with oh, you have good hair or you have bad hair, depending on the texture. And that has always been something that has bothered me. It's not about good or bad hair, depending on the texture. It's how we take care of it. And I think that, not that I think, I know it's been a problem mainly because we didn't have access to the products and things that we have now. A lot of you all can relate. Again, how old am I? I'm 37. So when I was younger, it was, we got our blue grease and our mom pressed our hair. We used mane and tail. There was, oh my goodness, what's the other one? Pink moisturizer. Things that, just coated our hair, gave us that temporary satisfaction of, oh, it's smooth and it's shiny. And again, it was temporary. I know even hairsprays that we use, just trying to create this smoother look, trying to stay away from the natural texture that God had given us when there was nothing wrong with it in the first place. So I want to, again, talk about getting out of that stigma, getting out of that mindset of there's something wrong with our hair. And that's why we always have to fix it, I guess you'd say. I've always had a love for curly hair. I was made fun of a lot in school. I have 4C textured hair, which is a tighter curl. And my mom, a lot of the time, didn't know what to do with my hair. So I would go to, she would try to smooth it as much. It would be frizzy. It was in other people's eyes unkept. But I always loved my hair. I always loved curly hair. So I wanted to specialize in that and encourage people to encourage their girls and our girls and everyone to just love the hair that God had given us, that has come from our scalp, because there's nothing wrong with it. Because as we know, God makes no mistakes. So there's nothing wrong with the natural texture of our hair. I want to encourage everyone, when you have a daughter, niece, cousin, anyone, the first thing should not be, oh, you have good hair or you have bad hair or what's wrong with your hair. The second they come in your presence, when our little girls come into the salon, I tell them from the moment they step in the door, your hair is beautiful. You're gorgeous. I love your curls. Oh, you got a lot of, you have a lot of hair. I love how big your fro is, or even how, however it's shaped, if it's heart shaped, it's shaped with love. When I tell you, I go over and beyond from the second they walk in the door. And while they're receiving services, this is nice, but I love your hair, whether it's straight or it's curly, and you should as well. It is pertinent that we, give that love and to show the girls and to let them in that confidence that when they walk out the door, their hair, there's nothing wrong with the hair that God has given them. We've got to work very hard on doing that. There's so many books now. I also have the girls, I have a color confidence coloring book in the salon that they are allowed to color with. And then afterwards, they get an accessory to put in their hair. We teach them proper shampooing and conditioning, which that's where it begins. Again, we have enough. There's so many product lines now, whether it be Black owned or something you would get from a beauty supply store. I recommend professional products always, but there are some great products out there. I actually carry a line in the salon by a Black owned supplier. She is here in Harrisburg. It's called The Natural Pick. She has shea butters and oils, and I love those products. So very, big supporter of that product line. So I just want us to really give that love to our girls and taking care of their hair. There's a salon that's local that's holding classes also for little girls to teach them to love their hair. We teach them when they come in, but she's holding actual classes to show them, properly shampooing and conditioning and detangling and styling. And styling is not always straightening. Styling's not always braiding. It's just a good twist or just making sure that it's the way that you want it, but your hair is healthy and your scalp. And a huge part of that is also diet, making sure that they're drinking enough water. That keeps our hair hydrated. Our hair's naturally drier. It's just something that is. So, just making sure that you're taking care of yourself from the inside out. Now, back to what is called texturism. We've got colorism in our community, and there is texturism, like I had spoke about earlier. So there are some things that, we can do, again, to embrace each other's hair, no matter what the texture is. Let's do that same thing. When you see a woman with her fro just out and flowing in the wind, girl, you got that. I love your hair, looks amazing. Not only, if you feel that way, I wish I could wear my hair like that. Or, just uplifting each other. It's really big to do that in our community when, again, we're beaten down enough in the professional world with what's considered professional or not when we're in those boardrooms and things. And, if you have a huge fro, I was told one time, I used to be a secretary. I still did hair during that time. So I switched my hair up a lot, of course, but I was told I looked like I stuck my finger in a socket. And I was sitting there like, did he seriously really just say that? When if I was not a confident person already, that would have torn me down. But I always knew, like I said, I love natural hair, and how we could switch our styles up. And, I always thought, as Black women, no matter the texture, we're amazing because, we can keep hairstyles. Oh, I wish I could wear braids. I wish I could do that. Well, I'm sorry for you because I'm happy that I can. So it's just always been a great blessing to be in this industry and encourage everyone to love the hair that they were born with. Does anyone have any questions? I feel like I've kind of rambled a little bit, but that's what I had, come here for, was to, talk about the love that we should have for our hair. So does anybody have any questions?
Hi, Tiffany. This is Dr. Robin. Tiffany,
Dr.
yes.
Robin!
Hello, my love. Hello, hello. Quick question for you. I have natural hair. I'm all
Yes,
natural.
beautiful natural hair.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And as you know, I did have a perm in my hair. I think people, oftentimes growing up, if you have curly hair, you want straight hair wants curly hair. And I did have a perm because my hair was so thick and so the texture's curly, it's wavy when
Yes.
it gets wet and all that good stuff now, but as a child growing up, that's not always the case, right? And
Yep.
so now that I see more and more women of color embracing their natural hair, there are those who are still, they still have chemically treated hair and they want to go natural, but afraid of that dreaded big chop. I didn't have to go through the big chop when I started transitioning back to my natural hair. So can you talk about transitioning from chemically treated hair to natural hair, the process, recommendations, products to use, all that good stuff?
Yes. So transitioning from relaxed hair to natural hair is a gentle process. It's not instant. It's not fast, depending on, again, how fast your hair does grow. The portion of, so ladies, let's say I work with my hands, and of course I use my hands all the time. So you have, let's say this much of your hair is natural. So this is the natural hair that's growing out of your head, okay? And that's what's curly, and that's what has your natural texture, and that's unchemically processed. And then this portion is the relaxed hair. This section right here, right in that middle, is called the line of demarcation. Because your hair is basically fighting two textures, it doesn't know, it's like, am I straight? Am I curly? What am I doing? It is extremely weak at that point. You have to give it so much love when you are transitioning. Whereas when you were natural, you may go to the salon every 3 weeks, or when you relax, you may go every 2. When you are transitioning, you may need to go weekly for treatments to make sure you're keeping that strong, that line of demarcation, so it does not break. That's why you'll sometimes see people, you can visibly see when they're transitioning because their hair is just breaking off because it's very weak at that point, which means when you go to your stylist, you may need to balance out the keratin and the moisture in your hair. The keratin gives the strength, and the moisture, of course, gives moisture. It gives the shine, the health, it gives it that look. But the keratin is very important. That's where we lack. And sometimes we're, oh my goodness, my hair is breaking off. You automatically go to moisture. No, you may need keratin to fill back into the hair strand so that it can stay connected at that line of demarcation. So you want to, number one, check that. Have a professional. Please have a professional check if you're lacking either one of those, to keep your hair strong while you're transitioning. You want to, sometimes depending on the porosity of your hair, you may need to use some oils, or you may need to use less. We automatically think because we are people of color, we need lots and lots of oils. That's not always true. If your porosity is where it needs to be, oils may not even work. It'll sit on the surface of your hair and may not even get into the cuticle to do what it needs to do. So though, that's why I tell people all the time, it is very important to go to your professional, to a professional stylist, to have those things checked, to guide you and to tell you what products are special for you. Everyone is not the same. Our hair is not the same depending on the texture. If you have a wavier, curl pattern, looser curl pattern versus something that is tighter, you have to use completely different products. No hair texture type, not every person is the same. So you want to go to a professional to have them let you know what is needed specifically for you. So that's, but like Dr. Robin said too, another option when growing your hair out is a big chop, which, a lot of people fear and they're not ready for that. And I know when I have clients come in, I don't force that on them. I like to give options. I always give options. There are protective hairstyles that, if you do decide to do a big chop, you then can protect your hair in the meantime with, braids or twist or wearing, I'm going to be gentle with this, wearing wigs, but still taking care of your hair underneath. You don't just discard it with any hairstyle. You just don't act like your hair is still not there. You still have to care for it. So yeah, that's where transitioning, how I recommend doing that the right way and keeping your hair strong so it can grow, so you can retain that length. It's very important. That is very, very important. Any other questions?
We did have a question in the chat from Tracy. Tracy, would you like to unmute your mic and ask your question?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi.
Hi. I just had a question. I am a mother of a daughter. And for me, I am natural. I've been natural for 15 years. My last perm was on my wedding day. And my hair is very long. It's very long. It's very healthy. And I learned through trial and error. I do not go to a hairdresser. And I'm guilty. I am a YouTube learner. So I have learned to take care of my hair. But I've used protective styling, sew-ins, wigs, braids, twist outs. But as my hair is growing so long that when I wear it out, I find out that it breaks off. I get so many tangles, and I have found out I do not enjoy wearing my hair out. But raising a daughter who is 10, she loves her natural hair and she wants to wear it out. And as a mother, I'm constantly investing in her hair. And when I wear her hair out, it's so much work. It dries out by the time she gets home. And now I am constantly projecting protective styles on her, where I am braiding her hair. I am, just not letting her real hair be out. And she wants to. How do I support my daughter in her hair and promoting beautiful curls and her curl pattern, but also being an example with my hair and also teaching her that your hair being out with the weather, with it being brushing on your back, you're experiencing breakouts and breakage, but not hurting her feelings too.
And that is beautiful. First of all, you even, like you said, everything you're doing is correct. You're talking to her about it. You're investing in her. You're having that conversation. And I need you to show yourself some grace, because you're not a hairstylist, but you're trying. Just like you said, everything that you named, you're doing the right thing. And I commend you on that. What would be the best thing is to take her to a natural hairstylist. And she can teach both of you. If I don't know what area you're in, but definitely we're in this age of information, and it's amazing, where you can go on Instagram and just hashtag natural hairstylist in whatever area you are in and get that education. Go to the hairstylist, tell her, he or she, your concerns and how to teach her, how to teach your daughter how to love her hair. Because number one, you are starting off great. You're having a conversation. You know that she loves that. What it sounds like, even from the beginning, I know this is how a lot of us are, we do not like a trim. We do not like our haircut. But even though it's natural, our hair still needs that care, but less often. A good trim is needed for natural hair every 6 to 8 weeks versus, I don't know if you all remember when everybody was relaxed and it was like every 4 to 6. So a trim helps make it easier and stops that breakage. And it adds in moisture. A water bottle will be your best friend. My mother's cousin was a hairstylist, and he taught me, even young before I wanted to become one, that water is moisture. We have this thing in our head where it's that oils equal moisture, and that is not it. When our bodies are dry, when we are dried out, when we are dehydrated, do we drink oil? Ladies and gentlemen, no, we're not told to drink oil. We are told to drink water. Our skin, our hair needs the same thing. That means we need some added moisture. So I definitely would recommend finding a hairstylist in the area, going to, him or her, and, talking to them and giving those same concerns so that you can, from beginning to end. I know a lot of salons now offer consultations, and it's amazing where you can go in and you have that person's full attention to tell you, I want to know what to do with my child's hair from beginning to end. I do that a lot of times at the salon, and I love that, to see the smile on the little girls' faces, because they are embracing their hair way more than we ever did. And it is such an amazing thing to see. So I would definitely, recommend that. And again, thanks for asking the question. I hope I helped some, so I hope I was able to guide you there.
So we do have one other question. Someone said, what do you do to treat your hair under wigs?
Ooh, that is a great question. Treating your hair under wigs, I would still recommend you wash, condition, and again, sealing your hair in some time, whether that be with a leave-in. We'll always use a leave-in conditioner, detangler. But if you need either a light oil or some type of shea butter, but you need to still protect your hair underneath the wigs, which means still, although you're wearing that wig, taking it off, shampooing, conditioning, sealing with a leave-in conditioner, oil, or a butter once a week. Our hair still needs the moisture, although it's underneath of something. A protective style does not mean you braid it and then leave it alone completely, because you're not protecting it. You're not giving it the love and care that it still needs. Our bodies can't go to weeks without water or nutrients, and neither can our hair. Our skin can't either. So our hair is still a part of our bodies. So I know wigs are popular and lace fronts and things, which I don't even recommend for keeping on for more than 2 to 3 days. If you have like a style, that you're having, go on vacation or for a photo shoot or something, take that off and still care for your hair. It's very important, or it's just going to continue to break off. While you have that wig on, if you're going to switch them out, again, you're still washing, I would recommend getting your hair trimmed still, if it's natural, every 6 to 8 weeks. Detangling with your fingers using love. So while you have the conditioner in, I have braids in, but when you're detangling, using your nails and going through, if you don't have nails, using a wide tooth comb to go through. I'll give you guys an example. A wide tooth comb as such. Nothing small like a rat tooth comb. This is not what you ever want to use to detangle. Wide tooth, always for the love of your hair. This will keep the breakage. So I have braids in, but for example, starting from the bottom with the conditioner in, moving towards the top. Okay, taking your time. No rush jobs when it comes to detangling. I do Dr. Robin's hair, and I'm blessed and honored to do that. And the growth that we have seen is absolutely amazing because that love is being put in. She takes care of herself from the inside out. Although she, is a glamazon, she changes her hair all the time. Her hair is in great condition because she gives it that love and she stays on schedule. So that's what I would recommend. Still washing your hair weekly when you wear wigs and massaging your scalp. I'm sorry, I left that out. Scalp massaging is very important for hair growth and retention. Any more questions?
Tib, there's a, I'm sorry, Dexter, go ahead. I didn't know you were, go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Dr. Robin. It's
Okay, I see Tracy's asking, how do you grow your edges? We hear there's a lot of jokes in the community about edges. So you even have a tell about your merchandise, your T-shirt.
So I have a sweatshirt. I have a sweatshirt that I put out. It says, "Worry about your edges, not me," because it wasn't any shade or anything, but that's where we miss out at, and we're not giving enough love to our edges, and we haven't in the past. I actually, and I'll be completely transparent, I have alopecia, and I'll show you guys. I have alopecia right on this side, and that is from me when I was younger. And our braids had to be fresh. You guys remember, we were not leaving it in. If you had a little bit of new growth, it was wrong. It was just not right. Like, your braids were supposed to look fresh at all times. So, and weaves, like, I would never let my weave get loose. So I pull my hair out. It's traction alopecia. And that is from, again, from pulling on your hair. So getting your edges to grow back, that's a complicated topic because, again, it can be internal. So there's so many things that a stylist would need to know. Where was it because of braids? Does it run in your family? Because it can be genetic. I tell women, look at your mother. Most of our genes, when it comes to our hair, come from our mothers. So if your mother's edges, went over time, or she had balding in the center, or anything, most likely you are going to have, your hair is going to do the same thing. I always recommend when oils have not worked, when massaging has not worked, when certain treatments, at-home treatments, have not worked, it's time to go to a dermatologist. I would not keep braids in too long, too much pulling. Even at night, you need to wear a silk scarf that helps bring your edges back. I take, this is my favorite oil, the Natural Pick. Taking a little bit at night and rubbing it and massaging. Yep, I saw somebody say it could be hormonal as well. So you can even, when you go to your dermatologist, you're gonna see how I'm massaging very lightly. I like to, when I'm oiling my scalp, I pray. That's just how I put the oil in and pray. And, it's very soothing. I saw Dr. Jado had put on there about, the importance of going to a dermatologist, and it can be hormonal. Also, that's why mine has increased. I had a hysterectomy. Oh my goodness, it's been a year. I had a hysterectomy a year ago. My hair completely fell out. And I knew that was the cause of it, because my hair had never done that before. And so we, went and got blood work done. So there's a lot of things you have to check into before you just say, oh, it's because of just one thing. Dr. Jado, have a thorough workup. Yes, correct. And Dr. Jado's from the Harrisburg, in the Harrisburg area. And so it's good, again, to consult with a professional. I'm a professional hairstylist, but once I've tried certain treatments, steam treatments, detoxing, if those things have not worked, I then say it's time for you to visit the doctor and get some help. So, and then come back and tell me what I can do from there, because I've had clients who have had to get steroid shots into their head. And that has helped. But then there were things I had to do. I couldn't use tension on their hair. So it was a joint, I guess you'd say, mission to bring the person's hair back. And sometimes it's worked and sometimes it has not. But again, starting with certain treatments in the salon and at home, and then, moving to a doctor if it's not working. So see our biotin gummies. Again, it's another thing where you're working inside and out. Sometimes they do work for some people and sometimes they don't. It depends on the amount you're taking. If you look at the milligram amount on the biotin gummies, your body may be lacking that, or your body may be good with that and you may not need that. You may be lacking collagen, because that also assists in hair growth and our skin, and keeping wrinkles away and things like that, our skin and our hair and nails. So you can also talk to a doctor about that. It's inside out, ladies. It really is. Like, I can give all the advice, tell you guys about products too, but taking care of yourself from the inside out, it is so important. It is very important. So I hope I could help out with that.
There's another question in here, and it's from Maria is saying that she lost her hair when she got pregnant with her son, and had her edges, I should say, her edges. And then after she had the baby, they came back in, but not like they were pre. And so she's asking, and either maybe you or even Dr. Jado would take her mic off and comment, is it possible to restore those edges back to the way they were before you have a baby?
It sometimes is. It really just depends on the person. I don't want to give any false promises. I have seen postnatal, I guess you'd say, I've seen some of my clients, their hair come back, and sometimes it has not. It does, again, depend on sometimes the products, your diet, your lifestyle. Being a mother, as we know, sometimes after the process, if the baby is, crying or, we're stressed out, stress can be a factor, not only just the hormones, but, stress and the lack of sleep. We're not paying attention to our diet as much after we've had babies sometimes. So sometimes I've seen it come back, but again, taking those steps, internally, drinking and eating and being well rested, using the proper products. There are products that have biotin in it, some that have collagen, that can help with the hair growth, taking that time with growth oils and massaging that area and just giving it love and breathing life into our hair. We breathe life into our businesses, our families. Breathe life into yourself as well. Speak life into your hair. We speak to our plants to help them grow. Again, you can do the same for your hair in hopes, that it will come back. Did Dr. Jado come on? I don't know if she had anything to, to add on to that.
I think you touched on so many amazing aspects of. Hi there. You've done a phenomenal job.
Oh, thank you.
I think that irrespective of, your access to oils and, like you described, we just have a different color pattern. And even amongst women of color, we have different literal textures. And so what you discover is that some friend will always say, I used a particular oil. This was amazing. You may try that, it doesn't work. Some will say, I just took extra biotin and this is what I see, it's coming back. Maybe they had a nutritional deficiency from lactation, or maybe they had a little bit of a drop in their, what I call water soluble vitamins from maybe the pregnancy itself, having to obviously create and birth. Sometimes it's stress. So part of why I'm happy you are not being very specific is that we never want to create the impression that specifically if you do this, it'll grow back, and specifically if you do that. So I know that there's so many amazing Instagram videos and YouTube videos and all sorts of amazing before and afters that you just get so excited, and then you purchase a product and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. So my thoughts and suggestions would be that obviously, depending on whatever genetics you come from, depending on your skin tone and the ethnicity behind that tone, there could be some level of biracial genetics here. So you can see how our hairs may also have that influence. And then you add on what you've done to it prior to. You mentioned braids, you mentioned pulling tightly, sometimes causing traction alopecia. But we also have to remember that there are hormonal switches that can literally ebb and flow your hair spurts. So I think there's a point where you get to where you want to maybe dim down a little bit on how much of try this, try that. And I'm a big one for individualization. So that means that you take the time to decide this is important and find that collaborative person that you've worked with so that you can have a workup. And I think that that could help quite a bit, especially if these are things that are easy to reverse. Then it's exciting because you have an opportunity to, without putting or doing anything to your scalp per se, get on a regimen and track growth. But you do have to factor in there are other aspects to this, genetics at play, hormones at play, and as well as autoimmune factors. So when you've done and you're not quite getting the results, I think it's the point you pull back and you say to yourself, who can I collaborate? Who has the, first of all, empathy as a woman of color to understand how I feel about this? Because the last thing you need to do is be rushing out of an appointment in 5 minutes, because that may not get you to where you're hopefully trying to go. But who has the empathy? Who has some diversity in terms of their practice style, so that they can understand not just the traditional reasons for alopecia, but even delve a little bit more with me into, from an ethnic standpoint, add that on top and layer it, and hopefully work up in a manner that would allow me and hopefully the collaborating physician or a dermatologist or aesthetic provider that begins to create a strategy. That way you can market. Sometimes assessments and biopsies may actually show the diagnosis. So don't be uncomfortable with the idea of pursuing the diagnosis, because there's nothing as empowering as knowledge as to exactly why I'm having this. Then you can now begin to strategize, what is my treatment protocol going to look like? And so you're more likely to start to get better results once you have a diagnosis, especially when a lot of the good things you've said have maybe not worked. Okay, so that's just what I wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was amazing, because you know, people are looking for something instant, and sometimes it may take a lot of time. So I do like to be very general when it comes to that, because I never, you know, want them to say, well, Tiffany said, you know, this will work and that will work. And I just, you know, what we always say, you know, as hairstylists, we're not magicians. We do try. We're like practicing doctors. We're practicing as well. We can try these things. We know some things for fact, but not everything. So thank you so much, Dr. Jado, for coming in on that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for your excellent presentation.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you so much. But I will say real quick before I guess we move on, because I think my time is up. I want everyone to know, again, I'm located in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, but I can be reached. I am on Instagram. It's From Eden Salon. So please follow me on there. Also From Eden Salon on Facebook. My website is www.FromEdenSalon.com. Please, you can always write us on there. You know, if you have questions, you can see the up and coming things that we have coming on, and into the salon, because I also I have a spa. We'll be offering yoni steaming and massages, and I'm so grateful to Dr. Robin for this opportunity, to share with you ladies, everyone, and gentlemen. I saw there was some gentlemen on here. So it has been, just an amazing opportunity. And I thank you all again. Thank you, Dr. Jado, for jumping in and helping out. And I'm just honored, and thank you all. And, I hope you guys can, help continue this movement of beauty.
Thank you, Tiffany, very, very much. We just definitely love and appreciate you. A lot of great info. People are loving what you said in the chat, so we thank you very much. And at this time, we're going to have a commercial, and then we're going to come back and do something fun. So stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Thank you. See you guys.
All right, everyone. Listen, we've been sitting since 9 a.m. and some of us have been in here since 8:45. I just can't believe how fast the time is going today. But in good health and just keeping that activity going and letting the blood circulate, as we've been hearing, our health is so important. We want to give a little pause and a little time out so we can get to moving just a little bit before we come back and enjoy the second half of our event today. And let me tell you, this next one is going to be something I'm going to participate in. So let's go dance with the excellent living with our Dexy, the voice behind the voice. So let's go. Let's get ready to move. Y'all participate. Come on, participate.
Chosen generation, we've been called for to show His excellence. Hey, all I require for life, God has given me, and I know who I am. We are a chosen generation, we've been called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me, for I know who I am. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I'm working in power, I work in miracles, I live a life of favor. Chosen generation, we've been called for to show His excellence. Yeah, all I require for life, God has given me, and I know who I am. We are a chosen generation. We're being called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I know who God says I am. You got it. What He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I'm walking in power. I walk in miracles. I live a life of favor. For I know who I am. Say, I'm walking in power. You got it. I walk in miracles. I live a life of favor. For I know who I am. Everybody shout it. You got it. I know who I am. Lift your voice, shout it. You got it. Come on. I know who I am. Wave your hands, shout I know who I am. All right, take a breath right here. Big breath in. Nice. Deep breath out. One. Couple more. Looking good out there. You're beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You're absolutely beautiful. Ready? One more. Here we go. I'm walking in power. I walk in miracles. I live a life of favor. For I know who I am. I'm walking in power. I walk in miracles. I live a life of favor. For I know who I am. Take a look at me, I'm a wonder. It doesn't matter what you see now. Can you see His glory? For I know who I am. Take a look at me, I'm a wonder. Spread it out, hey. It doesn't matter what you see now. Can you see His glory? For I know who I am. Say, freestyle right here. Whenever you feel like that makes you feel good. That's what you do right here. 'Cause you're beautiful wherever you are. Yeah. How many of you know? How many of you know who you are? Come on. Come on. Let the world know who you are. Come on. Come on. Everybody shout out. You got it. I know who I am. It's your voice, shout out. Take it back. You got it. Hey. I know who I am. In your workplace. In your workplace. Going out and coming in. Wherever you are. Declare. Say I know who I am. Every day. Going out, coming in. Declare. I am the color of beautiful.
Great job, guys.
I saw y'all dancing out there. You guys did an awesome, amazing job.
I know I was, Dex. This is Dr. Robin. I got up. I just sat back down. I'm out of breath. It was great. Got those juices flowing. So now we're ready to go on to the second half. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. And now coming to the stage, please welcome a beautiful, iconic queen who continues to pave the way to beauty for us all. The president of National Beauty Cultures League, the longest running organization in the country and the world to support Black beauty professionals, Dr. Katie B. Catalon, and a man whose accomplishments in the beauty industry alone deserve their own International Day. founder, CEO, and publisher of Urban Call Publications and SMSI Urban Call Marketing Incorporated, a king in his own right, the unforgettable, sensational Dr. Lafayette G. Jones.
Good afternoon, everyone. This has been such a wonderful program, and I'm glad to have been asked to be a part of it. And I'm asked two of my friends who I work with for years and admire, Dr. Katie B. Catalon, who was introduced earlier, who's national president of the National Beauty Culturalist League. And we'll tell you more about that in a moment. And also I've asked Mr. Jimmy Davies to join us because he's going to bring a special element. As I listened to the presentations this morning that I think is important. He's a technologist, and certainly technology is bringing us all together today from many parts of the world. At the same time, has changed many aspects of our everyday lives during the pandemic in particular. And also it's changed the beauty business in tremendous ways. I want to say, are you there, Dr. Joppi?
Yes, I am, Mr. Jones. Can I, if you don't mind, can I say a few things real quick?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm always glad to speak with you.
All righty. Well, good afternoon, Dr. Katie, again. Thank you for joining today. Precious, you're so beautiful.
Thank you.
I just want everybody to know about this man, Mr. Jones. I just have to get this out. Mr. Jones is a mentor of mine. And, you know, a lot of times we hear when you want something, you ask for it, you speak. You know, we have the power in our mouth to speak things. I remember seeing Mr. Jones, I think it was on Every Dot Black platform. For me, everything goes back to Every Dot Black. And we're going to talk about Every Dot Black before we end today, I guarantee you. But I saw Mr. Jones speak several times, and I research. When I want to know something, I research. And I remember saying, God, I wish I had someone to mentor me like Mr. Jones 20 years ago. My life would be so different career-wise. So you know, I thought. And I put it out there, and long story short, it happened. It manifested. For those of you who don't know Mr. Jones, I tell you, he's Googleable, as I say. So if you Google him, you'll find out who Mr. Jones is. He's one of the, I would say, #1 brand and marketing strategist of this time. Just a genius. And for those of you, and I'm dating myself, we go back to, I don't even know if there's still Manwich out there. I don't even know. But if you
yes, $1.05 a can.
$1.05 a can. A sandwich is a sandwich, but a manwich is a meal. This is the genius behind it. That's him. Orville Rickenbacker, the popcorn. That's the genius behind that. And so many brands, Johnson Publishing, remember Jet, and he worked for the man. And so we can go on and on and on and on about this man right here. His heart, he and his wife are very philanthropic and do a lot for the community, just a lot in general. And he's been such a blessing to me. We would meet every week at 12:30 on a Tuesday and a Thursday. And I'm just grateful that this man who's so extremely busy would take the time out of his schedule and spend, we were only booked for 30 minutes, but if we go over 30 minutes and he's really pouring out and has something to say, he will take the time. So I just have to pay honor to those who are blessing to me in my life. And I would advise all of you out there who's looking for someone to mentor you and looking for help in your businesses. I'm not telling you go Mr. Jones because he's not taking you. He's not going to do it. So, but find someone, speak it, believe it, ask for it, and do the research and find out. All things are possible. So I just wanted to just take a moment and say, Thank you, Mr. Jones. You're very supportive of me. Everything that I do, International Shades of Beauty does, you are always there. I could not ask for a better man, entrepreneur, brand marketing strategist, mentor in my life. And so I'm grateful for you. So thank you very much. And thank you again, Dr. Katie. So I'm gonna stop talking.
Well, thank you so much for those kind words. They're very much appreciated. By the way, mentorship is a two-way street because the mentee brings new things to the table that you may not have thought of. They also ask you to be on their great new shows like International Shades of Beauty. So they expose you to new things. And sometimes people talk a lot about, I've heard it 3 times today. I don't want to say it because it might date me. Well, I don't mind dating myself. I'll be 80 soon. And there's some advantages to being 80 soon. Gives you a perspective, lets you know that no one's going to get out of here alive. That's for certain. And that there's a cycle of life and most things are generational. And you just didn't invent the wheel today. The wheel was rolling a long time before we got here. So the idea is to build on the wheel. And I'll talk to you about that, building on the wheel a little later, because that's what the beauty business is really about, building on the wheel. And I'm going to introduce you to my lifelong friend, Dr. Katie B. Catalon, who is the national president of the National Beauty Culturist League. And she's going to tell you about the organization. Dr. Catalon, tell us about National Beauty Culturist League, please.
Thank you. Hello to everyone. I'm so happy to be with you today. The National Beauty Culturist League was organized October 1st, 1919. And we are so happy to still be around into 2022. And the purpose of the organization was to establish high standards for those in the beauty professionals and to disseminate information that would bring us together to unite us so that we would become recognized as being professionals in the industry. We tried to work, and we have done, with legislations to protect the cosmetologists, barbers, and those in the beauty professions by the licensings to be aware of the changes that are going on. We have a sorority, we have a fraternity, and we reach out to those in the community to try to give them scholarships to get them interested in continuing the beauty profession. And it's been a challenge to us, especially with 2020 from now and going back to that time, COVID-19. But we were blessed for those who are trying to do all they can to help us to keep the organization going. We have a beautiful building that's located 25 Logan Circle Northwest in Washington, D.C. And we're doing all we can to keep that because the pioneers struggled so hard to get that building. They purchased that building in 1947 for $27,000. And it's worth millions now. And the
$3.5 million to be exact.
Well, you saw the report from the DC tax office, and I, was going by what they told us at that particular time. But it's true. And what we're trying to do now is to retain that building and to maintain it, that we keep it, because as far as I know, we're the only African Americans on that circle in Washington, D.C. So we're trying to keep that building. And we're asking those that are watching this to go on our website or just listen to what I'm going to, and to think about what the pioneers went through in order to obtain that building. And we're doing all we can to keep the building. We're reaching out and we want to bring others in because unity is so important. And we are the only organization of its kind in the entire world where we give professional degrees.
Let me give you a perspective on the business side. I served as vice president and general manager of both Johnson Publishing and Johnson Products, and created the American Health and Beauty Aids Institute, which was the association of 25 or 30 Black-owned companies. We did about $500 million in business annually and had 4,000 or 5,000 employees, Black folks. So that's my perspective. There are about 150,000 cosmetologists, barbers, estheticians who are Black in the United States, serving 45 million plus population. People tend to see the beauty business as a hair business and a women's business. It's certainly that for certain, but it's also a $7 billion business that sells products for skin, hair, teeth, nails, even women's hygienic products nowadays. We'll talk about that a little later. But the point is, it's about 7 billion in size and growing. For those of you who wear your hair naturally, there's a lot of conversation about that. You actually are buying more product when you wear your hair, and I think it's fine, when you wear your hair naturally than you did when you relaxed it. Most people don't know that. They saw that. One thing that I'm not a cosmetologist, one thing that I did have learned over the last probably 60 years on the hair care side, if you put too much heat on it, you put too much chemicals on it, and if you stress it, it's not going to last very long. That's just on the hair side. And I also want to remind you that when Black-owned beauty care companies were started, there were very few dermatologists around doing hardly any such thing. You couldn't get in medical school. There were no dermatological schools that even admitted Black people. So when I talk about the evolution of this business, we've gone from lye in jars for relaxers to modern day oils and different kinds of products, both chemicals and non-chemicals, and even implements over time. So when I talk about building on yesterday, this business is really built on that. It's improvements over time. Part of the challenge that marketers have had is that, well, first of all, women, in particular Black women, have been talking about their hair and skin forever. And I think that's just wonderful. When I first went to Johnson Products, Mr. Johnson said to me, you know, son, always call me son, your job here is to help us produce products that work for Black women. Now, here's the problem. If you look at the shade range on Black women in particular, and other women, it's wide. There are probably 35 different shades of y'all. So if you're trying to create products that go on the shelf, or however you might distribute them, that's a hard assignment, especially when you have limited income. Someone was talking earlier in the discussion today about they use cosmetics that always make them look red. Well, it's because it had titanium in it, as they used to say. They don't put that in products anymore. And the formulators were probably not Black people who even understood that there was more than one shade of us. Evolution now is that because you all have so much money, marketers have gotten smart because they want to appeal to your differences that work for you. Whether you're doing braids or wearing wigs or whatever your beauty treatments are, that's producing billions of dollars of revenue. Let's go back to NBCL. Can you tell us about two things? How old the organization is, when it was started, and what were its circumstances?
It began in 1919, October 1st. We celebrated 100 years 2 years ago, 2019. And they began because they saw the need for those at that particular time to come together to strengthen their desire to elevate educational knowledge for others that were just doing hair and not understanding how they needed to be protected. And it began from that. And then they also organized a school, the National Institute of Cosmetology, where those that had license came in and they were taught higher standards of elevating themselves with product knowledge, because they found out that they were using products and they did not have the understanding as to how those products should be used. And in that time, they also organized a sorority and a fraternity. They found that that was another means of bringing more recognition to those in the beauty profession, because they were not getting the standard recognitions that others in professional fields were getting. So that's why we have the National Institute of Cosmetology, where those that are licensed in the beauty profession can enter and receive a professional degree.
One of the things you will hear people talk about is, well, that's an old organization. Yes, thank God it's an old organization, because I can't name one other Black run, led, owned organization that's been around 100 plus years. Something's been around 100 plus years and has had in its history over 8,000 members. They must know something. I'll tell you another thing about Black women in particular, and men barbers in this business. They are the largest group of entrepreneurs in America. Where can you go that you can find a Black barbershop or a beauty salon, and whether they're doing it now in condominiums, if you will, salon condominiums, or they're doing it at home, it's a large business. And that's, Mr. Davies, if I can find him, he can come on, put a spotlight on him, please. Can talk to you about technology. So it's through technology that we've learned how to communicate better with one another. We have more beauty influencers and all kinds of names for people on the internet, all kinds of experts and non-experts expressing their opinion. And that's because of the change in technology that's happened. So when we're talking about the growth of Black businesses and minority-owned businesses, the first one you want to look at is the one that's the most prevalent. Of course, another one that's pretty close to that, we've got more churches than anybody else. So I won't go there for those of you religious, but they are in fact businesses. So those are two, if you will, professions that make up a huge difference in our category. I often think about the places I've been around the world, and people talk about hair and skin color. I want to thank Dr. Karen and Dr. Jaffe for putting this session on today. Colorism is not new. They just called it something else before. But it's all about skin tone, if you will, color, pigmentation, more or less. And one lady mentioned earlier about texturism, the good hair, bad hair concept. There's always been some discussion and some controversy, and some people feeling more, others feeling less because of the texture of their skin, or the texture of their hair, or the color of their skin, and even extends itself to the size of their lips, So I want to thank Dr. Karen for bringing this important subject and giving it some new definitions. Again, it's progressive. Some time ago, one of my assignments was to do spreads in magazines. We had millions of dollars to spend, and we hired Burrell Advertising. You may have heard of them. One day, a lady said, "How come there are no darker skinned models?" Well, part of the problem was it was pretty hard to find them. We really had to go look because many African-American women who were darker hued had been convinced they couldn't be models. They were very difficult. We found the most beautiful woman in the world. Her name was Wanakee. And Wanakee is from Detroit, if you ever heard her name. She went on to do her own hair care products. But we looked and looked and looked and traveled around America. And when we say African-American, we were talking about with so-called Black features. I mean, it's a whole discussion about the color of our eyes, the color of our hair, the texture of our hair. But in terms of business, it's a business, because those folks who can find solutions to either beauty or emotional problems that people have, they're going to generate revenue. One of the things that has happened in today's world of technology is the development of the Black female entrepreneur. There are probably 25 to 30 companies run by African-American women who are in the beauty business, and they range between $5 and $100 million in size. They don't go through normal distribution channels. Some of them do, food, drug, and mass stores, convenience stores. But most of them are on the internet, where there is no middle person between them and the ultimate consumer. And they can efficiently, meaning cheaply, and effectively, meaning well-intended, or to reach their consumer target. When you have women coming into the business who have a point of view about how many shades they should offer or what colors they should offer and what works for them, and they give that to their customers, they win. Dr. Catalon, can you talk about 25 Logan Circle and what that's all about, please? Where it is, why it is.
Yes, it's important to us because that's the first building that they purchased for $27,000 in 1947. In that building, we have the Hall of Fame where the pioneers' pictures there. We also have a sorority room, and we have an archives room. Sponsors' pictures are located also. And I do want to share this information with you. The cosmetologists and barbers are very active politically. They always come to us when they want to get recognitions as being a viable candidate. And statistics have proven that cosmetologists and barbers have sent more children to colleges and universities than anyone else. Yes. Because the doctors, lawyers, and whomever you have, their parents were either a cosmetologist or a barber, morticians. And the profession of cosmetology is so important because legally there are only 3 that can put their hands on the body legally: doctors, cosmetologists, morticians, and then we have the barbers. Others putting their hands on places of the body is not legal. So I tell you that because it was a difficult time wherein those that became important professions did not give the cosmetologists and barbers the respect that they should have gotten. So we've gone beyond that now. We're working along with them. That's why we form our own sororities and fraternities so that we can do the same thing to work for social justice and equality. So we're highly involved with that. We'll have our board of directors meetings that first started at 25 Logan Circle, where they would come together and meet and draw consensus on how they should approach those that in legal professions will help us to obtain the protection we needed legally through legislation. So we're working with that because obtaining a license to keep us well informed and all procedures will bring recognitions to as how important it is to be licensed in the beauty professions. Now, there are those that don't have license, they're doing the work. But then again, we're hoping that through what we're doing now will show them that we need to be licensed because it brings unity for those in the beauty profession. So,
you see, that's been a discussion for a long time, license or no license, and there are benefits and disbenefits to some degree of all. But here's the real thing. I've been married for a little less than 40 years. And I can tell you that my wife goes to her salon, except during the pandemic, every Thursday at 3. So for those of you who are in the business of professional cosmetology, you know that you have a customer base that is very loyal. I never shampooed in the 50, 60 years I've been in the business a head of hair until my wife came to me when the pandemic first came and said, I can't go to my salon, so I got these products and you need to shampoo my hair. It's quite an experience, quite an experience. And I smile at it, but she had never shampooed her own hair as an adult woman because she had a cosmetologist. And as Dr. Joppy was talking about with the young lady who is her hair care professional. So there's all kinds of people, you know, the licensed cosmetologists and barbers, there's the do-it-yourself people, the kitchen titian people, there's the sister girl, there's the influencer. I mean, there's everything on the planet that has something to say or do about beauty. I want to also thank you very much to the young lady who was the dermatologist. Will someone tell me her name, please? She spoke last in the most recent session?
The doctor, the MD on this, Dr. Claudette Giotto, and
Yeah.
Dr. Giotto, yeah. And
Well, I
then,
got to tell you, 40 years ago, there weren't any Dr. Giottos around for us to even consult or even to hire. Okay, so I mean, it wasn't to say that the people that we work with didn't know what they're doing, but they didn't have certainly the kind of training. Now, there is an association of Black dermatologists. It's national. When I had the privilege to work for Johnson & Johnson, a third Johnson company, and ran one of the skincare businesses, we had the association, I'm not sure of its exact name, of Black dermatologists as one of our consulting organizations. I ran the Ambi skincare business for a number of years. So there are lots. My point I want to make about Dr. Joppy, is that her? Not Joppy.
Giotto, Dr.
Giotto.
Giotto. Mhm,
Dr.
Giotto.
Giotto. Excuse me for mispronouncing your name. But what Dr. Giotto was talking about, the different elements, she's right on target. I mean, that's the kind of advice you can get now. Now back to NBCL. I hear a lot of conversation about we got this beauty group, we got that beauty group, we got this. I think that's wonderful. And I applaud you, and I want you to keep doing more and more. But let me tell you about these sisters and brothers. In 1947, they collected $27,000 in gleaners, Gleaners. Many of you have never heard of a gleaner. Maybe you saw one as a kid. It's a card. Well, just tell us what it is, Dr. Catalon. So those on the call will know what it is.
It's a card with little indentures where you would put a dime, a nickel, or a quarter in. And then depending on how much you had in there, you would turn it in at a certain time. And that's how they got the $27,000 to purchase that building, the 25 Logan Circle. And at that time, that was a lot of money. Some churches were doing that also. And I think that's how they got the idea, because we've always worked closest with churches, non-denominational, not have always been just a Baptist or Protestant or Catholic, anything like that. The churches in the village, the Black community, they got together, we worked together. So when they saw how successful they were in the churches, then it came out into the beauty industry also. So that's why we got that building, the 25 Logan Circle. And that's why we have to hold on to it.
I just imagine collecting $27,000 in nickels, dimes, and quarters. Imagine. And then go to the bank with $27,000, and the bank didn't want to loan you money because they didn't loan money to Black people, and take that $27,000 in cash, real cash, coin cash, and buy a building. Well, that building has appreciated in value. Those of you who know DC, DC is not Chocolate City anymore. The Black population is moved. I lived in DC, went to Howard Law School, has moved in many ways out of the city for all the demographic reasons. But these brothers and sisters still have that building, and it's worth $3.5 million now. Well, we started a campaign recently. Dr. Catalon called me and said, you got to help us build an endowment and so forth. So they made me head of a campaign called Save25LoganCircle.com. Along the way, we discovered a Black-owned company that was doing something that no one else was doing. And the name of the company is REIGN, REIGN. And of all the products that we know Black folks is making hair care and facial care and maybe even some deodorants, but never has anyone in this business in a significant way been in the business of creating women's hygienic feminine protection products. In other words, sanitary napkins. This little company started 3 years ago with $50,000. It's $10 million in size in 3 years. And why? Because most beauty care products that our people have created were liquids or implements, but never a manufactured woven cloth paper product, such as a sanitary napkin. Now we know, and I'm a hardcore marketing business type, New York Times lists the industry that we are in, beauty industry, about 25 billion. Well, the same research shows that the women's feminine hygienic protection business is about 20 billion in size. You have 100 million women menstruating 7 to 10 days a month for 40 years, and then thereafter having a need for other kinds of product. That has been a taboo area, but this new company is on the rise. So National Beauty Cultures League tied in with them, and that's our fundraising campaign. We'll talk about that a little later. But I don't see Mr. Davies.
He is,
here.
yes, Dr.
I'm right
Jones,
here.
he's right there. He's ready to jump in.
All right. Let's can we put the spotlight on him so I can see him?
I don't have a camera on the computer that I'm on.
Well, we can hear you.
But I am here. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been here all along. I was just waiting for the breath.
I was waiting. I was trying to find you. Let me tell you about my friend and genius, which is one of the reasons that we're on. And you say, now, what does a technologist like Mr. Davies have to do with beauty care or women's care? A whole lot, because technology is the key to business development now. Mr. Davies, I said I'm near 80 and he's many years younger, is a technologist who knows an awful lot about technology. And it is through him that I met Dr. Jaffe and Dr. Karen. And it is through him that I met Kim Davies and Dextry and others, because, well, Mr. Davies, tell us about what you do and why technology is so important to developing minority entrepreneurs.
Sure. Again, my name is Jimmy Davies, and I'm the founder of Every.Black. I have over 30 years of experience as a computer instructor, database developer, teaching people how to use all types of software for years. About 6 or 7 years ago, I really wanted to do something that was more meaningful to me. You know, I was always helping other companies, larger companies, with their technology, but I just wasn't seeing people of color in my classes are really using the technologies that are available, especially in business. So we started Every.Black, and the mission of Every.Black is to assist, educate, and inspire people to create wealth through entrepreneurship and by leveraging technology and a strategy of global networking. So part of what we do is each week we have a weekly meeting, like that cup there, Mr. Jones. We have a weekly meeting of entrepreneurs, and we have guest speakers, we network. Once COVID happened, we went virtually like everyone else and got on Zoom. And we started bringing in people literally from all over the world, including folks from Africa and people from the Caribbean. And so what happened is we identified someone in Africa, her name is Chito Chimezda out of Zimbabwe, was getting up at 2 and 3 in the morning to come to our meetings. And then we met Euthalia Filgens. I see she's on the call today. She's in St. Lucia in the Caribbean. And so now we have meetings going on in Africa, and we have meetings going on based out of the Caribbean. And I thought that beforehand that the differences, I would really see the differences in entrepreneurs from around the world. But what's kind of surprising to me is I'm seeing the similarities even more. And I'm seeing the similarities that we all face regarding colorism. Believe it or not, one of the parts of what we do in our meetings is we read books about entrepreneurship. And Chito Chimezda out of Zimbabwe, she chose the book Vusi, A Business and Life Lessons from a Black Dragon by Vusi Timbukwayo. He's a billionaire in Africa. And in his book, he describes the things that he suffered regarding colorism. And then we had a couple of guys on this past week that were our speakers, and they have a podcast called Brothers with Voices. Kwadzi Ndoro and Christopher Farinya. And so what we're discovering is that even in business, we're still experiencing those same things regarding colorism. So I just wanted to share that, and just again to think that this is a great program that I'm really glad that Dr. Robin Joppy and Dr. Karen Moore were put together. And I know my sister Kim is behind the scenes working hard, and Dexy. It's just really great to see this. I just want to invite everyone also to visit us at www.every.black. And we more than embrace entrepreneurship, no matter where you are, no matter what color are you, we don't care. We promote entrepreneurship, and we believe that that's the way to developing closing that income equality gap. So just want to say again, this is Jimmy Davies, and I don't know if I shared enough.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jimmy. I'm looking at the time and we're running way behind. But I did not want to leave here today without talking about the fundraising initiative that Mr. Jones is heading up. Dr. Jones is heading up with Dr. Katie Catalan to save 25 Logan Circle. You saw the pictures, you've heard them talk about the history of the NBCL, and I just wanted to have them talk very briefly about the fundraising initiative, because let's all face it, history is history, and we definitely want to preserve our history. Dr. Katie talked about the establishment of it back in 1919, it was actually established, and even the late Madam C.J. Walker was a part of starting it. Unfortunately, she passed away before it really got launched. So we got to keep to our history. We got to preserve our history. Kim Davies Smith is on here. She has an organization called Our Legacies Foundation. That's exactly what that foundation does. It's helping us preserve our history. And so we want to definitely take the opportunity every time we can, especially International Shades of Beauty. And I know Dr. Karen Moore with her organization is very interested in helping this mission and helping this initiative. So I know this much because I'm part of it as well. There's a campaign that's going on. They're using Rain products, as Mr. Jones, I keep saying Mr. Jones, because that's what I was introduced to him as, Mr. Jones. So I call him Mr. Jones.
I didn't get that title to Dr. Catalan. Basically.
So, Mr. Jones, Dr. Jones, Rain is the product that's being used to help raise money to save 25 Logan Circle. It's a beautiful building. It's a lot of activity going on there. It's a great organization, and we have to help preserve our heritage. So, Mr. Jones, if you could tell people, or Dr. Katie, tell them how they can be involved in this initiative. If they want to donate funds, support, where can they go to get the information?
We'll give us 3 minutes, and we'll give you the answer you're looking for, because there are three perspectives. Dr. Catalan, give us your version, and Mr. Davies is going to tell us about details of the program. Dr. Catalan?
You can go to our website, www.nbcl.com, www.nbcl.info, or you can make a check or money order out to NBCL and mail it to Dr. Katie B. Catalan, 2479 Liverpool Drive, Charleston, South Carolina, 29414. Any amount. We just think in terms of the Gleaners again. We are appreciative of everything you give to us. And I'm going to put it in the chat, the address.
Okay. And also, Mr. Davies, will you give us a quick overview of the program? And I'll put an address in for where it should go centrally, Dr. Catalan, okay? So we keep all of our ducks in a row. I'll put up how they can communicate with us. Mr. Davies, can you talk briefly about the elements?
Well, the Rain company is out of Atlanta, and they provide feminine products. They've got a great program for nonprofits where a portion of those proceeds goes to the nonprofit, goes to the organization. And so by going to the website, www.save25logancircle.com, any purchases you make goes directly into the coffers of the organization. So I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to, Mr. Jones, but because of time, it's going to keep it short there. But basically, just support. We really need you to support this cause and help them save their headquarters.
And your last point is tell them what we're doing so people will know about it, please.
I'm not sure what you mean, but we're also
our marketing campaign, please.
Okay, well, we're promoting it through our social media. We're promoting it through streaming TV, through Roku, Amazon Fire Stick, Apple TV. We're getting it out through email blast. So we're really promoting it on off fast using technology to get the word out about this cause.
And that's it. I'm putting my address up and contact information, and I think that will help. Thank you, Dr. Jaffe, and thank you, Dr. Karen. I did put up earlier some work that I have been reading about colorism, just some in the chat area that will tell you what really, you can always learn something new. So thank you very much.
And thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Katie. It was good seeing you again. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm appreciative to each of you.
Thank you so much. All right. What do we have coming up next?
I think we're going to enjoy a quick commercial break, and then we're going to have some entertainment.
All right, sounds
awesome.
good.
Because we are running behind, we are going to skip these particular commercials right this minute because Dr. Kathy has been waiting patiently, and we want to make sure that we can give her the time she needs. She does have another engagement. So right now we're going to bring up Isaiah Charles, who's going to give us a song, and then we will come back for Dr. Kathy.
And by the way, Isaiah is joining us from St. Lucia, the beautiful island of St. Lucia. Thank you, Isaiah.
Hi, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be part of your program. You know, I wish I had. Good evening. This song is written by Lionel Richie. Lionel Richie. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
Yes, we hear you.
Lady, I'm your knight in shining armor, and I love you. You have made me what I am, and I'm yours. My love, there's so many ways I want to say I love you. Let me hold you in my arms forevermore. You have gone, made me such a fool. I'm so lost in your love. And oh, we belong together. Won't you believe in my soul? Lady, for so many years I thought I'd never find you. You've come into my life and made me whole. Forever, let me wake to see you each and every morning. Let me hear you whisper softly in my ear. In my eyes, I see no one else but you. There's no other love like our love. And yes, oh yes, I'll always want you near me. I've waited for you for so long. And lady, your love's the only love I need. And besides me is where I want you to be. 'Cause my love, there's something that I want you to know. You're the love of my life. You're my lady.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us from the beautiful island of St. Lucia. We so
yeah.
appreciate you.
Yes, thanks.
Awesome, awesome. All righty. And so now we are going to bring up the amazing Dr. Kathy Barton Brown. Dr. Kathy Barton Brown is a licensed psychotherapist who's been in the mental health field for over 35 years. And I have had the pleasure of knowing her and being able to be in different spaces with her. And she is just amazing at what she does. And so without further ado, we are going to bring on the amazing Dr. Kathy Barton Brown.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karen. This has been phenomenal. I am so grateful that you asked me to participate, and I've learned so much and I've been inspired. I want to, and I won't say quickly, but I want to do this quick but thoroughly. I want to address 8 myths of mental health in our community, in the African American community. Many times in growing up, we heard things like children should be seen and not heard. And so we became voiceless. We were also told what goes on in this house stays in this house. So we learned that we could not share things even when they were painful. And so that message to us taught us to keep secrets buried deep in our heart and never talk about them. Those same secrets are the ones who have destroyed us, who have caused so many of our people to be addicted to substances. And not just substances, many times addicted to other things like gambling, like food, like sex, even addicted to attention. So the first myth that I want to address is self-care is selfish. Self-care is selfish, particularly those of us who grew up in the church. We were told that we should always be selfless and serving others and never ourselves. Somehow the message got twisted. That message should have been self-care is okay. That it's not good to be selfish, and self-care is not selfishness. Many times when we go about taking care of everyone else, we never stop to say, I must have the proper rest, like the doctor talked about in the opening. We must take the time to regenerate ourselves and allow ourselves to renew our body, to heal. We go, we drive, and we keep going, and we think that we don't have the right to take the time. Some of us are coming to the place where we will stop and get our manicures, maybe our pedicures, and our hair done. That often goes along with our professional appearance. But what are we doing for the things on the inside? Are we stopping to meditate? Are we starting the day out with a deep breathing, just to make sure that we are in a good space? We cannot help those if we're not helping ourselves. So self-care is not a dirty word. Self-care is a necessary function that we must have. Number 2, you can never get rid of your past. We have this way of looking in the rearview mirror and staying there. Our past is not a place of residence. It is a place of reflection. It is a frame of reference that we go back to say, this is what happened. We don't have to live in the definition or the labels from the past. So maybe my mom was a drug addict. That does not make me less of a person. When we extract the lesson from the past, the lesson becomes the blessing. The curse, when it's reversed, becomes the blessing. So we glance back to the past to see where is it that we can improve our generation and the next generation. We don't have to own those labels. You'll never be nothing, just like your dad was nothing. You'll never be smart like your sister. You'll never be whatever that message was. We don't have to live there. We have the power and the ability to change anything that happened in the past to a place of positivity. We have to take our pain, find purpose, and then use it to build someone else and for someone else's gain. Number 3, never address the issues. So those secrets that we grew up with, that were tucked deep in our heart, those issues that we're never supposed to talk about, that's embarrassing, that brings us shame, and even some of our own shortcomings. We can know that we're raggedy in some areas, and I'm just going to put it where the goats can get it. We may be on the outside, externally, super professional, even diva-like. However, we know the heart secrets. We know the things and the areas that we know we need to improve in. I had a person say to me one time, well, I don't have any places to improve. And I've been doing therapy and been in the field almost 40 years. And it was amazing to me to hear one person say, I don't have any imperfections. I've never known a perfect day. And most of us, when we're honest with ourselves, we will say there are places and spaces in our life that we know that we need to improve. And accepting those places is the beginning of growth. We cannot grow without acknowledging that we have these spaces that we need to grow in. Whether that space is insecure, I'm still struggling. Just like I talked about being 12 years old and having that concept, there are times that I can meet someone that's new and maybe they are of a brighter hue. And I have to go back through my filter and say, this is not the person or not what happened to me at 12. And dismantle that thought process that would say, shy away, step away from that person. I have to address those areas that I still need to grow in. So we can't just forget that those things have happened. Number 4, embrace and accept your originality. The myth is just fit in, just be like everyone else, just look like everyone else. God never intended for us to be cookie cutter. God never intended for me to look just like you, Dr. Karen, or you, Dr. Jaffe. God never intended for all of us to be the same. It is in our diversity that we find beauty. It is in our diversity that we learn and grow from being around each other and interacting with each other. There is no such thing as a cookie cutter person. So no matter how much we were told when we were younger or got the subliminal message or nonverbal message to fit in. I think about my high school days, and I was friends with all of the groups. I was smart, and I didn't talk about being smart, and I didn't hang with the nerds. And I was friends with them, and I was well accepted and popular, but I didn't hang with all of the popular people. I was friends with the jocks. I was friends with everyone, but I was okay with being different. I was okay with my originality. I was okay with, I didn't have to do what everyone else did or fit in. Peer pressure is a real thing. And the more that we can empower our young people by being empowered ourselves, then we can teach and model for them that it's okay to be an original. Gosh darn original. Number 5, where every woman We have the superwoman syndrome because we are strong Black women. That's a myth. It is perfectly okay to say, I can't do it all. I can't be it all. We have this mantle that we carry from the generations. My grandmother was a very, very strong woman. I saw her learn to roller skate at age 55 and to ski at 55 and to literally work 24 hours a day in General Motors before they begin to monitor that. I watched her literally be gone 2, 3 days in a row working. But on the inside, she was very fragile. But you would never know it because she felt like she had to keep that mantle up, keep that face on, keep that barrier and that shield that says she was superwoman. Somehow her pain from all of her experiences, she kept locked in. She never shared it with my mother's generation nor my generation, which would have given us a new level of empowerment, even a new place of reference to say, this has happened in our generations. Let's make sure that we cut that off. How do you cut it off? One thought at a time. Because of her hard places, my grandmother did not show emotion and was very uncomfortable with physical affection. She would provide for you, but she could not have a heart connection because she was given the message that you work hard, you provide, and you never show your vulnerabilities. We can show our vulnerabilities. When we put the face on and we're superwoman, we're teaching our daughters that they do not have the capacity to connect with people emotionally. You're not supposed to cry. Who says? If we're not supposed to cry as a strong woman, why do we have tear ducts? It's a myth that we've been chasing and following and living, that we have to be superwoman, that we have to keep guarded, that we have to keep our dukes up. We have to be ready to fight instead of having sensitivity and warmth and open arms. Number 6, the myth of Black women are haters. I hate the word haters because all you hear in our community, why is she looking at me? We have built this whole agenda on she's looking at me, she's hating on me. She hates how good I look. Instead of maybe the sister is simply admiring you. Maybe she's admiring your confidence. Maybe she's admiring the way that you carry yourself. Maybe she's admiring that she knows all the things you've been through, but yet you stand tall. Maybe she's simply admiring your smile. When we change the mindset, then we can begin to say, let's start a conversation. Let's not assume that she's looking at me because she's jealous. That mentality goes all the way back to our slavery days. One woman in the house, one woman in the field. One woman cooled off in the house and eating good food, the other in the field working hard. The division has to stop. And it stops when we begin to acknowledge mindsets and change mindsets. And it is not always easy. And it really is dismantling one thought at a time. I was out with my daughter, my oldest daughter, and she says, we do this thing. What is she looking at? And I said to her, maybe she's looking at how beautiful you are. And she stopped and she looked at me. She said, well, how do you know that? I said, well, how do you know it's a negative thought? Many times, because negative thoughts are so loud, we automatically assume it's negative. For every negative comment that comes our way, whether it's about our color or whatever else, it takes 10 positive comments to wipe out that one negative comment. How many of us really get 10 positive comments? We don't. And so we continue to live in the negative. We continue to relish in the negative, and we continue to have the negative thoughts before the positive thoughts. I'm challenging you, my beautiful people, dismantle hater mentality everyone's not drinking Gatorade. Some people are actually drinking, everyone is not drinking Haterade. Some are actually drinking Gatorade. Some are actually drinking Admiration Aid. Hey, some of them are drinking, I wish I knew this person. Aid. They're not all drinking Haterade. And it's time for us to come to a new level of maturity, a new place of mentality, a new place of acceptance in our community. So when we see someone that is simply looking at us, and there's no crime in someone looking at you, that we interpret it in a different way. If you feel like it truly is something negative, jealousy, envy, have a conversation. Because many times those people are judging you from afar. And when you open your mouth and allow them to experience you on another level, it dispels what they were thinking about you if it's in a negative way. I can remember before I met my husband, he said, I thought you were stuck up. I said, stuck up? Me? Stuck up? He said, well, I would speak to you and you didn't speak back. I said, I didn't speak back because I didn't hear you, because I speak to everyone. And secondly, I wasn't looking for a man. So in his mind, he was so used to women responding and eager to respond that he thought that I was rejecting him when simply I didn't hear him. Sometimes the conversation, is literally right there at our fingertips. But because we didn't hear or we didn't take the time to even see that this person is making eye contact, we miss it. So let's take more time for awareness around us. Make eye contact with people. For those people who are attempting to judge you or make an assumption about you or put you in a place, dispel it by simply opening your mouth and saying, good morning, gorgeous. How are you today? Because it's something as simple as that. Do you know how many people never get a hug? Never have people make eye contact and smile? I make it a point with every person that comes to my office to hug them before they leave. I cannot tell you how many men, grown women have laid on my shoulder and wept like a baby from one hug. We must bring back our closeness, our connectedness, and our sensitivity of mankind by simply doing little things like making eye contact and speaking and taking down the mentality, they're hating me. They're looking at me and they're hating on me. Number 7, people, it is okay to tell your business to a licensed professional. I said to a licensed professional, not Jane Blow, Joe Blow, because they can go broadcast your business and nothing can be done unless you decide to take them to court. However, if you speak to a professional licensed therapist or counselor, they are bound by the laws of confidentiality. You know those secrets that we were told what goes on in this house stays in this house? The ones that cause us to drink too much alcohol, the ones that cause us to look for love in all the wrong places, all the wrong faces, and all the wrong beds. It is much better to talk about it with a licensed person. And I tell people when they come in, let me tell you why you don't have to worry about it. The penalty for breach of confidentiality is $250,000 per incident and or 10 years in jail. Well, I'm not going to jail and fight off anyone. And I have money to invest in my children's future, not because I have a big mouth. So it's okay to not be okay and to go get help. It's okay to talk to a professional. The body is not big enough to hold all of the emotional issues that we experience in a lifetime. This is why we have high blood pressure, because the body throws it off into another area, whether it's your blood pressure, your blood sugars, whether it's stress, whether it's stroke. This is what happens in the body when we are not allowed to talk about those things that are destroying us on the inside. Number 8 and final, you cannot afford to take a break. That's a myth. If you don't take a break, you will break. Balance in life is everything. And so many of us, and there are some that grew up taking vacations with their family, but a lot of people did not. A lot of people did not learn the value of working and playing. My mother was one of the first women in our county who went from being on welfare to the welfare worker. And when she became the welfare worker, it was very important to her, even before, it was important for her that she would take us on one-day excursions, one-day trips. And we had the privilege of living close to Canada. So she would wake us up on Saturday morning and she would say, I'll give you 30 minutes to get your room clean or 30 minutes to do whatever. If we were ready in 30 minutes, we might have a picnic on the shores of Canada. We may be up in northern Michigan. We would be on some excursion, some adventure. Now, if we waited 32 minutes, we didn't get to go. Now, she was teaching us discipline, but she was also teaching us the importance of balance in a life. And you don't have to have a lot of money to have balance in your life. Balance can be sitting on the back porch with a book. Balance can be sitting on the local lake, sitting on the lake and breathing in, just breathing the air in. Balance could be going for a walk, a bike ride, whatever it is balanced for you. But we must remember we are not robots. We are people, and therefore we have limitations. We must stop and replenish our mental health before we break. And one of the things that keep us balanced, again, is making sure that we have enough rest and enough sleep. And I've worked the psych unit, an emergency psych unit in the hospital. And I can tell you, 3 days without sleep, anyone can crash, literally be certifiable to be in a psych unit. So more than anything, my beautiful people, make sure you take care of your temple, get the proper rest, eat the foods, not processed foods, try to get organic foods. I had 2 trips in Africa last year. I'm going for a whole month this year. And I can tell you the quality of the food is so different. And it energized the body not to have the chemicals. But make sure that you're eating good, healthy meals. Lots of color. Just like we have many shades, eat foods that have many colors. I so appreciate you, Dr. Karen, for giving every one of us the opportunity to look at our own issues and where we've come from and set goals for where we're going, because all of our colors are beautiful.
Oh my goodness, that was amazing. That was absolutely amazing. I feel so empowered and just, I feel like you have spoken with your one voice, the voice of so many of us that are on this call. So thank you that's my comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to move into our questions and answers now. If anyone has any questions, we can go ahead and unmute our mics and raise our hand and ask our questions or make our comments. And Dr. Karen and Dr. Robin, you all always, the floor is open for you.
Can you unmute Dr. Karen? You were Karen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, yeah.
I see Miss Rosa has a question. Rosa.
Greetings, family.
Hello.
Hi, beautiful people.
Hey, Miss Rosa.
I'm glad to be here. I was busy earlier, but hey, I'm present now, and I have a few things. I'm Rosa from Atlanta. I'm a retired nurse among 5 or 6 other professions, and I'm 77 years old, and I am really enjoying everything that's being said. I'm gonna have to go back and re-see the recording because I missed this show earlier, but I want to thank Dr. Kathy Barton Brown for that excellent presentation.
Oh.
And I'd like to say, I have a question in relation to what's happening during this pandemic and during this war season, during what we're going through now, during the time that we're going through now. And that is with this Black on Black violence. In Atlanta, it's just like, I can't even go out with a peace of mind in my neighborhood. I can't drive my Mercedes-Benz, can't do none of that because of the Black on Black violence. And what is the cost of this increased violence since the pandemic in our neighborhood?
Well, I believe there was a couple things that happened. For one thing, we experienced something we never experienced before. Who would ever thought something as small as a virus would shut the whole world down? And so, literally, many of us have family members who have been in prison, but we never knew that we would be thrown in prison because we literally all were thrown in prison. So, for some people, that's what it felt like.
Amen.
You know, and they threw the key away.
And
you
I
know?
still feel like I'm in jail.
Right, exactly. You know, and so some of us who may have been balanced enough before the pandemic came out with just maybe some depression and things like that. But some other people who were not balanced before the pandemic, when they got out, they're like the dog that got out of the fence. And if you notice, they drive more reckless. The rules don't apply anymore. You know, here where I live, people use the turning lane as the go around you lane. I don't have to wait for you.
Exactly.
You know, and so there was a lot of impatience, you know, because it's almost like I have to make up for the time that I've been locked down. That's one. Two, the climate that was before the pandemic, as far as racism, came to the top. All of a sudden,
thanks to Donald Trump.
Well, you said it. All of a sudden, all these people who had all of this pent up racism against people of color had permission to show their ugly side. It was allowed to come to the top and be exposed. And so it brought more of it out. So we had more incidents. Now, on top of all of that, we have the self-hatred within our community. So one of the things that will happen, if someone is about to shoot you and you know their name, and you say, John, please don't shoot me. John, I'm asking you not to shoot me. If you keep calling their name, you humanize the situation. But as long as they're swearing at you and calling you out of your name, then there is no humanization in it. You are not a human. You're just another object for me to prove how tough I am, or to gain my gang status or whatever. But when you humanize people and start to talk to people, then it takes down the guard, and the violence would decrease if we just begin to teach people to value themselves so they can value others. People who are shooting, robbing, stealing, killing, many of them have been told all their life, you're nothing. You're nothing. They didn't achieve anything. They couldn't do education. You know, maybe no one ever even taught them how to read. And so they go over to, I'm powerful and I have a power. I have identity with this gun. And so I'm going to take from you what I could not get for myself. So it does put us in a place of being vigilant. We have to be vigilant. You have to be careful.
And being fearful.
Well, and being fearful, but we have to manage the fear, because fear will drive you to a heart attack if you don't learn how to manage it. It will kick over into the stress, and the stress will take you straight out of here. Stress does heal. So learning where the places are that you could be safe. You know, can you leave out early in the morning and go visit someone else? Can you go away for the weekend? And, you know, finding the options, you know, get a hoopty on the side, you know, but find the options and talk to someone. Go talk to someone professional so that they can help you sort it out and how you can live your best life in the time of post-pandemic and the time of war.
That's really great. Thank you so much. We appreciate Dr. Kathy. I so appreciate you. I so appreciate you being here today and for your patience as we got to you. And you've just given us so much valuable information. And we are so glad to have had you. You've been a joy always to me, to my life. And I'm so appreciative of you and for you being here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Peace and blessings.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, great. Okay, we're gonna move along here, and we're gonna go to our next panel. We'll do a commercial after the panel, but right now we're gonna go to our next panel. And so, Dexy, take it away.
Actually, here to introduce our panelist is going to be Dr. Robin to introduce our Beauty Through the Ages panel. So take it away, Dr. Robin.
Thank you, Dexy, and thank you again, Dr. Kathy. Just amazing. We can just sit here and just eat from every drop of the word that you have spoken to us today. We just thank you so much for joining. So we're going to move along, and I see we're falling a little bit behind time, so just bear with us. It's just that everything has been so amazing, and we did not want to cut anyone off or out. We're just enjoying this day, and we wanted it to be everything that you expected and exceed your expectations. So hang in there with us. We have great stuff coming. So I'm honored to be able to present this next panel to you, Beauty Through the Ages. I feel it's so important as women of color, as we're going through life cycles and changes and the whole age factor, that we consider how we're aging. And that's why we set up today the way that we did. We had Dr. Jada come on and talk about health and our physical health, our nutrition, and just overall well-being. We've heard conversations on self-care, and I wanted to talk about beauty through the ages. What does that look like? So we comprised a panel of some excellent people and range from different ages. And just to get perspective, so the first panelist that I'd like to introduce to you is Nancy Berg. And Nancy is a strong woman who's working on her second career in acting and singing and writing. She retired from her first career after working for the government for 33 years. She looks 33. I don't know how she worked 33 years, but 33 years, if you say so. Nancy's typically cast as a judge, a doctor, a grandmother, and a teacher. And she likes to tell stories of strong women who have overcome adversities. Her best strength is showing genuine trustworthiness and being authentic. Then we have next Lady Nevaeh Hedge, 75 years young. She's a wife, mother, grandmother, and an advisor and consultant for women. She goes, if you follow her on social media, you'll see Women, It's Never Too Late. And her calling as an international ambassador for Jesus Christ has her posting inspirational messages on TikTok at Lady Nevaeh. She reads Bible stories to children 2 to 8 years old, and she's also an entrepreneur and founder of Nevaeh's Lipsticks and soon to be launched Royal Crown Headwear, which has inspirational words of God on her cap. And then we have our Queen Isis Murk, that is her name, Queen Isis Murk. And she owns and operates the Queen's Beauty Lounge. She's a first-year college student. There she is. Hi, Queen. And I'll just say that I can go on and on about her. I just love her so much. She started a nonprofit organization. How old were you, Queen, when you started that organization?
I was 17.
And I mean, she's like, how old are you now, if you don't mind?
18.
She's 18. So,
Yes,
and I mean,
ma'am.
she makes her own products. She makes her own products. And just a phenomenal young lady. And so because she makes beauty products and she's into skincare at this young age, she had to be part of this panel. And then we have Essie Esnam from Finland. There she is. Hi. Hello there. Hello there. I just love you so much. She is a beauty entrepreneur, a professional esthetician. As I said, she's based in Finland. She's a founder of Beauty by Essie, a company that sells a wide range of hair and skincare products. And again, I can go on and on, but in the interest of time, I gotta cut it short, but let me tell you, we can definitely make sure you have all of their bios and all of the contact information from today for each and every one of these beautiful ladies. So I wanted to first, let's start with wisdom. That's what I call our Dr. Lady Nevaeh, and I call her Lady because she's such a lady. She's Queen, that's her name, Lady. So we want to start with Lady Nevaeh, and then I want to ask Miss Nancy, the same question. What have you done to maintain beauty through days? Because I mean, I'm looking at you and I've read your ages, and you don't look like what you say. You know, I'm 75 years. What's your process and your perspective on beauty at this stage? If you could tell us that.
Well, first of all, First of all, I want to thank you, Dr. Robin, and also Dr. Karen. This is truly a privilege to be on this panel. But I met Dr. Robin in Dubai. And that in itself was Women It's Never Too Late, because wow, I never thought that I'd have the opportunity, because of Wendy Alexander, who hosted the whole event, to be able to be in Dubai. You know, at the age that I was, I have a bucket list already. And this was truly a blessing that I was given. In answer to your question, Psalms 139 verses 13 and 14, it says how you're wonderfully and beautifully made. You know, God has given me so many blessings. And one of them is you need to be beautiful within yourself first. And then that comes outwardly. Invest in yourself. Of course, I use beauty products. I've never had any surgery done on my face or anything like that. And I just have a positive mindset. You know, I believe that I am unique. I look in the mirror and I said, God, you did an awesome job. And I want each and every one of you women who are listening to look in the mirror and say that to him, because he created us all. And in following the word of God and the purpose that I have here, and being an ambassador and promoting and letting them know and encouraging women that the beauty is not just on the outside, the beauty is within. And to accomplish this, I am in my history, I used to teach cosmetology so you could pass the state boards, but that was in the 80s. So I haven't practiced in the field for a while, but I felt, and the Lord put it on my heart to do this. Women, it's never too late. And I feel that I'm an example of that. So in answer to your question, Dr. Robin, it's just within you. You know, yes, we can use all these cosmetic things that we use, and I enjoy doing it. You can add the lashes, you can do the makeup and all of that, but the beauty comes from within. And you have a greatness within you. And that greatness is your Savior. That greatness is God. He brings that out of you. And how can you not look beautiful, no matter what your age? And of course, I do therapy. I go to Hobby Lobby. I don't know if a lot of people know about Hobby Lobby, and I get my exercise there. I get my therapy shopping there. It's me time. And it just helps me to be able to just relax and get that stress off of me. And then reading his word just enlightens me, because I know my identity in Christ. I know who I am. And women, you should know this also, because this just makes you have a different attitude, a different mindset. And that just shows, it just exudes who you are.
Thank you so much. Thank you. See, that's what I'm saying. We got to have wisdom. You always have to have wisdom. There's that balance, the youth and the wisdom and everything in between. Thank you so much. Miss Nancy.
Hello, Dr.
Hello.
Joffe,
Hello.
Dr. Karen. I am so privileged to be here around these ladies that are specializing in skincare. And I'm just a little old lady that's been doing it for a while. And thank you for giving me the chance to talk. I have to say inwardly too, but I would have to say more of how you eat and how you treat yourself, and staying hydrated, and the basics: cleansers, exfoliating, moisturizers, and sunscreen. A lot of times we think that we don't have to use sunscreen because we've already got the melanin and all that, but you have to use it, and use it daily, inside and out. What did I say? Eating and exercising. Definitely keep it moving. Keep it moving. I have a personal trainer, and once a month I have a masseuse that massages me once a month. I had a problem when I was in my youth with blemishes, really bad blemishes. I mean, it looked like the continent was on my cheeks, and that caused enlarged pores. And it also caused me to have keloids. I had a big keloid on the side of my face. So I searched around, I got involved in a company, and this particular company has really helped me. It has minimized my pores. It has minimized the keloid I had on the side of my face. And when you're acting and you're in the camera, can't have no scars on your face. So this particular company, Neura is the name of the company, has really helped my skin. I mean, I would never think my skin would look like this. Never in a million years. But it looks halfway decent, and without foundation too, just lipstick, and I'm good to go. So those are the things. And of course, I use collagen. I use a powdered collagen that I put in my coffee in the morning, because, you know, we lose our collagen as we get older. So I use the collagen. I do neck exercises for keeping the flabby, you know, skin here. I don't have the turkey neck. I don't want the turkey neck. And of course, other things is keeping the hairs off my chin. You know, when we get older, we have chin hair and we have mustaches. So I take care of that. And the other thing is checking out my skin every once in a while. In fact, once a month, checking for moles. If the shape of the mole, checking the symmetry, checking the size, checking the if it's like the color is changed, checking the diameter, checking the color, and if there's the borders, checking all of that. You need to do that monthly along with your self-examination of your breast. But skin is not just your face, your neck, and your décolleté. It's all over your body. You have to check them to make sure everything needs to be well. And I think that's my thing that I do to stay young at 73.
Well, it's working for you and has worked for you. I mean, just say you don't have any foundation on and you just have the lipstick on is amazing. That's telling. So your regimen is working for you. So
no, thank you.
So that moves me on to let's go down to our next one. I'm going to go in steps here, is with my Essie from Finland. Esthetician, I mean, you're hearing this, and esthetician, that's what you've done. You've studied skin, and I know you have products and you do a lot of teaching on just good skincare. So what is your perspective on, one, beauty, and two, skincare?
Thank you so much for inviting me here, for giving me the opportunity to be here. I have been so blessed, and I'm so blessed to listen to everything that has been going on, like so insightful. And yeah, I'm truly, truly happy to be here. So when it comes to beauty, I really agree with some of the things that many people say before. Like, beauty is actually from inside, and you have to know it for other people to see you as a beautiful person. And it's such an amazing thing, like Dr. Pan was saying before, that when you know your value, who you are in Christ, and when you know yourself, it's really help you to have a different mentality. And when you know you have been created to be amazing, you believe it, and then other people can see that you are truly amazing and you are truly beautiful. I do really much agree on that. And when it comes to skincare, I think skin is one of the most important organs on our system. Usually people don't think of it that way, but if you could imagine yourself without a skin at all, then you'll be walking out like people will be afraid of you, then everything will be able to enter your organism, and then everything will be able to go out from your body. So skin is very important, and it's just trying to know and understand your skin. What does it like? How does it feel? what do I need to do now? And learning to understand your skin and giving it what it wants, because everybody's skin is different. Everybody's skin react differently in different situation or season. So I think when it comes to skin is to understand and to know how to listen to your skin and how to give a proper care to your skin. So that's what I could say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I wish sometimes I wish when, you know, I was your ages, and I'm looking over here at Queen, you know, some of the advice that Lady Nevaeh and Nancy and even you, Essie, have said, spoken today. I wish I had known that back then, and just the importance of, you know, taking care of my skin and taking care of myself, because I think that helps as we begin to age. I'm all for prevention and doing things to, you know, stop. I could care less back then about anti-aging, because, you know, at that age, we think we're invincible and we're just going to always look the way we looked back then forever. And that's just not true. So in hearing the things that have been said today, Queen, what is because you're the baby in the room, you're the baby of the bunch. So when you're hearing, you know, Nancy talk about moles and hair, you know, I can remember my great grandmother having the hair on that and mustache, you know, and we were like, oh my. But one day that's gonna happen to me if I live to be the age that she was. But anyway, what is your perspective? And I know you started your business, you have amazing products and you're into skin, you're studying skin. So from an 18-year-old, what is your take on, you know, just taking care of your skin as you age?
Well, first of all, of course, I want to say thank you so much for being here, and thank you to everyone who has spoke so far. Like, since I came in this morning, I just been thinking like I have to get my life together, because, you know, they're not doing all of this for me to just sit here and not do what I'm supposed to do. So let me get it together. So I thank you all so much for your words of wisdom. But my take on skin, it's like just about everybody said, it starts in the inside. My mom was big on taking care of my skin because it reflects what's going on the inside. She always said, like, you know, I'm here on campus and I'm getting that freshman 15 and gaining that weight, eating that food. So she came up to visit me one time and she said, you haven't been eating right. You have dark spots right here. You had acne right here. I had like a couple of bumps under my chin. She said, you've been eating a lot of dairy, haven't you? I was like, yes, ma'am, I have. So it's just, for me, I feel like skin has always been a great indicator of where you are inside. Like, are you drinking enough water? Are you eating the foods you should be? Are you cutting out the unnecessary sugars, the high fructose corn syrup, all those things? But looking at it from my perspective, I also do believe that it is really important now for people my age and any time to go ahead and start really focusing on what it is they need to do to care for themselves from the inside out. Like, I see a lot of my friends and peers, they have all of these expensive skincare products and all of the makeups. And I'm like, my skin is so sensitive, like even for the products that cost $150, my skin cannot handle it. So I've always battled with acne since I hit puberty or whatnot. And of course, I still go through it because hormone balancing and all of those things. So I had to figure out a way to make my own stuff. So my mom always tells me, if it can't go in your body, then you probably shouldn't be putting it on your face. She always says that. And if it can't go on your face, then it probably, you know, shouldn't be in your body and all of those things. So it started with the kitchen. It originally started with me growing out my hair. It looks kind of scary today, but it's okay. But it started with that process, and then I got into clay masks and oils and herbs and understanding how to use that on your face, because my mom has always raised me from a holistic perspective. Everything comes from the ground. Everything that is of the ground is your resource, so use it. So that's where it started for me. I started with horsetail, rose petals, nettle, all those things, drinking them, spraying it on my face, all of that. And that's where I started with, the Queen's Beauty Lounges. I use these things every day, and I think it's a really great resource, especially for my generation, because it like, in the process of making these things and learning about the different herbs, it really did teach me that you don't have to go outside of yourself for anything, because everything is already within you. The wisdom, the knowledge, the resources you need, the things you need to rely on in order to survive, it's all within you. You just have to sit down and focus on it in order to grasp exactly what it is you need to know in that moment. So that's what it has been for me. And honestly, that's really been my journey with skincare, is not just learning more about my skin, but learning more about myself as an individual, and of course my passions, but really just how I see myself and how I want to see myself.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah. Wisdom in an 18-year-old. I love it. I love it. That's why I keep young people around me, because they inspire me as well. So, it seems like we're hearing a lot of, confirmations from first thing this morning and throughout this day. And I even heard it on this panel, beauty is within. I tout that on the International Shades of Beauty's platform all the time. I'm a firm believer that it starts inside, what you think about yourself, how you feel about yourself, because if you look good, nobody can tell you otherwise. If you have confidence, can't nobody tell you anything. I know they can't tell me a thing. So we're hearing good health. We've heard that from Dr. Jado and Dr. Karen and Lady Nevaeh and Nancy. Everybody that came forward today talked about good health, good nutrition. Sleep is necessary for taking care of our bodies and really for this anti-aging. So that's great, doing all those things. But I go back to your mind and what do you do to make sure that you're feeling complete, that you're taking care of yourself, and that the mind is right. So what is something that each of you do on a daily basis, if you do it on a daily basis, that keeps you centered and keeps you in the right frame of mind, so that, again, beauty starts within? So what are some of the things, or just let's, in the interest of, because I want people to be able to ask you all questions. So let's start with you, Lady Nevaeh. What do you do?
I just basically do the affirmations, and I just basically tell myself, that it'll be okay if you can't accomplish certain things, and to celebrate the little or the small goals that you have accomplished. Don't, you give yourself a huge goal and then you don't get to that right away and then you punish yourself. No, celebrate the small ones. It's steps. You just keep taking them and stay in your greatness. You are great. There's no one else who can copy who you are, and take care of yourself. These are the basics that I use when I'm on YouTube and when I'm on TikTok and when I'm on Instagram with women. It's never too late. Those are the things that I have to be an example of what I'm telling everyone else. And I try to do that at 75 years old. Young, 75 young. That's what I say.
Did you say TikTok? You go on TikTok?
Yes, I am.
I'm gonna have you teach me, because I don't even know how to do TikTok. See what I'm saying? All right, TikTok.
Follow me at Lady Nevaeh #2.
I follow you, but I have not followed you on TikTok.
Yes.
I will be following you on TikTok. I want to see these TikToks. So yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Nancy, what do you do?
Okay. Well, the first thing I do before I go to Clubhouse with Every Dot Black with Jimmy Davies and the crew, as from 8 until 9, a little plug on Every Dot Black, I meditate. I take my scripture out and I read scripture. I like going to Proverbs because there's a lot of knowledge there. So I start out the first verse and go all the way to the end of the month with Proverbs. And then I go on to other scriptures too. I do that, and then I work out, and I journal. Sometimes there's little hiccups in the day or in the week, and then I also document those celebrations, because you can go back to those celebrations when things are not getting, when you got those hiccups, and you can say, oh, well, this is how I handled that this time. You go back to that and you revisit it, and you keep yourself surrounded by people that like you and that you can talk to and you can share things with. And that's basically what I do.
Excellent. That's amazing. All right, Essie, what do you do?
Yeah, I would really much agree again with the meditation part, because that's the one for me, especially for my mind. I think life is way too stressful if you try to do things on your own and control everything going on, and maybe there's a failure happening in a day or something. Things get, usually for me, too stressful. So what I do daily is that I meditate. I'll take my Bible and I'll meditate the word, and I'll learn to hand over to God that there's a higher power. I'm not here trying to, there's a bigger plan. I'm part of the plan that God has made for me. That's really helped me to calm my mind down, because most of the time, if not, then I'll be really stressful. And another thing really practical that I do is to have my self-care moments. I can shut my phone and tell everybody I'm busy, but then I'm not really busy. I'm just maybe sitting down. I have my little book I'm reading, or I have my candle, or just have a time that I rest. I'm not attending to anything or anybody, and that actually helped me a lot. So those are like the two things I really think it worked for me.
Thank you. And Queen, last but not least.
So for the past, I think, 6 months, I don't know if anybody's heard of Sacred Woman by Queen Afua, but I hopped on the journey with my mom, because kind of like wherever she goes, I go. So, I said, why not? I don't know what it is, but we'll do it. So I hopped on with my mom, and we have this community of sisters. So I'm the baby everywhere I go. So they're my aunties, and we're supposed to get up between 4 to 6 every morning and do our altar work. That's where we take a soak, we pray, we meditate, we journal. But Queen cannot do 4 to 6 in the morning. So I settled on doing it at night, and I've been doing it this past week at night, and it really helps because I am a night owl, and I probably don't go to sleep until about 3 to 4 every morning. Like it's hard for me to just rest my mind. So when I sit at my altar, I know for sure that I will not think about work. I won't think about school, the things I haven't done or the things I have done, because my attention is focused on doing better. And also I don't know if anybody else has been taught this way, but I've been taught that like it's kind of disrespectful in a way to focus on other things, like when you're praying or when you're reading the Bible or something. So I was just like, it's disrespectful to my ancestors and to the creators to be like, oh my gosh, I have this assignment due. I got to go do that. I can't do this right now. So it is really just that moment where it's just me taking in my space, and I sit there and everything just goes away. So, and once I am finished, it only takes about 10 to 15 minutes, but once I'm done, I feel so clear, and every single time I get like a new lesson out of it. Like it's always something new I am learning or something different. I'm like, okay, tomorrow instead of doing this, we'll do it this way. So yes, it's just it just grounds me and keeps me in one place, because I love doing 15 million things at one time, but I do get overwhelmed and do start to feel burnt out. So it just gives me that time and space to prioritize myself over the things that I do, because they can't continue to go on if I'm not there.
Right. True.
So
true.
Yes, ma'am. So I just have to teach myself that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies. Before we end, I want to give people a chance to ask questions, because we have some wisdom on here. So let's open up the room for people to be able to ask these beautiful ladies questions, any questions that they may have. I'll ask one while they're because I know they're probably on mute right now. What questions, and I'll ask this to Queen and Essie, what question would you ask Lady Nevaeh and Nancy about their journey to, aging? Let's start with you. Just one question. What would you ask them?
Me?
Essie.
Essie, okay.
Oh, me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know women, most women, when we start like growing older, there's that fear of not maybe look like appearance, not looking as good as maybe we used to be. And some I know has a great fear. So how did you both feel as the age is passing, and how did you accept the changes that was going on your body physically?
I'm going to answer.
That would be my question.
I'm going to answer that. I think that I've gotten better looking as I've gotten older. I mean, I don't have the big scars on my face, the pimples and large pores and all that. And I'm eating better. I'm exercising more, and I know how to take care of myself. I was very shy when I was young, extremely shy. And so I've gotten more confident. And here I am. Who would think that I would be acting? Come on, doing commercials, even modeling. At 73, you're modeling. Who would think I'd be doing all that? I think I'm better as I've gotten older. And because I feel now that I've lost so much time being shy that I'm making all that stuff up. I feel like I got to hurry up and I keep learning things. And this is what I want to do, keeping active, keep moving. And I think that's made me feel like I'm more confident and I look better.
Wonderful, wonderful. Lady Nevaeh, if you could, because we're running short on time. They're just giving me things, a message. So could you answer that?
Great job, Robin. But anyway, in answer to your question, basically I piggyback on what Nancy said. Yes, basically when you get older, you get a little more bolder. It comes along with the territory. But in reference to, you have a regime and see, I kind of cheated because I used to teach cosmetology. So I knew what things to do to keep my skin moisturized and hydrated and not have those wrinkles come in as fast as they could. you know, and it's just a matter of knowing yourself and and educating yourself on, you know, what's happening with your skin, looking into something like that, and then you know what steps to take to keep yourself a little more youthful. And that's basically what I did. I'm a mother of twins, you know, identical twin girls who are 53. So, you know, they in turn, the good genes kind of help. But they kind of help because I've had some, you know, I suffer with some skin allergies, but you learn from, you know, educating yourself, looking into, well, you know, good old friend Google and also YouTube will tell you what to do with certain problems. And they did have these different ways and avenues of being able to educate yourself on how to take care of your skin.
Excellent. Thank you all so much. Thank you. We could sit here and talk all day. I had list of questions to ask you all just to have the dialogue, but time just seems to get away from us, doesn't it? I'm so appreciative of each and every one of you. Thank you, Essie. I know we have a time difference, and I appreciate you for hanging in there with us and joining today. And, you know, you were at International Shades of Beauty with us in last November, and we enjoyed your experiences and expertise and just your words of wisdom and knowledge that you shared with us then and today. Lady LeVay, you already know I love you. Inside, I just love you. And Nancy, I love you. I love you. I love you. So I thank you. And Queen, what can I say? That's my niece right there. That's my niece right there. And so I'm appreciative. Before I go, someone had texted me and asked me what lipstick. Guess what, y'all? Lady LeVay. I had to put it on and represent because she's here. So this is what I'm wearing. It's called Truthful Nude. And so thank you. So thank you. Thank you also. Bye-bye.
That was such an awesome panel, Dr. Robin. Oh my gosh, that was so awesome. You guys are absolutely amazing.
Thank you
so much. You did such a great job covering everything. We didn't have any questions. We didn't have any. Everybody was so just full. So now we're going to sit back and enjoy these commercial breaks.
Hi, I'm Nancy Berg, actor, voiceover talent, and singer. Voice your choice. You choose in front or behind the camera. I present a warm, comfortable tone that is genuine, showing compassion, great for e-learning. I can also be witty, which lends itself to commercials and narrations. Let me be the voice to expand your business. Voice your choice at dimaberg.com.
Hey, welcome back. You know, what can I say? This guy right here is he's one of my heartbeats. I love him so much, and I am so pleased to introduce to you today Malcolm Ali Davis. Malcolm, as I call Mal, he would have a fit if he heard me say that. Mally or Mal. He's a triple threat entertainer, actor, singer, performed in The Lion King. He was one of 2,000 boys his age at the time who tried out and he won. He won that spot, and he was with the Lion King for a number of years. And today, I'm proud to say that he is on tour with Babyface, the Babyface, Kenny Babyface Edmonds and Kim for their Circle Tour. If you have a chance, they just started the tour this past Wednesday, and they'll be coming to a city-state near you. So make sure you go and see him. We're behind time, and I'm going to try to hurry up, and because I can talk about this one all day. It's my heartbeat, my love. And so let's see what Malcolm Ali has to say or sing for us today.
Hello and welcome to the first ever International I Am the Color of Beautiful Day. My name is Malcolm Ali. I'm a singer, actor, entertainer extraordinary, whatever you want to call me. And I'm supposed to be coming to you live, but as of right now, I'm in a hotel in Colonial Heights, Virginia. I'm on tour with Babyface for the Full Circle Tour, singing background. And we have our first show tonight, so I wasn't able to, come to you live. But I didn't want to miss out on this amazing event, partnership between International Shades of Beauty, my aunt, Dr. Joppy, heading that, and Dr. Karen Moore with I Am the Color of Beautiful. So didn't want to miss it, celebrating beauty in all shades, our Black and brown women across the globe. So just going to do a couple songs for you, and then I got to run a sound check, but I didn't want to miss out. Stevie Wonder, one of my favorite songs, one of my favorite artists. Over time, I've been building my castle of love. Yes, I have. Though you never knew you were my reason. I've gone much too far for you now to say that I've got to throw my castle away over dreams. I have picked out a perfect come true. Though you never knew it was of you I've been dreaming. The Sandman has come from too far away for you to say come back some other day. And though you don't believe that they do come true. For friend romance, all true love needs is a chance. Maybe too, if you would believe, you too might be overjoyed, overloved, oh, over me. Y'all can do a bit of rock if you want. Over hearts, I have painfully turned every stone. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Just to find that I had found what I'd searched to discover. I've gone much too far for me now to find the love that I've sought can never be mine. And though you don't believe that they do come true. For did my dreams come true when I looked at you? And maybe too, if you would believe, you too might be overjoyed, overloved, over me. And though the odds may be improbable, what do they know? For in romance, all true love needs is a chance. And maybe with a chance you might find you too, like I am overjoyed, overloved, over you. Over you. right, I'm taking a seat for this next one. Real intimate moment. I'm gonna sing this directly to all of you that are watching. This is one of my favorite songs by Al Green, and this is what love should feel like. I'm so in love with you. Whatever you wanna do, baby, it's alright with me. 'Cause you make me feel so brand new. And I want to spend my whole life with you. Let me say this since, oh babe, since we've been together, loving you forever, baby, it's what I need. Let me be the one you come running to. And I'll never be untrue. Oh, baby, let's stay together. Yeah, loving you whether times are good or bad, happy or sad. Y'all give me a little snap. Woo, you, baby. Hey, baby. Whether times are, y'all supposed to sing that. Happy or sad. Why do people break up, then turn around and make up? I don't understand that. Said I just can't see, because you'd never do that to me. I wouldn't do it either. 'Cause being around you is all I need. So baby, let's stay together, baby. Loving you whether times are good or bad. All right, I'm sorry that was so short, but hopefully it was sweet. If you want to follow me for more music, my Instagram and other social media is @TheMalcolmAli. That's TheMalcolmAli, or my website, malcolm-ali.com. I have music on iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, Amazon, YouTube, all that stuff. And while we're here, I'll do a little extra bit of something a cappella, just as a little treat. One of my favorite songs by Maxwell. Lead me on, girl, if you must. Take my heart and my love. Take of me all that you want. Oh, baby. And if there's a thing that you need, I give you the breath that I breathe. If ever you yearn for the love in me, whenever, wherever, whatever, baby. Whenever, wherever, whatever, papa, baby. Wish I knew if I could be the one that you would love forever and today, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And if there's a thing that you need, I'd give you the blood that I bleed if ever you yearn for the love in me. Whenever, wherever, whatever, baby. Whenever, wherever, whatever, Papa, baby. Enjoy the rest of the event. All love.
Oh my goodness, I could stay here and listen to him all day. What about you?
Hey, that's my Malcolm. I'm blessed. I'm just blessed to, to have him in my life. And like I said, catch him on the Full Circle tour with Babyface, and Kim. They're on tour. And I just love him so much because he was going to be here actually live today singing for us, and got the call that he was selected by Babyface, wanted him to come on tour with him. And hey, I can't blame him. You got to go where the money resides, right?
Absolutely.
So
But
I
that
told
was
him
amazing.
it was amazing. So yes, ma'am, let's go. Thank
Are we
you.
going to have some commercials, or are we going to go right into our panel? Looks like we're going right into, what we have all been waiting for. We've been hearing from so many wonderful women all day, and now, well, we did have Mr. Jones was up earlier, so I got to make sure Dr. Jones was up earlier, so we did hear from him, but we're going to get ready to hear from him again on the Beauty of Women of Color, the men's panel. So what we've all been waiting for, we're going to have Dr. Lafayette Jones. We're going to have Mr. Frederick Ramirez. We're going to have Neil, the barber, Shakri, and Mr. Robin Williams Sr. to come and speak to us about the beauty of women of color. And facilitating this panel is none other than Dr. Joppy and Dr. Moore. Take it away.
My mic was on mute, but I want to just say how wonderful it was to hear Malcolm, and we sure are so grateful for him doing that video for us and sending it. And it was just amazing. It was just absolutely amazing.
It certainly was. And I want to just thank all the men on the panel today. I've been waiting for this all day long. And I want to give a special shout out to Mil Shakri. Mil is in Dubai, the time difference, and he stayed up.
Wow.
He's hanging in there with us today. Met Mil. He's been with International Shades of Beauty for 3 years now. He was with us in Dubai at the launch. Talented barber, young man. Follow him on Instagram, see the work that he's doing. He has products and everything out there. And so I just want to say thank you so much. Lots of love to you and your wife and children, the family. Can't wait to see you in 2023. We're coming back. So anyway, let's get into today. These questions. Come on, Dr. Karen, you want to start out?
You're on mute.
So we certainly,
there you go.
Yeah, my mic. Thank you all so much for being here, gentlemen. We appreciate you so much. So let's start by talking about the beauty of women of color and what for you is such an idea about this beauty of women of color. What is it for you that you would speak about the beauty of women of color?
Let's start with
Robin Williams.
Oh, Rob. Okay.
Talk about your beautiful wife. How about that?
First of all, I'd like to say hello. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Loud and clear.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, ladies. First of all, I'd just like to thank the international women. I get it mixed up. The international, I am the color beautiful. For having me. And I'm so happy and proud of my wife and to Dr. Robin Joppy. I appreciate y'all both. You worked so hard and tirelessly to get this done, and it has come to fruition. And I think it's going to go even further. So the question is, how do I feel? What's the question again?
About women of color. What would you say about the beauty of women of color? What is it for you that is about our beauty?
One thing, ladies, you are queens. That's the first thing. The beauty of all shades. You're strong women. You're talented. And my take on that is that there's nothing that you can't do because of your heritage and to love yourself and feel proud of yourself. That's what I get out of it.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I'm cutting it short because I know we're pressed for time, but
thank you. I want to thank you so much, Robin. I love that response. So you said the right things. You know, we have other women. You said the right thing. And you got to see
my wife.
You have to see Dr. Karen in a few. So
right, exactly.
Yeah.
So I want to talk to Mill. I want that question to be answered by Mill as well. One of the things that I love about him, one of many things, is he honors his wife. If you follow him in social media, he is always posting positive comments and positive just everything about his wife and to his wife. So go ahead, Mill, answer the question.
First of all, thank you for having me, Dr. Joppy. That intro was far too kind. I'm humbled by that. I'm humbled by being a part of this with the gentlemen and the beautiful ladies here, all my women of color, my people of color, beautiful souls. I caught the tail end of the last session, and I was just, you know, I love the fact that everybody was meditating, and you know, we're on the same frequency. So that's a beautiful thing. So to segue into that, I love the familiarity that I have with women of color. I see, in some women, I see my auntie, I see my grandmother, I see my mom, I see the resilience. And like Brother William said, the different shades of melanin, you know, we come in all different shades, different experiences,
yes, sir.
Different cultures, different accents, different languages.
Yeah.
You know, you can go anywhere in the world and you will see a Black person of that culture.
Yes.
And then when you're talking about the women, the first teacher of the child, you know, I really praise and I love the divine feminine. You know, women are the first teachers of the child. They have us men. Yeah. And so as far as putting stuff on the internet about my wife, I better, because she'll show the strength, you know.
Right. There you go.
So that's all I have to say about that, ladies and gentlemen. You know, just to cut it short, like Brother William said, because I don't want to. I can go on and on for days, but it's the familiarity for me. It's the skin tones, the accents, the different cultures, the resilience, and the brilliance, and them giving birth to nations, generation after generation. That's what does it for me.
Awesome.
Original woman, and the original woman, might I add.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Great.
Mr. Jones, what do you have to say?
Well, as usual, you know, I have a lot to say. Well, I want to say amen to our brother in Dubai and to Brother Williams. And I want to say a special, and I say to what they say, ditto. You're right on it, brothers. Part of the challenge we have is that, and it's not a challenge, we have more women today than men, but we appreciate you giving us an opportunity to have a voice. I must say, I love Black women. My mother was a Black woman, and my grandmother was a Black woman, and my grandmother was a blind lady that raised 7 daughters on the Chattahoochee River in Nashville, Tennessee. And she was a blind woman and her family was a sharecropper. And one of my aunts was a cosmetologist, and I went to Fisk University in Nashville, Tennessee. When I got there, I remember calling my mother and saying, I've never seen so many pretty Black women in my life. And when they asked who was the president, all of them stood up and they asked who was valedictorian, and on and on and on. So I went to school to undergraduate to predominantly to an African American historically Black college and university that was loaded with Black women. And my mentors, both in business and in life, have been Black women, and I've had the great opportunity to know many of, and all women are great, many of the great women of the world. Maya Angelou, who lived in here in this city, where I live in New Orleans, on a first name basis. The list goes on and on. But I'm just thankful. And I have 3 daughters who are ladies. And one lives in LA and has her own business. Another lives in Dallas and has retired from the airline business. And another young one, the youngest one, is lives in Atlanta, and she just had a new baby boy, she and her husband. So I'm a great admirer of women. And I actually believe this. God knows if it wasn't for y'all, we'd be in bad shape, because Black women are the saviors of our community. No doubt about it.
That's right. You're right. You're right.
Firsthand. I mean, this is a testimony for a long time. And this didn't just start yesterday. Black women have been our savior and our leaders for a long since we've been here. And I'm very much appreciative of those contributions.
Mm.
Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I think you did. You answered that. Yeah, there you go. Right, that's right. That's that wisdom. That's that wisdom.
So, what would you say to our youth, our young Black women that are coming up, who have so many different influences that some of us sometimes feel that they're kind of going the wrong way or following the wrong influence when it comes to presenting themselves as beautiful Black women and having that idea? I mean, some of us, I guess I have a certain idea of how we should conduct ourselves and about, you know, showing our dignity and our excellence. So what would you say to young women who are coming up and about how they should project themselves and be seen by men as well as by the rest of society? What would you say? We could start with Mill.
Okay. Good question. Excellent question.
Yeah.
I have a daughter as well. She's 12. And like you said, influences. And with the influences come agendas. You know, there's an agenda. There has been for as long as I can remember, and as long as I've been taught by beautiful, strong women in the community, you know, as far as in the home and mentor programs that I've, you know, so the agenda is basically disconnecting themselves from their higher selves. And that's all across the board. But let's deal with the women first. With the 12-year-old daughter, for instance, I have to deal with the influence of the internet.
Yes.
All right. So they always pushing this beta sex kitten image. You have to be a certain way, or they're pushing just separatism. You know, independence does not necessarily mean you cannot build the community. You know, that has nothing to do. One, it's like divisive. It's pitting themselves against themselves and themselves against the potential men in the community, right? And they're attacking the children at such a young age. And I use the word attacking very strongly because that's what it is. If you go and look at the majority of the images that are being portrayed, it's an agenda. And I believe having discussions like this, the jewels that I take from it, I continue to give to them, and then show her a better way, introduce her, have her around other females who are doing what she wants to do, or maybe doing what she aspires to do. And kids are show me type people. They, you know, my dad used to say, what you do speaks so loud, I can hardly hear what you're saying. And so that's what kids look at it like, you know, and it's like, they want to see if they, unfortunately, they don't, you know, auntie or grandma or mommy should display themselves in a way how they want the kids to display themselves. And it's a conscious effort. And you know, everybody's not perfect, but it's a conscious effort to battle the influence and explain to them what it is that's being attacked. Their subconscious mind is being attacked to act and be a certain way other than the queens that they are. And that's just what it is, y'all. So yeah, and I'm gonna cut that one short because I can go on and on.
Robin?
Yeah, I think, and I could say I have two daughters, and one is 31 and the other one is 21. One of my daughters are a real light tone queen, and the other daughter is a darker complexion queen. And I try to tell them and let them know both that, you know, they're beautiful in every way. To say that, I think the young ladies today, and my man was talking about it, excuse me if I don't have your name right, that, you know, the internet, but it seems like the young women today want to be seen. They need to have the likes. So whatever it takes to get a like, you know, they'll do. I don't mind you dancing, and you know, to me, you don't have to. You know, everybody's doing it. Everybody's twerking now to show, you know, their bodies or whatever. And some do it in fun. Some do it because they're either bored or they have nothing else to do. They want to make a video. I understand that, you know, but I think too that doesn't just portray what women need to get attention or to get noticed. A man notices you if you are successful, working, keeping yourself together. A man notices you just as much as you would, you know, shaking your hand. You know, of course, we're going to notice that because we're men.
Right.
And, you know, that's automatic. You know what I'm saying? I tell my wife, you know, I said, you know why I married you? And she said, well, I said, because your brains. So, and then she gets upset. And see, if I had said her body, then she said, well, yeah, I ain't got no brains. So you can't win. You know what I'm saying? You can't win. And good look, you know, so, but I think that the young ladies today, they need to realize that they are special in every way you can conduct yourself. And if you're looking at a young lady, and I'm gonna say this, if a woman is looking for a man, or let the man look for you, you know, all you have to do is keep yourself the way you're supposed to be. You know, a lady, you know, I heard earlier about, you know, a guy actually was approaching Dr. Renee about at the gas station, and he said sexy, you know, and a lot of times, you know, some women like that. Hey, sexy, you know, they like that. Some don't, but it all depends. He caught the, you know, the wrong person at the time. But then, you know, he was trying to say something to you nice. Now, maybe he might have had agenda if he had tried to say, well, after that, you know, but can I get your number or whatever, or did it in a different way. But to say that again, and I'll get off. And, you know, I think women don't have to, the young ladies don't have to show them, you know, have to put themselves out there like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, everybody, you know, Megan Thee Stallion or Cardi B, you know, and stuff like that. You know, if you look at their history, what they went through, you know, they were dancers. You know what I'm saying? They had to, you know, to get noticed. And then, of course, they had skills in rapping and everything and hip hop and all that. So, but before they could do that, you know, they had to make that change and stuff like that. So, again, you don't always have to gyrate your body or put on Instagram and being an Instagram model. That's what they're saying. That, you know, I didn't know that, you know, some girls like to be Instagram models so you just see them and their bodies and all that stuff. But they don't always have to do that. You have a good body. We notice. We need more from the table than just, you know, the gyrating. That only going to last for anyway. That only going to last for a half an hour maybe. But anyway, by then I need a conversation. You know what I'm saying? I need for you to be by my side when things go down. I can come to you and, so I stopped there.
Well, I'd like to chime in on that question that you asked, which is a good one, Dr. Moore. Adam said to Eve, try it, you like it. And here we all are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what that means is that since the beginning of time, we've all been men and women.
Mhm.
And many of us are attracted to each other. That's just life. That's the way it is. Now, how you go about it is a whole nother process, as Dr. William was saying. This is the truth. So one of the reasons that I applaud myself for getting smarter every day is because I made all the mistakes. I made all the mistakes. But I learned from a lot of those mistakes, hopefully be a better person, a better husband, a better father. And although I had the privilege of being raised in a two-family household where my father was absolutely the king and my mother was absolutely the queen, I learned as time went on. We all are attracted by excesses of all kinds and have all been all of our lives. The question is, did you survive it? I can answer and say, yes, equivocally, I survived it. I'm now married to a fabulous woman for 37 years, who was my friend for 10 before, well, for 8 before I ever said a word, because she said to me, ain't like that over here, let's get that kind of straightened out. So she knew me and I knew me, and she was kind of explaining to me how it is over here. And I respected her for that. And she's a woman who is a gorgeous woman, well-educated, got an MBA from Kellogg School of Business in 1971, and who is a mother of my youngest daughter and a great coach. Part of being a great woman is having good coaches. And your coach can be male and female. And if you got 2 coaches in the same household, your chances of surviving are pretty good. But now, I'm not going to knock one coach families because they get along and do pretty well too. So I want to remind you of Adam and Eve. The original folks got this started. We're not any worse or any better than that. And I want to remind you, sometimes when I'm critical of some of our young people, and I am, I used to be crazy and wild. Used to be. only once in a while now, But the point is, we all made a lot of mistakes. Right. And thank Lord we survived them. I think it was so many of my friends in all walks of life, so talented, men and women, who didn't make it this far. People always say, well, I'm young. Well, I'm glad. And I hope that you will continue to live. But a lot of people didn't get past young.
Yeah.
As a person almost 80, I know that for certain. So I thank God for the women in my life, and also for the men in my life. And by the way, Dr. Moore, colorism, at least as I understand it, is about, it affects Black men too.
It does.
It really, really does. And so, although 2 of us are bald-headed on here, we've had our hair issues too. You understand? Because
No, I tried. I still got a little bit, but
I had one of those big naturals out to your shoulders not so long ago. And the problem would be that it would break, and it had a mind of its own. And then it went another way. And then I relaxed it, and then I braided it, and I had a big beard. It was a raggedy beard, but I tried to grow one. So we've all gone through this whole issue of our hair and our skin. We care about ourselves too. At almost 80, I'm going to the gym every day.
Wow. Oh, that's
You know
blessing.
why?
That's blessing.
Because these bones won't work if I don't.
You're right. You're right.
Well, Mr. Jones, speaking of hair, nice segue into the question that I want to know, and I'm sure the women who were in the room and watching on, because we're streaming, broadcasting on every platform imaginable right now, so we're everywhere. But anyway, this thing with hair, you know, with women of color and dealing with men. Some men don't like women to wear wigs or weaves or braids, no protective style. They just want them natural, no makeup. Others don't care. So what do you have to speak to the whole vibe?
Can I speak to that? Can I speak to that first?
Yeah.
Let me say this.
Let's just jump right in.
You know, everybody wants to shoot me when I say something, but I'm fearless. You understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The first thing we as Black men have to learn: don't be saying anything about sisters' hair.
Right.
Keep your mouth off of it.
Keep your exactly.
You look here.
Hold on, can I do something right away?
Do not be crossing the line about saying anything about a sister's hair. When my wife comes home, comes home, and she from the hairdresser, she says, "How you like it? Oh, it looks great." You understand? Now, you know why it looks great? Because it looks great. You understand? I know not to put my mouth over there.
Thank you.
If you want to get in trouble, as we witnessed recently, without going into all that detail, sisters and their hair is untouchable.
Untouchable.
It is a taboo subject. And you just keep your mouth over there on your side of the equation and look and smile and leave it alone. You know, I've been in the beauty business a long time, and I hear all kinds of opinions about she's got a wig, she's got a wig, look, these sisters are going to have what they want and what they like, and you might as well just sit back in your chair and smile and be happy about it, period.
Thank you.
That's my
Go home on that.
If you want to get in trouble, as we know, say something about a sister's hair. Keep your mouth shut.
Oh.
Go on, Mr. Jones. That's my mentor. That's Mr. Jones. Go on, Mr. Jones. Mill, would you like to weigh in? And then we'll have Robin's perspective. Go ahead, Mill. What you have to say?
First of all, I appreciate all the jewels that you're giving, Brother Jones. I appreciate you, man. Good to virtually meet you and everybody.
Yes.
You know, I Miss Brother Jones, I've learned that too. I've never had my wife, from personal experience, she never came at me away, but I could tell, like you said, if I said something and I was a little too honest, she might be like, hey, like, you know, but you know what I noticed? As long as if she feels good in the style, if she feels good in the style, she has this certain, you know, what do y'all call it? Black girl magic or whatever, you know, she has a certain thing that she knows it feels good. And then I want her to feel good. So then it looks good to me because her energy makes it look good along with the style. And like you said, if it's something, now I might have a preference.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Sure. I didn't say you wouldn't have no preference.
But I work, like you said, listen, Brother Jones, from now on, I will take your advice and it will make my life. I know. So yeah, but my answer is as long as she feels good in the style, I feel good because she's comfortable with it. Because like I empathize if she has a certain style and she's not really feeling it, and then it makes her look, you know, I don't want you to feel that way. I want you to be comfortable in your skin. So yeah, if you like it, I love it. Literally.
There you go. And one more thing I say this, having been in business a long time, our women have a hard time with their hair. You understand? They work hard over it. Their identity is wrapped up in it. You understand?
Yes.
And so it is like a raw nerve for them. And so you have to respect the amount of time they spend in the salon chair or whoever or however they're getting it done. You have to respect that investment. Okay. And when you step over that red line and touch that, that's a raw nerve.
That's right.
That's right, Mr. Jones. Tell him, Robin, what do you have to say?
Robin, don't do it. See, you trying to set me up. I know what you're trying to do. But I agree. But I'm a little different because I tell my wife, she knows how she fixes her hair, her own hair. She's gone to the beauty shop before, but even though she might have wear wigs and whatever, I try to compliment her, and I say to her in my little sexy way, hey, you need to wear that. You need to wear that piece of hair to bed, so we can.
There you go.
Okay, Boo, back it up. Back it up,
right.
Boo.
Speak the truth. Speak the truth.
Back it up.
That's right.
Okay,
Don't be
now back
scared,
it up.
Robin.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
scared, sir. I know she know I ain't just scared. But I be respectful. I gotta be.
That's right.
Being
There you
respectful.
go. That's right.
That's right.
Respectful.
Yeah, you too. And be a little free. You're right, because got to keep a happy wife. You know that. But
Hey.
my thing is that if it makes her happy, what makes her happy, and Doctor, you said it too. What makes her happy with her hair, then that's fine. And like I said, I tried to turn it around and say, hey, let's come on and bring that to me. Forget them Zoom. When you finish them Zooms, you need to come to me with that same hair. Everything you got on now, everything you got on now, you need to come in this bedroom. So
You're gonna make me start crying.
Robin, Robin, you better quit while you're ahead. Dr. Karen's over there doing gestures. You better watch out, Robin.
I can't see it.
Reeling you in.
Here, she's saying,
all right, because she knows I'm talking. And she's trying to get time. I know.
You're in trouble.
Yeah, no. I don't think I'm in trouble. I think she just wants me to.
But y'all shouldn't have invited us because we'll tell you the truth.
That's right, exactly.
That's what we want, the truth. That's why you are all here. We want the truth. That's why we're asking. We want to know. Inquiring minds want to know.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And that was so true, Mr. Jones, what you said. And I think that the sisters appreciate that. And I think that without really talking a whole lot about what happened this past Sunday, what our hair is, it's a very personal thing.
Exactly.
It's very, very personal. And, even when we have to deal with, Tiffany gave such great information earlier, even when we have to start dealing with losing our hair.
That's
and
right.
Dealing with the things that happen with our hair. It's a very personal thing I know for sure for Black women. It's so much of how we're seen. It's so much of how we're perceived. Our hair it's a big thing. I remember Viola Davis when she was on one of the shows and she said, we could talk all day about Black women and their hair and the things that we go through and what it means for us and our hair. And it's a very, very personal thing. And I so appreciate you saying that because I think that relationships will be better off by hearing those words you said that, you just don't talk to a Black woman about her hair. Don't touch the hair. Don't do it.
That's right.
Wait a minute. You can touch it. I didn't say you couldn't touch it.
Well, I'm saying, people like to touch other people like to touch our hair.
I
That's
agree.
what
So
I was
I'm
referring to.
with Brother William about that. That looks good,
That's what I'm saying. They always talk well now. That's another story.
Don't touch my hair.
Yeah, I did. Don't touch my hair. Just leave it there.
Don't touch my hair. Don't touch my hair.
But Dr. Karen is correct. I can't tell you how many times I've had people from other cultures come up. Is that your hair? And they want to touch the hair, or even men trying to determine whether or not this is my hair, because Black women can't have certain kind of hair. You just can't. So pulling, I'm gonna give y'all a tip. Don't pull our hair from the end tip. You pull it, it hurts when it's short. It's gonna hurt. Don't pull the hair. Don't pull the hair.
I ain't pulling.
And so if you ask a woman of color whether or not she's wearing a wig or not, if you ask her, is that her hair? She could say yes, she paid for it. It's hers. She bought it.
There you go. Hello.
Okay.
That's right.
Speaking of the subject of Black women's beauty and their hair and all of those things, for major client once, my company did a study of the number of books written about Black beauty. Google it. You would be amazed. And they've been proliferating in the last 5 years. You probably all don't know that I'm an author and I write magazine columns as a hobby, etc. And so I interview a lot of people, and a lot of them are authors. And since the internet has come, they've been in different forms of books. There've been more and more and more literature produced about us and our hair and beauty.
Yeah.
Awesome. I would like to know some of that information. If you could drop it in the chat, some literature that you think could be helpful with that. I'd appreciate that.
Done.
Brother Mill, I had to applaud you, man. DeVry, gee,
Well,
I was there a few years back, man. I was only there for a layover because I was going to Indonesia. I just wanted to say, but God bless you, brother, for holding on.
Oh, thank you, man.
It's late there. We
it's late.
appreciate you.
Yeah, they're 8 hours ahead of us. They're 8 hours ahead of us.
Yeah.
Right.
It's okay. I would be up regardless. So it's like, you know,
Okay.
why not soak up all of this greatness?
Exactly. It's been great. It's fun.
Yes, yes. We really do appreciate you being on it. So I don't know, Dr. Robin, where do you want to go from here? Do you want to take questions now, or do you have another question?
I could sit here and ask questions all day, and we're getting in our in our private chat that this is funny. They're enjoying this conversation and loving the conversation. I'm getting text messages. They said we should take the show on the road.
Yeah, I think you should.
Hey,
Maybe
we can do a podcast or something. You know, you never know what's going to happen in places and spaces like this, right?
It is so
I
important
want to
hear
give
from the
people.
men. It is very important to hear from the men.
It is. It really is. It really is. And so I think, you know, we can sit here. I don't want to hog up all the time. We have women in the room who may have questions that they've been dying to ask these wonderful, phenomenal men with us today. So let's just open the room up for questions. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Thank you. Yes.
All right, ladies, here's your opportunity.
Ask, because if you don't, we will.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
For
you
sure.
can put it in the chat or use your reactions or raise your hand. We'll call on you or ask your questions.
Hello, Miss Desi.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good.
This is
Okay,
great.
so Tisha has a question. As all of you are married, do you feel the need to be protective of your wives and their hair struggle?
Oh, okay. In protective, obviously, if someone's trying to bully her over here, of course I'll be protective in that way. But
yeah.
Like Brother Jones said, be protective of her feelings. You know, that's what it is. Be sensitive about it. Be protective of how, like Brother Jones said, how you say it, what you say, how you approach it, everything that would be supportive. So support is a form of protection. So that's how I would look at it.
And I'm not sure exactly what you mean when you say protective, Tisha, because if we just talk for just a second, we're not going to dwell on what happened, but you know, protective doesn't mean violent. I'm just saying.
What?
It doesn't mean violent. I'm just saying. We want to be clear. We want to be clear about what we mean by protective.
Right.
I'm not
Dr.
sure what
Moore.
you meant by protective, but
Dr. Moore, can we argue with you?
I don't want to argue with you, Dr. Moore.
When I say argue, I mean, can we discuss that as a point?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, Mr. Jones, Dr. Jones. Absolutely.
Go ahead, Dr. Jones. You got it.
Dr. Jones,
Give us the
come
wisdom.
through.
Give us the wisdom.
Now pull out your gun and shoot me before I say this. You ready?
Yes, sir.
That's who we are. We protectors of our family. That's our role. I'm not making any comments about what anybody else does where they do it. I'm telling you about what's over here, right over here where I live. Okay.
Yes, sir.
In my space, that's who men are. We are hunters and protectors. Now you can say, and I'm not justifying what anybody else has done. I'm just telling you what you're going to get if you come over here. And I'm almost 80 and saying, you understand? That's how I feel about it. When I went to a store to buy something, and I won't even say who it was. My wife, and this guy's disrespecting my wife. Hey man, you better back off this. You understand? My wife had to calm me down. You understand? Because she could see me getting riled up. Okay.
Yes.
I'm not going to. I'll just say me. I'm the protector in this household.
I'm with you.
That's how he
Oh,
rolls.
yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That's right.
And a lot
That's
of
right.
Black men, maybe all men, feel that way. Now, I'm not saying violence is right at all. I'm just telling you how it is over here. And every brother in this conversation has his how it is over here, how they got it, okay?
Right.
How they arrange it. That's expected of me in my household.
Right.
We have always not had the privilege of being able to protect our women.
Right.
It's called
Right.
slavery, if you can imagine. I get mad about it when I think about it. You understand? It riles me up when I think about the privileges that people took with our women, because if we resisted, they'd kill us. Some of us did get killed.
Right.
Okay. Some of us didn't get killed.
That's true.
But this whole sin of slavery stains our society and even us and everything around it. So there are a lot of sensitivities around. So Dr. Karen, I'm not saying, I understand we don't go around punching people in the mouth, you know, it ain't kind of like that. But if you come over here
We are so clear, Mr. Jones.
and you say something about Sister Jones, I got something to say for you, to you.
I hear you, Dr. Jones.
Yeah.
I hear you.
He didn't.
That's
He,
just-
look, he told
that's
us
right.
he goes to the gym every day. He works out every day.
Right.
Oh, I wouldn't mess with
Don't
Dr.
try
Jones.
Miss Jones. Don't try Miss Jones.
would
No,
not
I'm
mess
not
with
getting.
Dr.
I
Jones.
tell you, I'm not getting any stronger, but my mind is getting stronger. I'm
Exactly.
going to the gym to keep these bones working, and you know, and to make it come out right. But you know, the personal protection of our household is a personal thing. Some people see it differently. I just got a line. Don't cross it. Don't say nothing smart. Don't be like that, because we ain't gonna permit that over here.
Right.
You're gonna hear from me if you do. You
That's
know,
All right.
and that's why you see a lot of older guys with a gun in their pocket. Now, don't get
Exactly.
crazy now. You know, some of the older brothers got a gun. Now, these
Yeah,
two
I know.
brothers ain't gonna say nothing. You understand? They're gonna be quiet because they ain't got no gun.
Well, I definitely
Not-
believe in the right to bear arms, sir.
Yeah, okay. But so these are
Oh.
things you don't know about us. A lot of us got our own gun, you know, where you can't see it. You understand? You cross this line, we got something for you. You understand? Now it may be
All
against the
right.
law,
So-
they may not like it, but that's my nickel's worth of it. I'm trying to tell you all
What
the
a
truth.
great, healthy conversation. Tisha did clarify when she asked about protective. She explained what she meant. And she says a lot of mother-in-laws and family members make comments about hair. People are critical. So if a family member says something about your wife's hair that could be hurtful to her, are you protective? Do you defend her honor?
Mr. Jones said, don't come over here.
Don't come over here. That is so,
Mr.
so
Jones was
Robin
clear.
or Mel.
Dr.
Right.
Jones
Mr.
was
Jones
clear.
was clear.
Don't come over here.
He was clear.
But
You don't even have to respond.
but
doesn't-
I wasn't always so diplomatic. You know, I learned. You know, people will tell you, mind your own business. You understand? ain't got nothing to do with you. You understand?
Right.
I have
Right.
crossed the line in my life. I'm telling you, I got here because I made all the mistakes. I didn't say I grew up knowing this.
Right.
Yep. And I'm in the process of making mistakes now. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the middle. I probably, you know, but my thing is, I'm going to protect my wife, and I'll try to do it in a way that it wouldn't embarrass her.
Right.
Like for instance, even with Will Smith doing what he did, I would have handled it a little differently. But when you attack my lady, my rib, that has put up with me and has, you know, when I was in the hospital and everything and all that, she was there. You know what I'm saying? Well, you're gonna have a problem. I don't care if it's well, I don't have my mother's past and my father's past, but it was my kids, it was my cousins, or just somebody, whatever. You're going to have a problem because I know who's in my corner. So that's why I'm going to be protective. Say something about her hair. A family member doing that. That's still. Then I'm going to talk to you, or I'm going. Yeah. If you try to embarrass her, then I have to embarrass you in front of everybody else because you're not going to do it. But I'm not going to, do no hitting or anything like that. But I'm going to let you know that's not cool. Because my wife says I'm a Taurus, and so she doesn't like to see you in the bull. Because I'm really a nice guy, and I'm very quiet at times. I like to joke around, but when it comes to family, I'm very protective, like you said, with my kids, my wife first. You know what I'm saying? That's my queen. That's my lady. She suffered taking care of me, being when I was in the hospital and I was sick. She took care of me. She came every day. My kids didn't come every day. They called or whatever, but she came every day. You know what I'm saying? So just on that alone, I'm going to be very protective of my wife anyway.
Yeah. Definitely.
And I know my husband, I've had to talk him down.
Yeah.
I've had to talk him down.
Yeah.
Like, babe, we can't do that right now,
Right.
I've had to, because I know him and I can tell when it's getting ready to go the other way.
Right.
I can tell. Tisha says, another question, Black women have been fired from corporate positions and denied promotions and being hired because of the way they wear their natural hair. Legislation has recently been passed to allow us to wear our natural hair in the workplace without punishment. What are your thoughts? It's only been passed in the House. I think it still has to go to the Senate. The Crown Act is my understanding. It still has to go to the Senate. Yeah, it still has to go to the Senate, but the House did pass it. Who knows what the Senate's going to do? But she asked, what are your thoughts, gentlemen?
Well, Ms. Davis asked a good question. And it also, this is Lafayette Jones, it also goes to Black men and their beards. The United States Army had a number of regulations about men shaving, insisting that we shave, not realizing that Black men have barreal folliculitis, which is ingrown hairs into our face. And that's why you see so many Black men who use a razor or use the wrong instrument, who have ingrown hairs, which is, I used to have it, is very painful. And so the whole issue of our beauty, hair and skin, has been a legislative issue forever. Someone trying to hire or fire us by how we look. See, a lot of this goes back to slavery when they were in charge, and doing all kinds of things to us that weren't moral or even reasonable in any way. And so some of these draconian laws about how you wear your hair or whether you should shave or not is really crossing the line, in my opinion. And why they'd have to pass a law to keep people from discriminating against us about our hair is ridiculous. It's the same thing as not allowing you to go to the bathroom, which a lot of public rulings. It's the same thing. 50 years ago, 60 years ago, you had to go around the back door to get a sandwich in terms of public accommodations. So this all is in that same arena, personal care, public freedoms. I just shudder to think that you couldn't go to the bathroom because it had a sign in it, not only for white people. Ridiculous, outrageous. Don't get me started now.
You get Lafayette going.
It's all the same thing. So the young lady's question that she asked is a very good one. But at least I'm glad to see that someone's doing some thinking about not preventing us from having the same dignities as everybody else. They ain't got no rule about if you color your hair blonde, you can't have a job. That's another form of discrimination.
For sure.
Yeah, I
Anyone
agree.
else have any questions? I'm sorry, you want to say something, babe?
No, I agree with Dr. Lafayette.
Anyone else have any questions while we have these men here? Ladies, you're quiet.
I guess we asked everything that they wanted to know.
Yes, we did.
Well, I got a question
Okay.
to the audience. How you like that?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Jones.
Okay. Since we asking you're asking us all the questions. What is it that you want from us or expect from us?
Well, this is Dexy, and I just want to say that I have absolutely just thoroughly enjoyed this panel. And when you were talking, Dr.
Thank you.
Jones, everything that you were saying, I was saying that part, like the kids say that part right there. And I just appreciate all of you all being on this panel and everything that you're doing. I do have a quick question. What would you say, because I have I'm raising young men. And so what would you say to these young men to be able to stand strong behind their moms and their beautiful women of color, and why that is so important for them?
It's a great question.
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Go ahead, Dr. Lafayette. You can.
No, I'll go ahead. I don't want to dominate. I want to hear you all got.
Yeah, that's okay. We're learning a lot from you. Well, with me, you have to have if you don't have a father in your life to see how he treats his mother, then you're going to have a problem with a son that really, if it doesn't have a father figure. Now, I'm not to say everybody's like that. Because my parents were separate, they never got married, but my mother was a strong Black woman. So I think sometimes I was more scared of her than my father, but you need that respect. You have to have that respect for not only your mother, for your sister, and you learn that when you're in a young age. And I learned that to respect women. Now, I saw an incident when my father was married to somebody else, where there was a altercation, but that never disturbed me from going to still having respect or not hitting nobody. I love women, and that's what that's just my nature. But and I think too, once you have somebody, my father always respected my mother. I could tell you, they were the best of friends, because I had to go live with my father and my grandmother because my mother was traveling and overseas and everything. So for me to go to school, I had to live with them, but they had the respect for each other. And I think once the young men learn that and have that, because a lot what's happening now, a lot of the women are having children younger, and then, once they have them, they still want to go out, and, sometimes you can't go out like you used to, you still want to, do, but you have to learn how to raise that child. Grandma's not going to always be there all the time, and I think with that, young men have to see other men, how they treat their wives and their mothers, so that they can learn how to respect their mothers and women. Because if you get somebody that respects and loves their mother, you about almost 98% or maybe that he's going to have respect for you, and and that's what you want. You want somebody to respect you.
I'll tell you a personal story. Y'all can't repeat this story. I'll just tell y'all on the world broadcast here. When I was about maybe 12 or 13, and I was always close to my mother and close to my father, but in different ways. He was a disciplinarian. My mother and father got in a one-time, what's the word, Brother Williams? Altercation.
Altercation, yes, sir.
Altercation. They really did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He stepped over the line and she knocked him out of the chair. And she was a little bitty lady. knocked this brother out of the chair. Now, I jumped up and said, hit him again. But, that's how boys are.
Right.
you know?
Right.
But I didn't put my mouth on it now because I knew better.
Right.
And so I looked and I was very angry about the fact that he crossed the line and then she crossed it right with him.
Mm-hmm.
And I was very angry about that. My mother said to me now, son, go on outside and don't come back till the street light comes on. It's about 2:00 in the afternoon. In the old days, they kept time, but the street light was on or not. You understand? Y'all don't know about that, but you come back when the street light is on. Now, by the way, when she hit him, she put a cut on his head. She's a little bitty lady. She's 100 pounds. And she hit him a lick that I said, wow, to myself. When I came back, the two of them were sitting in a chair kissing. And I said to myself, wow. Now she sent me out. She go on, mind your own business, going down the street. You come back with a street light. So I sit outside until the street light came on. Because I had to go to the men's room at the time, but I had to sit outside till the light came back up. Now, what did I learn when I came back and I saw my sweetheart? Boys love their mother. Kissing this guy, hugging him and then wiping his head. She actually loved him. She cared about him. And she had enough sense to say to me, now you get back and get out the way because this ain't got nothing to do with you. You don't know about this. And you know what? I really didn't know about it. And I was puzzled for years how the two of them had got in this screaming match. She knocks him out of the chair and I come back 4 hours later and they kiss. What kind of people are these? I wondered what love was. But I learned a lot from that. And I learned as a young man, stay in my lane. Fathers and young men can be very competitive in a household.
Yes.
It's called the Oedipus complex. And the women in the house, this is deep psychology now. You ought to know I was a psychotherapist a long time ago, but I'll tell you about that. I worked in a jail once, a long time ago. I've done a lot of things. But the point I'm making is that's deep psychology among family relationships. Mothers have to teach their sons their role and their place. He's the king in here, you're the junior king. Get it?
Yeah.
Now when that gets misaligned because of immaturity, lack of experience, those lines of communication can get crossed up and the kids get mixed up. One of the things I admire about my son-in-law, whose name is Patrick, he has a new son, 7.5 months old. He's deeply involved in this child's getting a bath at night, making sure that he's got this and that. So part of being a father, and this doesn't answer your question, this is my point of view on something. Part of being a father, you got to learn how to be a father. Now, some women are real good fathers, and some fathers are real good mothers. I just want to throw that in. Because they have those, some of them can play both roles. It's a hard role to play, the dual role. It's a hard role, hard role. But I admire my son-in-law and my daughter, the youngest ones. I admire all of them, but because they are deeply involved in the raising of this child. It takes that kind of energy in today's environment with all of these attractions. It's easy for our kids to get off track.
Easy.
It's called technology.
That's the design. That's the design.
Yep. You're right, brother. You're right.
I don't know if that answers the question. I'm talking about something else, but
yeah, me too.
I heard the answer on that. Be there.
Yeah.
Yes, I heard you got it. You're right.
Right. Exactly.
You wanted to add, Mel? Mel, did you have something you wanted to add?
That was just it. Be there, and then be the example. And then know that you're going to go through things and making sure that you know your role and be your role and take that role and accept it and proudly and let them know how important it is to be in that role when they have their families potentially.
It takes time to learn that.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Go ahead, Dr. Jones.
No, I just say it takes time to learn that.
It takes time. Right.
Before we wrap up, though, Dr. Jones, I'd like to answer your question about what we look for from men or what we expect from men. One of the things that I know has been very important, one of the things that I would have to sometimes say to my husband is that I need you to listen to me. I don't need you to fix the problem right now. I need you to listen to how I'm feeling about it. And I think that a lot of times when we as women are talking about an issue or something that's going on, you know, as our protectors and as our providers, you want to just get it fixed. But a lot of times what I need is for you to listen to me and to hear how I feel about it. Though you might not feel like I need to, and I'm not saying that, and I'm not typically a hysterical person, I'm not. But sometimes if I'm upset or I just need you to listen to how it is I'm feeling. And I know that you most likely you can fix the situation. And many times they're about, well, let's just get it fixed, whatever it is. But I need you to listen to me and to how I feel about what's happening. And then you can go ahead and work your magic and fix it. But I need you to hear what I'm saying and how I feel. That's my thing.
Man, that sounds so familiar.
Yeah, it
I ain't saying nothing. I ain't saying nothing. That's it.
Yeah, I'll say something. It is true. I mean,
oh yeah,
listenership is a difficult thing, and I'm not talking about anybody else. I'm just talking about me. I haven't always been a good listener. Now, one thing I just want to make is a general comment. Technology has taught us to respond like Instagram fast. Okay, that's one of the downsides of technology. My wife has taught me over some period of time a technique that really works for me. I used to be a hothead, really. I tell you what I thought right now, okay, about how I felt about it. So we started employing this technique of, if you said or did something to me that I didn't particularly care for, 40 years ago, you would rue the day you saw me. I used to be Ming the Merciless. Don't tread on me. You understand? Mm-hmm. So she taught me to start writing my feelings down, and then putting them in a file or a drawer till tomorrow. Let's see how we feel about this tomorrow. And I must tell you that I think in 150% of the cases, I felt differently the next day than I did at that instant. And the other thing I learned was, to my very best of my ability, I'm not gonna let you make me mad. You're not renting my space for free. Okay? So when you step over into my lane and I let you rent my space for free, I lost control. So that's now, I'm not saying anything about anybody else. It has taken me a long time to learn that. So if you stick your mouth over here, I may look at you, but I got this thing called, you know what that means? Zip them up, put it in the drawer. Okay. Now we look at it tomorrow. Then I might respond. But my experience has been that I probably was better off not acting on that at the moment. Because it wouldn't have been good. But that kind of control takes a lot of maturity and growth and depth. And so the way I say it to myself is, I'm not letting Dr. Joppy rent my space for free. I'm not pointing at Dr. Joppy, but I'm using her as an example.
Right.
Now I might stand there and look at you and not say a word, and you think I'm absolutely crazy. I might stare at you for 10 minutes and not say a word. Okay. But
you wanted to say something else?
Different strokes for different folks.
Yeah.
And different people react differently.
Just soaking it up.
That's it.
Sometimes you gotta
This
listen.
has been amazing. We have to do this again.
If y'all give us a chance, if y'all give us a chance with you like you are today, we actually have opinions.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I felt some shade, Dr. Jones.
I felt some shade
Dr.
too.
Rob?
I definitely felt some shade.
Say it again. I didn't hear you.
Mild shade. That was mild shade, though. That was
more than mild shade.
That's just,
I don't know.
I'm just throwing some love back at you. That's all. We actually
Need
do
his love
have
sometimes.
opinions,
Right.
but nobody asks us our opinion all the time. So we just look at you, you know? And oftentimes you see these brothers, they don't be saying nothing. You say, how come that brother not talking? Well, it hasn't been conducive for him to be talking before. Okay. So he just keep his mouth shut and look at you. So I think sometimes, you know, I think the sisters, y'all the saviors of the world, but sometimes, you know, you see brothers with steam coming out of their ears because they don't know what to say because they're mad, you know, but they learn, keep it to themselves. And that's a real loss, in my opinion.
Some brothers can't handle that too.
Absolutely.
It is.
But some brothers can't handle that.
It is.
You know?
Absolutely. And so, you know, the whole idea of human interaction and love and all of that, powerful forces there, you know? Like I said, what did Adam say to, what did Eve say to Adam? Y'all know?
What
You forgot?
Oh.
Try it, you like it.
Try it, you like it. I know I do. I won't be weak. I won't be weak. I'll be like Adam. I know.
Hey, if we can't have some fun with this, what's life all about?
That's
right.
right.
I know.
Exactly.
Why not have a little fun?
Exactly. I think we need to do this again, Dr. Karen. I don't think we have to wait till we have another event. Maybe we'll have a special. Maybe we'll take a night and have a special and bring the men back on, and we'll just have a dialogue where we're not constricted or restricted by time.
Right.
Yeah, I think.
Right, because we can just keep going on and on. I just love it. I'm just so.
I think that what you said before was potential for a blog. I think it's a blog. I think the blog is
a podcast.
That's what I mean. You know, I get them mixed up. You know, what you're
I know what you mean, though, Brother Jones.
Yeah.
I know what
you know, and the name of it is, what do y'all really think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We need more avenues where we can speak to each other and love and learn from each other. See, the deal is, and you all know this, but you don't know it yet. Nobody gets out of here alive. You understand?
It's only life.
Yeah. So when you get that through your head, nobody gets out of here alive.
Right.
The question becomes, what happened between the day you're born and the day you die? Did you waste your time? Did you use your energy as best you could? Did you forgive yourself for the things that you've not done well or could have done better? What did you do? What's between 0 day you're born and 0 day you die? That you will have both of them in your life. At a certain point in life, men in particular, you know, we think we're going to live forever and we're invincible. You understand? But we're not invincible.
Right. We was taught that, yeah, you're invincible, but we're not.
We're not. Yeah,
We're
get
not.
sick and get sick and see how invincible you are.
Yeah.
That's true. That is so true.
So, but to make a long story short, I think there's a real opportunity for us to have more discussions among ourselves, because I think we can improve ourselves and our family and be better tomorrow than we were yesterday. Now, I go to church sometimes. I like going to church for all that. There ain't nothing wrong with it. I mean, you've been a deacon, you know, okay? But the point I'm making is that some things make a lot of sense, but it takes a long time for it to seep in and understand what it really is all about. Nobody gets out of here alive. Everything is generational. Don't try to reinvent the wheel like beauty care. It builds on it. You know, it wasn't always natural hair. It was another kind of hair, another kind of hair before that, and another kind of hair before that. And then it's progressive. Life is progressive and generational. And the other thing is respect, first for yourself, and then for the people you care about. That's something that we as brothers and sisters too. Self-respect is everything. If you get up in the morning, you feel good about yourself, you got a chance.
Chance, that's right. And that's the key. Respect for each other, man, is the main thing. And I've learned that if you don't respect your spouse's significant other, or even your girlfriend or somebody then something's wrong. That's you're gonna never be together like that if you don't have respect for each other. And conversation, I had to learn that because I was a person with, I didn't have a lot of conversation with my wife, but because every time if something went down and she wanted to talk about it, I tried to, and I tried to take care of it right then. I felt like once I took care of it, it's over with. But she needed to bring it all out. And even with my sons, when they talk to me, sometimes, Dad, can I finish? Can I finish? Just let me, because they have to express themselves,
Exactly.
and I'm gonna say this and then, I'm gonna go off. But, even with our sons, or children, you think you're the parent, and as they get older, you are the parent, but you need to listen to your kids and have that conversation and listen. Don't always trying to be that, this is it and nothing else. Exactly. It's not, it doesn't work, especially now, especially this day and time. You have to listen to what because they want to express, they want to show you as a parent that, there's certain things they want to bring, they want you to know that they understand, but you need to listen. They want you to listen.
There's another good reason to listen. Often they know more about it than you do.
True. That's true. There's some things, right. That's right. That's right. I don't know everything. And I tell, I learned that even, I'm sorry, I'm talking too much, but my son and I, my oldest son and I, he's 36 now, but we used to clash with music, and my wife, and she'll probably be laughing, but we used to crash because I'm trying to prove to him that I know certain things. I come from the old school and blah, blah, blah. Well, he's coming up in this generation where things have changed, so, they're very, very detail oriented now, they say certain things and then, and I'm not understanding, but as a man, I'm trying, or as a father, I'm trying to say, you don't know what you're talking about, but I've learned, so.
This has really been amazing. This is truly
they say
amazing.
That the more things change, the more they are the same.
Dr. Moore.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Moore, looked like somebody had their hand raised. I believe it's Frederick Ramirez. I don't know.
Yes,
Okay.
Frederick's hand is up. Actually, Frederick was to be on this panel. He's going to join us
All
on
right.
the panel today. Yes, so we'll catch him the next time, maybe when we have our podcast, and invite you all back, that he'll be able to join us at that time. Hi, Frederick.
Hi, Frederick.
You have a question? Yeah, comment? You're on mute. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Hello?
Now we can hear you.
There you go.
Yes,
There you go.
yes.
Oh, hi. How's everyone?
We're great. How are you? Good.
Kings and queens, how are y'all? Blessings to everyone. I'm sorry I'm late because the link, I didn't get the link. I couldn't find it. And then they sent it to me through text message. So sorry. I want to apologize for being late, but I was listening and it seems to be very interesting what you guys are talking about, along with, different ways of communicating with your significant other. So I've experienced it as well. And just to piggyback on it real quick, I feel like my brother, I want to make sure I get his name right, Mr. Robin, Mr. Williams, Senior, when he speaks to his wife, he would like to, once it's spoken about, it should be over with.
Right.
I shouldn't be bringing it up or talking about it later. But I'm one that feels like, well, if we have an issue and it's right there and then we know it's an issue, let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Let's communicate, because we don't need to let 2-3 days go by and now you want to talk about it. No, because now it's more energy built up, and us as men, I'm sorry to say, sometimes when there's an issue, if it's not talked about, then we like, all right, she must don't want to talk about it. All right, I'm gonna forget about it.
Yeah, that goes
3 days later, y'all like, oh yeah, remember the other day when you like, that was 3 days ago. Why we didn't talk about it then? We already passed that.
I know the
Karen has her, Dr. Karen has her hand up.
She
Go
literally
ahead,
has
Dr.
her hand
Karen.
raised. She
Yeah,
literally has
different
her
hand
hand
raised. Dr. Karen, go
She
ahead.
put her hand up this time.
Lord.
It wasn't an emoji. She put her hand up. She said, listen,
Lord,
Hand
Lord.
up. She is the
Look at the real
emoji
hand.
right now. She is the emoji. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Dr. Karen.
My husband is shaking his head because he knows. Because, and you're right, Frederick, you are right. But I know that I have found for myself that as I learned about how I deal with things, that sometimes I need a couple of days to come to you the right way.
You're right. I've had a conversation with someone. And it was like, some people are not like that. They need those few days, because if they're upset in that moment, y'all can't get what's going on. Y'all can't communicate, because it's going to be more arguing and clashing than actually getting the problem solved. So I understand that part too.
Sometimes my
It was
wife will
hard.
sit
It
down
was
for a
tough for
whole
my
week.
husband. It was tough for my husband because, like you said, why didn't you tell me about this? But see, I knew if I had said something 2 days ago, you would have seen a Karen that you're not used to seeing.
Right.
And that, there could have been some things.
That.
And, we always want to be careful because you can't take words back.
Oh,
right.
Once you say those things, you cannot take them back.
That is
Right,
true.
So sometimes,
That is true.
you've got to be able to decompress and to say, okay, how do I need to approach this? Because if I say what I want to say right now, I'm going to say some things that really are not going to be helpful for this relationship. Because when you're angry, sometimes that anger, it takes a couple. Now I've gotten better because it used to be a week.
I told her. I said, that you got to.
Yeah, my husband used to say to me, "How long you gonna be mad?"
Right.
How long you gonna be mad?
I agree. Robin said he's a Taurus. Well, I'm a Taurus too. I'm the female Taurus, right? And so, yeah, I got horns. I know. I know. But here's the thing. I agree with Dr. Karen. It's best for me if I just walk away at that time. I'm not going to say anything because we're analyzers. We have to process and think about it and get it together before we come back. Because if I don't do that, then you're going to see this and it's not good. It's not good.
Yeah, and I'm an Aries, the other horn. I'm an Aries.
The other horn, right? And so these horns,
the head.
Yes, these horns are too much. But really, I like to take a step back, process, analyze, then I can come back and talk to you in a way that you deserve to be talked to. Maybe what you said to me was uncalled for, but I'm going to always come back with the high road, right? You can, it's my turn to respond. We can have that conversation. But when we walk away from that, please don't ever bring it up to me again. I don't want you coming back 3 days later trying to get me to change my mind or do any of that. When I'm done, I'm done. Now let's move on. So I agree.
Yeah, that's just like telling somebody to forgive them and then telling them to say that I'm about it later.
I got something to say, and everybody remember this. Everybody remember this. When emotions are high, intelligence is low.
Amen.
Amen. Now, that's wisdom. That's wisdom. Yes, Miss Nancy, that's wisdom.
Yes, that is very much true.
Amen.
Because we say things that we regret, and then when we realize we said it, it's already too late. And like you said, you can't take it back.
You're right.
You said it out your mouth.
That's
right. I had to learn that because I have a very sharp tongue. I had to learn because I would chew you up and spit you out. I know you don't believe that with this beautiful, wonderful.
Right. I'm like, she looks so.
I never had a fly. I never had that problem.
I
had a problem. I ain't never had that problem. I don't do,
I don't want that.
So I had to learn. And I learned to walk away and come back.
Good.
Sometimes you gotta woosah and then you gotta gather yourself and then
That's it.
I told my wife from day one when we got married, I said, if we have an argument, I'm not going on no couch or going in a room. You sleeping in the same bed, I'm sleeping in the same bed too. I need to be comfortable. and
He
mad.
said you
gonna
just
be
have
mad.
to be mad.
You can make your barrier. You can split the colors. But I'm
Exactly.
getting in this
Exactly.
bed.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
You can split the sheets. I don't care. Put a pillow in between us. I'm getting in this bed.
Give me my.
Right. And the
But-
next thing I know, she touching me and I'm touching her. You know, she's still
Right.
mad, but you know,
You can't go to bed you can't go to bed mad at each other. It's not healthy. It's not. Like,
Wow. Not.
Brother Williams is big on that touching.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
well,
noticed that. You noticed that too, Mr. Jones. You noticed that, Mr. Jones.
I
He
noticed
I
touched
need
it.
love. I need
Say it
love.
again.
You know,
What did you
I
say?
need love. Now.
All right, Big Daddy.
So this is a great conversation that you all are having, and this is, I mean, we could continue on. We definitely have to have,
Bring
we
us
have
home
to
together.
have a whole nother, just, you guys, like, you have to have your own day. We just need to have,
I'm
what do you
upset that I
really
came
think?
in late.
Right? We have to say, what do you really think? That's okay, Mr. Ramirez. You'll be with us the next time.
Sure will.
But they definitely have to have their own day. We had so many great comments in the chat, so make sure we look at that. We had some more questions that were coming up. So this conversation is definitely not over, but we are going to continue on, right?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We want to
Love
thank you,
y'all.
gentlemen, so
Thank
much
you.
for being here
Thank you
today
for having me.
and for letting us know that you have opinions, and we want to hear them. We do, and we are so grateful for you being here today for this International I Am the Color of Beautiful Day. We are so grateful for you being here and for being open and talking with us today. Thank you so much.
Well, let me say this before you. Let me say this before you run away. Now,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Joppy knows that I'm hard on productions and their elements and how they're done and how well. You all done a good job today. And it's well produced. The graphics are good. I know you got some geniuses in the background, you know, working on this. Kim Davies Smith and others, and Dexy. Y'all keep getting better and better.
Yes. Yes.
And y'all might have something. I think you got something anyway.
There's no mic.
I think you got something, but I think from the last production, November the 8th, you know, we had that post-mortem.
But we have a different Dr. Jones. This is a different event. This is two collaboration between International Stage Man, I Am the Color Beautiful.
Well, that's look. The secret to success in life is called collaboration.
Well, it's called collaboration. That's true.
Yes.
But well, I'll do. Look, I will call you.
This is why we continue on.
When we're done here, because one didn't have anything to do with the other,
is why we
and
continue
even that
on.
one was a great show, if I must say so myself.
It was.
No, wait,
Yes,
I didn't say.
but I'm gonna leave that.
I didn't say it wasn't a great show.
I know you didn't
I
say
said
it
this was a
was, but-
better show.
But whatever. We're
You
gonna have
always wanna-
we're gonna have a conversation.
Y'all always want to
You
shoot
didn't cross the line. You didn't cross the line, Miss.
I know you want to shoot me, but it's all right. I think this thing. I just think that it's getting better and better.
Here we go.
All right. Thank y'all so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Look, they putting them out. I was going to say, I was thinking about bringing Mr. Jones to Dubai when we come in 2023. I don't know now, but but I don't know now. But one of the
you missed a backdoor compliment.
Dr. Robin,
I'm just saying, y'all know I like to have fun. I can't nobody on here know better than I. Mr. Jones is definitely a storyteller. He's a great storyteller. He's a dynamic individual. He's my mentor, my friend. I love and respect and honor him. And he is definitely pouring into me and helping to shape and make me and my businesses better. So we're having fun here. Don't misunderstand what's going on here. We're having fun. And I appreciate and value him. What you see is what you get. And everybody needs a Dr. Lafayette Jones on their team. So that's what I have to say about that.
Yes.
Well
Dr.
said.
Robin, it's been an amazing day.
It has been an amazing day. And I think before we end this, I think it's the right time to give away a gift. There is a book right here that we want to give. We have 5 copies of this book, and it's called Awaken to a Life of Purpose, a reminder to live your best life yet. Isn't it a great way to end this? Because isn't that what we've been talking about all day, right? Having a good life mentally, physically, spiritually, even, and even with this last panel with the conversation on relationships and hair and makeup and everything else that came out of it. So we only have 5 copies of this book. So for the first 5 of you who go in that chat and say me, you can have a copy of this book.
So we have Marie Technique.
All right.
We have Wheels of Wellness.
All right.
Mills the Barber.
Mills. Okay.
Mama Rosa
Mama Rosa.
Robinson. How many is that?
You counting off, but you going faster than I can. So 10
I don't know. How many was that?
Well,
I think that was 4.
All right.
At least.
All right, hold on. Let me look.
And then I think Frederick came in at the end.
Okay, I see Euthalia on there too. Okay, wait a minute. Go back to the top, people.
All right, we'll count.
All right, me said, I see a me from Marie Technique.
Okay.
I see a me from Euthalia.
Okay.
I see a me from Wells of Wellness.
Okay.
I see a me from Mills the Barber. Did I say Michelle? Did I say Michelle? I saw her do a me too. No? Okay. So the first one was Marie Technique, Euthalia, Wells of Wellness, Mills the Barber. How many is that?
That's 4.
And Mama Rosa.
All right. All right. All right. Thank you. So you all will be getting this book, and it's excellent. It's by, I talked about her earlier today, Fauza Belts, who's actually in Dubai. This is her book. This is her 3rd book, and each and every one of them are amazing. I promise you, you'll definitely be blessed by this book. I have it myself. So
Michelle is asking, where can she purchase Dr. Robin? Where can they purchase the book?
Purchase? No, I'm going to mail this.
No, but for those who didn't.
Oh, for those, you can go to Amazon. It's on Amazon.
Okay, it's on Amazon.
It's on Amazon.
Can you tell us the name again?
It's called Awaken to a Life of Purpose, a reminder to live your best life yet. The author's name is Fauza, F-A-U-Z-A, Belts, B-E-L-T-Z, Fauza Belts.
Awesome.
Okay.
And we want to remind those of you who registered, you will get an email. You probably should have gotten an email about the digital swag bag. Please go there, and there's some great discounts and freebies for you in the digital swag bag. If you registered anytime yesterday, late yesterday or today, we will get it out to you. So you may not have it yet if you registered late yesterday or today, but we will get it out to you.
And let me just say this real quick. For those of you who registered for this event yesterday, late yesterday or today, you may not have received the link, because that's just how Eventbrite works, especially when we're using email platforms like MailerLite or MailChimp and Constant Contacts. You have to set up your personal emails to be able to receive emails from those platforms. Otherwise, they will go into your junk mail, your promotions folder, depending on whether or not you're Android or iOS. So always check your junk mail and check those other folders first, and then text us if you have a problem, or email. Just wanted to say that. Thank you.
All right. So one last thing we want to do, we want to, again, thank all of our supporting partners and sponsors: African American Women in Cinema, founder Tara Renee, the Apex Museum. Founder is Dan Moore Sr., Executive Director Dan Moore Jr., Dr. Lafayette Jones, who we've gained so much insight from today, SMSI and Urban Call, Our Legacies Foundation. Kim Davies Smith is the founder. Every Dot Black, Jimmy Davies is the founder, and Women to Women Conversations. That was the book that Dr. Robin was just talking about. Fauza, is that how you say it? Fauza?
Fauza
Belts, also a sponsor. We also want to thank those who have worked behind the scenes today. We have had just, I thank God every day for the people that see the vision and come forward to help with the vision. Kim Davies Smith, who's been with us all day, all 6 hours. We thank you so much, the founder of Our Legacies, who came and has been working behind the scenes for us today. The phenomenal Kim Davies Smith. Kim, I don't know if you want to hop on and say something. Please feel free
Certainly.
to do that.
I just want to say, beautiful program. I am so honored to be here today and to offer my assistance with continuing to do successful presentations as this events. It is a beautiful thing as we get together as people of African descent, because you know Our Legacies is all about creating that content for the educational awareness and economic empowerment of our people. So we salute you, Dr. Robin. We salute you, Dr. Karen. So glad to be a part of this great event and looking forward to things to come in the future. And thank you, Mr. Jones. He's also my mentor on my executive board of directors for Our Legacies Foundation, as well as Dr. Robin Jaffe. I just thank you and bless you for encouraging me and moving my needle forward every day to do things great for our people. And so I feel very blessed to even know you. So I just wanted to leave that with you, and contact us soon, because guess what? The mission of Our Legacies Foundation is to digitize, document, and preserve legacies of our people of African descent. And why do we want to do this? For the purpose of educational awareness and economic empowerment for the benefit of our communities. So contact us. You can reach me at 919-964-5484 or kim@ourlegacies.org.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. And we definitely want to thank every single panelist, speaker, and entertainer. Marie Technique, my God, that poem was amazing. I need to get a copy of that, Marie.
The Color of Beautiful needs it too.
We need it. Dexy's meditation this morning was incredible. For you, those of you who missed it, I don't know if it's downloadable, if you're selling it or what. I want to buy it because I need to listen to that every day. I thank you all so much, and Dr. Karen will agree. We thank you, every person who even stopped in, those who are watching us on Facebook, on Twitter, on Twitch, on YouTube. We're everywhere. We're broadcasting live everywhere today. So you literally have been seen around the world. And for those of our panelists and speakers and entertainer who joined us from different parts of the world, we love and appreciate you. Thank you so much. We truly are international, and that's what it takes when you're doing business internationally. Time zones mean nothing. Sometimes you gotta get up at 3 and 4 and all kind of hours in the day to do business. So I'm grateful, and that's all I have to say. Stay tuned. This was our inaugural event, and I'm sure we'll be back. We'll be back next year for another one and some other things that we're working on. That's going to be, so
yeah. And I also
do that in the future.
I also want to thank Dexy for being the voice behind the event today. We thank you so much for everything that you did, and for my sister Renee, who was on a panel as well as worked behind the scenes. It meant so much to not have to do all of that additional stuff that has to happen behind the scenes. So we are so grateful to Dexy and to Renee. And Dr. Robin, I love you, you know it. I thank you so much.
Sister, you are truly my sister.
Yes,
truly
and
my
Cece,
sister.
thank you, Cece, and all the other panelists that were here, and for you all that stayed for so long. We are so appreciative, appreciative of all of you.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. See you next year, right?
Yes, but stay tuned though, because this male panel, I think I'm getting text messages. Well, they want to know when. We can't assign a date right now, but stay tuned for the podcast. We'll come back with that information shortly. But anyway, have a great rest of your day and have a great weekend. Until next time, y'all, keep the faith. Keep the faith, and the faith will keep you.
All right, we're going out on our closing song.
Yes,
and everybody just have an amazing
good time. Yes,
amazing day.
Yes.
Oh, my computer's tired. It's spinning.
It's coming out.
Carefree, looking out for better days. Just call it a raise. I'm hoping to rise. Love on my black sisters. Let's collab, not collide. While our people provide light skin, dark skin, but we all on the same side. Come together on the same time. Dark and lovely. Yeah, I love mine. Beautiful, we are, I must admit, and we will go far. Don't ever forget. Yeah, I must admit, the black queens we are.
Dark and lovely I am, the color of beautiful, beautiful, wonderfully made, the color of beautiful, beautiful. God made me
Have an
I don't
amazing
wanna-
weekend.
I don't want to leave. I've had so much fun. I guess I can stop the live stream. No.